The Promised Prince. Written by Kortney Keisel. Narrated by Kim Churchhill. Chapter 1. Renna. The Kingdom of New Hope, the year 2259. 200 years after Desolation. Road trip. Renna had once seen an old photograph in the artifact room back at the government center. The picture was a pre-Desolation advertisement for the Tetons, some mountain range that was probably destroyed 200 years ago in an earthquake or by an atomic bomb. In the photo, a group of girls stood with arms around each other in front of the mountain, smiling like they were having the time of their lives. The blonde in the middle wore a shirt that said, "This is my road trip shirt." Renna wished she could wear a comfortable road trip shirt instead of the tight-fitting travel dress that currently rode up on her waist. She tugged at the dress, again, and stared out the window as the transporter drove along. Over the past few days, she had watched the coastal land of New Hope melt away into a sun-baked desert as they traveled southeast across the kingdom. Now, the arid landscape brightened to green plains, letting Renna know that they were almost to their kingdom's border, and closer to Wellenbreck Farm. A knot pulled tightly in her stomach. She couldn't travel this far and not stop at Wellenbreck. But the last time Renna had suggested they visit their old home, her mother had refused. "We're not staying at Wellenbreck," her mother had said. "Can you imagine a princess sleeping there?" Her mother had wrung her hands as she shook her head. No. We don't want to give Saren any reason to think I wasn't worthy of marrying her father." Renna knew better than to challenge her mother when she was nervous, queen or not. She'd relented, even while determining to pick up the fight later. Renna's eyes darted to her mother in the seat across from her. This would be her last chance to convince her. The queen's head leaned against the transporter's door, smashing her brown hair and the regal twist it was tied in. Even while sleeping, her mother looked elegant. Next to Renna's mother was her dark-haired stepsister, Saren. She read a book, clearly unfazed by their travels. Renna sighed loudly, hoping the sound would wake her mother. It didn't. She tried shuffling her legs, knocking her mother's feet slightly as she stretched and yawned in a high shrill. Nothing. The woman was out. Frustrated, Renna leaned back into the seat, not missing Saren's smirk from behind her book. "I'm going to miss my chance," Renna thought, shaking her head. Suddenly, as if from heaven above, the transporter hit an unexpected bump. Probably the cement corner of a pre-Desolation house, or part of a steel beam from a bridge or something. Whatever it was too much for the transporter's thick tires and built-in suspension. It threw Renna's mother into the air, jolting her out of her coma. She gripped the door handle, glaring over her shoulder at the closed panel that hid the transporter's driver from her wrath. Her free hand covered her heart. "I swear, King Bryant will hear about how bumpy this ride to Albion has been. It's time the Council of Essentials started paving roads. Then travel between kingdoms would be easier and more comfortable." She looked to Saren for support. "Don't you agree?" Saren paused her reading, giving her stepmother a sweet smile. "I agree that paved roads would make for a more comfortable ride." Queen Marielle seemed satisfied with the response, easing her hands to her lap. Saren had a diplomatic answer for everything. Maybe that's why Renna's mother preferred Saren over her. But Renna couldn't worry about that now. A stop to Wellenbreck Farm was a much more critical issue. It was now or never. Renna straightened as she spoke. "Mom, I know you said the caravan was going to stay the night in the city of Vassal, but I think Saren would get more rest at Wellenbreck Farm." Saren eyed her curiously over the edge of her book. "Oh, Renna, not this again." Her mother's shoulders sank with an exasperated breath. "I already made my decision. We are not stopping at Wellenbreck. Saren isn't interested in staying at our old home. Besides, it's completely unsuitable for a princess." Renna was desperate to visit her old home. She hated to resort to manipulation, but desperate people did desperate things. "You're probably right. The inn at Vassal, while old, would be better, and I'm sure it's much cleaner than when we stayed there with Dad. When was that? 5, 6 years ago?" She could almost see the memory play back in her mother's mind. Renna turned to Saren, who had put her book down, no doubt interested in Renna's performance. "We only stayed there one night, so how could we really judge the cleanliness of the entire inn? I'm sure we just got a bad room." Renna shrugged. "Or they just forgot to wash the sheets." Across the transporter, her mother's body tensed with concern. So close. What else could she say to tip the decision in her favor? "I don't mind staying at Wellenbreck Farm," Saren cut in. "It was your home before you married my father. It might be nice to see where you both come from." Renna shot a grateful look to her stepsister. How could her mother refuse Saren? She would never. Queen Marielle scoffed. "There isn't much to see. It's just a simple house and farm. The Vassal Inn will be much more comfortable for you, I'm sure." "No, really. I want to see Renna's beloved Wellenbreck." Renna could see her mother weigh Saren's words in her mind, but it wasn't enough to make her shift her decision. "Besides," Saren added, "if the inn at Vassal has a history of being dirty, I could never be comfortable there. Cleanliness is crucial." "Saren, for the win!" The queen was silent for a moment. Finally, she let out a defeated huff. It was amazing the power Saren had over her. "Perhaps we should stay at Wellenbreck Farm. Nellie runs the house, and I know she keeps everything spotless." She looked at Saren hesitantly. "It's not a nice place, though. Nothing like what you're used to." "It sounds perfect." Saren smiled, then raised her book again. "But we'll only stay at Wellenbreck Farm one night," her mother stated, giving Renna a pointed look. Her gaze shifted to Saren and she softened, placing a gentle hand on her knee. "You can rest before our final descent into Albion, so you'll look fresh when we arrive at the palace. You don't want Prince Ezra thinking you don't travel well." Renna glanced around the vehicle to Saren and her mother, doubting that Saren's mysterious fiancé would even think to notice whether she traveled well or not. Queen Marielle pushed a button, rolling down the panel between her and the driver. "Mangum, send a guard on a personal transporter ahead to Wellenbreck Farm to inform Nellie and Predis they need to prep the house for guests tonight." As her mother continued to rattle off instructions, Renna glanced at Saren and silently mouthed, "Thank you." She couldn't have convinced her mother without Saren's help. Saren dipped her chin in a nod, then turned her attention back to her book. Sometimes the princess surprised Renna. Saren was usually so proper and in control, but there were moments when her serenity slipped, and she seemed almost like a regular girl. Today was one of those days. Usually, Renna didn't know what to say to Saren. They were so different. Renna was free-spirited and out of control, most of the time anyway, while Saren was calm and composed. Compared to Saren, Renna almost felt immature, even though Saren was only a year and a half older. Plus, Saren was a princess. A gorgeous princess. "Not that I'm ugly." Renna caught a reflection of herself in the window, tucking a piece of her hair behind her ear. She liked her blonde, wavy hair that refused to lay straight. her sun-kissed complexion from hours spent at the beach, and her green eyes. Her father always said they were the greenest eyes he'd ever seen. But he'd also said she was the most beautiful girl in the world. So how could she really trust him? Especially when the most beautiful girl in the world currently sat across from Renna, wearing an expensive purple pleated dress. Though it wasn't the elaborate dress that made Saren look exquisite. No, she would look equally beautiful in a neutral working-class dress. Saren's beauty was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of beauty. She was thin, with natural curves in all the right places. Her endless lashes complemented her dark eyes and flawlessly curved eyebrows. She wore her black tresses swept back in a classic, restrained updo, accentuating her high cheekbones. She was exotic, sweet, and wise for her 20 years. Her fashion choices were bold in color, yet still tasteful. Saren was the ideal combination of everything proper, lovely, and royal. The Prince of Albion is going to love her. Saren was definitely worth the weight of a 10-year betrothal, and probably the best thing the Prince and Albion would gain out of the marriage alliance. The surrounding small towns started to feel familiar as they neared Wellenbreck Farm. Renna soaked it all in, feeling as though the lost pieces of her heart were finally clicking back into place. 14 years of memories flooded her mind as she thought back to a life different than the one she lived now. The happy memories centered around her father, working the alfalfa fields, dancing in the kitchen, climbing the grassy hill behind the house, swimming at Wellenbreck Pond. The pond had been her favorite place of all. On weekend nights, her father would load Renna on his shoulders and trek up the hill, singing songs she was sure he had made up. They spent warm summer evenings swimming together in the pond, tucked into the lush meadow surrounded by thick trees, hidden from the world. They even devoted an entire summer to building a wooden dock to fish from. Renna had been too young to help, but she tried to be his assistant anyway, bringing whatever tools and measuring boards he needed. Most days, she'd skipped rocks while her father hammered away, but he'd given her all the credit in the end. Back then, it had been just the two of them, and their laughter. Renna's heart raced when she saw the small stone cottage Nellie and Pretis lived in, next to Wellenbreck Farm. They had been there since before Renna was born, keeping the farm running, helping with the house. When Renna and her mother moved to the government center, Nellie and Pretis stayed behind to take care of everything. The alfalfa fields stretched from the roadside to the tree-lined hill where Wellenbreck Pond waited. The crops were full and green, and Renna breathed a sigh of relief. Pretis had done an excellent job maintaining them. She strained her neck, trying to get a view of the farmhouse. The 2-story home wasn't large or elegantly adorned. It was shaped more like a rectangular box with a triangular pitched roof. 3 gabled windows jutted out from the roof, matching the windows below. In a few places, the cream plaster had peeled off from the house, and the stone wall surrounding the front yard had crumbled away. She wished her father was alive to fix things. The years of absence and neglect had obviously taken their toll, despite Nellie and Pretis's best efforts. Renna blinked back a tear, refusing to be sad. Her mother had gifted her a few short hours at Wellenbreck Farm, and she needed to use that time wisely. She wanted to explore everything, but she would need to escape the caravan first. Otherwise, her mother would rope her into some random assignment, like showing Saren's friends around. Saren's friends were the last people Renna wanted to spend time with while at Wellenbreck. She scanned the area for the best escape route. The transporter's rubber tires crunched over small pebbles as the vehicle rolled to a stop. A few moments later, the door flung open, and a guard's outstretched arm helped her mother and Saren out of the vehicle. The arm reached for Renna as well, but she bounced past it, twirling around to get a better look at the place. 2 other large transporters parked behind them, carrying Saren's friends, a few royal advisors, and their 3 maids. A dozen guards on personal transporters dismounted and started unloading bags from the backs of the vehicles. Her mother's maid, Cypress, shouted orders to the rest of the staff. It was time to get lost. Becoming invisible in the mayhem of guards and maids was easy. No one in the royal caravan was worried about the Queen's tag-along daughter. Dodging several guards with luggage in their hands, Renna ran into the small wood stable along the side of the main house. Her head popped into a few stalls, looking for her old horse, Canyon Anne. But none of the horses were there. The stable was empty. Predis must have them in the fields. They would have to reunite later. Renna scanned the stable, finding what she was looking for on a rusted hook next to some rakes. Thank you, Predis. Renna unfastened her pink travel dress and pulled the farmhand's work pants on, throwing his gray shirt over her head. The best part of moving to the government center had been the upgrade to vibrantly colored clothing. 1 minute at Wellenbreck Farm, and she was already back to wearing muted colors. She turned her head as she ran out the stable's back door, giving the bustling front yard one last look. Nobody seemed to notice her sprinting for the hill. Renna smirked. Dressing as a man had likely helped her cause. The mile-long path to the water was overgrown with abandonment, but as Renna approached the pond, everything else around the water remained the same. In a way, it was comforting how time had left this place behind. Yet it was still here when Renna needed it. She walked across the splintered dock, knowing from memory which boards to avoid stubbing her toes on. The smell of aspen trees filled her nose as she breathed in. She thought about testing the water's temperature first, but her father's voice sounded in her thoughts. Don't think, just jump. So she did, letting out a scream as she plugged her nose. The chilly water covered her, reviving her senses. She let out another yelp when she came up for air, not because of the cold, but because she was elated to be home. She drifted on her back, letting the water lap around her. The cold pond tugged at her memories, bringing them to the front of her mind. She could picture her father with her, see flashes of his facial expressions, his silvery beard, his broad shoulders, his playful eyes. It felt so real. Vivid memories had been hard to come by as time passed, but memories were effortless at the pond. The buzz of a personal transporter scattered Renna's thoughts away. She groaned, lifting her head. It had to be Mangum, her mother's guard, coming to take her back to Wellenbreck Farm. Was she missed already? She slapped the water in front of her. I just got here. Couldn't her mother give her one afternoon? It had been 4 years since Renna had been there. 4 years since she had left her comfortable home at Wellenbreck Farm for a fast-paced life at the New Hope Government Center. 4 years since her mother had married the King of New Hope. The PT's hum grew louder, echoing off the thick trees. Renna had seconds before Mangum would arrive. She couldn't really blame him. He was following the Queen's orders. She blew out a breath in frustration and began swimming toward the dock, when a sudden idea made her stop. If she was going to be dragged back to her mother, she might as well do it in style. Renna grinned. She flipped onto her stomach, waiting until the PT's sound was upon her, and then immersed her head under water. She floated, careful not to move a muscle. She didn't know how long it would take for Mangum to find her, but for the sake of a joke, she was willing to hold her breath as long as she could. After all, when faking her death by drowning, appearance was everything. Poor Mangum. He'll probably have a heart attack when he finds me. Chapter 2. Trev. Trev slowed his machine to a stop, his muscles relieved to have a break from driving. He had started the day in Tacoma. His father didn't see any use in visiting the small, faraway cities in the outskirts of Albion borders. But Trev wanted to show every citizen that he cared for them. If Trev had to be forced onto a campaign tour, he would do it his own way. The tour was supposed to help him in the king-ruler election at the end of the year, but it was more than that to Trev. He wanted to get to know the people, their needs and struggles. How could he lead them, be their king, if he didn't know them? Trev kicked out the stand at the bottom of his PT, letting the weight of the motorized bike rest against it. He pulled his helmet off, hanging it on the machine's handlebars. His body ached everywhere from straddling the leather seat for so many miles. Even his fingers hurt from grasping the handlebars and pushing the lever forward with his thumb. He turned to the water, hoping its coolness would soothe his tired muscles. Soft ripples rolled lazily along, begging him to dive through their perfection. His eyes followed the hypnotizing movement, until he noticed something gray bobbing in the water a few yards away. Squinting against the warm sunlight, he stepped to the pond's edge for a closer look. Was that a body? Alarm took over. He sprang into action, removing his boots and weapons belt. With one swift motion, he dove into the water, the sting of cold pricking his skin. His focus was on getting to the lifeless body's side, and in 3 strokes, he was there. He pushed the body over, recognizing the curves of a young woman. Massive amounts of wet hair covered her face, tangling between his fingers. Heart pounding, Trev wrapped his arm under her shoulder and dragged her limp body to the dock's ladder. It was a bit awkward, but he managed to hoist her up and spread her out on the decaying wood. Had he found her too late? He leaned over, checking her neck for a pulse. That's when the dead girl gave him a heart attack. "Save me, Mangum!" she shouted, jerking dramatically. The sudden burst of life from the drowning victim startled Trev, causing him to jump back, but there was nowhere for him to go. He was going to fall, and there was nothing he could do about it. Everything seemed to be in slow motion, arms and legs flailing in the air as he dropped back. For a split second, his eyes locked with the woman, who looked as surprised as he felt. Then his back slapped against the water, and he fell under. He emerged with an alarming amount of spits and coughs. "You're not Mangum," the girl gasped, leaning over the dock's edge, eyes wide. She reached her hand out to help pull him up. "And you're not dead," he grumbled, purposefully avoiding her proffered hand. He swam to the ladder instead. "No," she winced. "I'm not dead." She watched him struggle, her expression confessing her guilt. "I was faking it." "I can see that." He climbed up the ladder and collapsed on the dock, hands resting limply on his heaving chest, as he stared at the blue sky above him. She was quiet for a moment, until, suddenly, her body shook with an inexplicable spasm. Trev sat up, his brows folding together in confusion. Then she spasmed again and again, until she obviously couldn't keep it in, and she doubled over. "Are you laughing?" His question only made it worse. She wrapped her arms around her stomach, trying to hold it in, but the laughter continued to roar out of her. Her face dropped into her hands as she shook her head back and forth, She tried deep breaths, but then she peeked at Trev through her fingers and came completely undone. He was irritated at first, but the longer Trev watched her shaking form, the harder it became to stay mad. Despite his best efforts, laughter escaped his lips too. It was strange, the two of them sitting in a puddle on the dock, laughing like children. Trev couldn't remember the last time he had laughed so hard. It felt good. Trev gasped through a laugh. Why would you fake drowning? It was meant to be a joke, she defended. For this Mangum person? Trev cringed. I feel sorry for the guy. Sucking in, she slowed the momentum of her giggles. You're right, it's not funny, she said. I'm sorry for it all. Trev was curious. He scooted his body so he could sit on the edge of the dock, swinging his legs over the side. So who's this Mangum guy? And why did you get us confused? Well, I wasn't expecting anyone else. She rolled over to the edge, copying the way he sat. I've been coming to this pond my whole life, and I've never seen a single person here. How did you find this place? My friend and I stumbled upon it a year or two ago. I haven't been back since, but I needed a break today. He kicked his legs back and forth over the water. Do you live around here? She hesitated. What? He pulled his head back. It's not like I'm going to come knocking on your door. I grew up not far from here. She hedged, her gaze falling to the water below. What about you? I come and go as I please, he said mischievously. She raised her eyebrows, likely curious about his vague answer, so he opted for changing the subject. What's your name? Why? Do you keep a record of all the girls you save? Only the pretty ones, he joked, thinking he would add her name if such a list existed. She was pretty. Water dripped down from the top of her forehead and the ends of her blonde hair, making tiny splashes all around her on the dock, and prompting Trev to push his hands through his own dripping hair. Her wet clothes accentuated the curves of her body, and Trev looked away. She must have noticed his sudden avoidance, because she self-consciously pulled at her gray shirt so the damp fabric didn't cling to her chest. He tried again. Are you going to tell me your name? If I did have a list, I'd want you on it. You're a complete stranger, she deflected, bestowing a small smile. Trev raised his hands. All right, fine. Then I won't tell you my name either, and we'll be strangers forever. He looked her over again. But at least answer me this. Do you always wear boys' clothes? He asked, nodding toward her gray pants. She laughed. Have you ever tried swimming in a dress? It doesn't work very well. This may surprise you, but I've never gone swimming in a dress, he said, his tone serious. Then you have no room to judge. She smirked. Trev smiled, wondering why this girl was so easy to talk to. You know, he leaned back against his hands. There are better ways than pretending to drown to get a man's attention. I can talk to Mangum for you. Let him know you're interested. What? Mangum, Trev reminded her. You know, get his attention for you. Her nose wrinkled. I don't want Mangum's attention. She deserved payback for the fake drowning. So then you wanted mine. Trev grinned as her jaw dropped in surprise. He probably shouldn't be flirting with a random country girl. He was engaged, after all. But this was more talking than flirting. Surely there was no harm in that. I did not do this to get your attention, she objected. I already told you I wasn't expecting anyone else. It's fine. You can admit it. He gave her a sly smile. First of all, I don't know you. Second, even if I did know you and I was purposely trying to get your attention, I would have done it so much better." "Is there a better way to pretend to drown?" He smiled, unable to hide his amusement. "Well, if I had been trying to be appealing, I would have worn a dress, not a man's oversized shirt." "I agree. It's painful to look at you." That wasn't true. She was very attractive. "And not just any dress," she continued, pointedly ignoring his comment. "I would have done some investigating and found out what your favorite color was." "Blue," he interrupted. "What?" "My favorite color is blue." Then he gestured for her to continue. She rolled her eyes, but Trev saw her smile. "All right, I would have worn a blue dress." "A colored dress? That's expensive. You'd do that for me?" He raised an eyebrow. "I would have worn a blue dress." Her eyes warned him not to interrupt. "That hugged my body, leaving little to the imagination." Trev didn't feel the need to add anything. He liked what he heard. "Then I wouldn't have floated there lifeless." She threw her arms in the air, making waves with her hands. Trev leaned away to avoid being hit. "I would have splashed around, wailing and crying, to make sure that you stopped and rescued me." She dropped her hands into her lap. "Then you would have heard my cries for help and dove into the water, like I did today." He deadpanned. "Yes, apparently you have some redeeming qualities." She took a breath before jumping back into her reverie. "Once I was safe on shore, I would have looked up at you, held your gaze, and waited." She paused and turned her head to look at him. "Waited for what?" he asked, amused and absorbed by her story. "For you to kiss me, of course," she said matter-of-factly, like it was the only obvious outcome. "You kiss people you don't even know? Right after you've met?" "No," she shook her head with an edge of annoyance. "It's just a pretend scenario. We already know each other in the story. That's why we kiss. Why would I want your attention if we don't already know each other?" Trev raised the corner of his mouth into a slight smile. "Because I'm so good-looking?" She turned and looked him over, pretending to consider. "No," she decided, her expression impassive. "You're not that good-looking." Ouch. Trev's ego was wounded, but her answer came too quickly for him to really believe she didn't find him somewhat attractive. "Well, I'm afraid it would take more than a pretty colored dress and some eye contact to get me to kiss you." He folded his arms across his chest. "You'd have to be interesting, and confident, too." "Which I am," she added. "No, I don't think so," he maintained. "You're clingy and desperate for my affection. That's why you pretended to drown." She frowned, and Trev knew a brief moment of victory. It was her turn to have her ego wounded. "No, that's not it at all," she said again, this time with more passion. "Perhaps I'm poor, maybe even your servant, and I have to pretend to drown because you are too arrogant to see the love right in front of you." "No." He kept his tone even. "You're deranged and controlling. I've been kind to you, and you've taken that kindness as something more. You devised this drowning scheme as a way to—" "This is my pretend story. You have no say in it," she snapped playfully, cutting him off. "Okay, then how does it end?" He sighed, surrendering control of the plot. "After you gaze up at me, what happens?" She peered over the pond, caught up in her fairy tale. "You look into my eyes, and you finally see me, not as your poor servant girl, but as the woman you were meant to spend the rest of your life with." A smile grew across her lips. "You kiss me, and then we live happily ever after." If the fake drowning hadn't convinced him the girl was crazy, this did. Happily ever after is an ancient concept. "What do you mean?" she asked defensively. "You know, love." That one and only person you're supposed to spend your life with? Happy endings? All that. It doesn't exist. He rolled his eyes just thinking of it. Of course it does. She sounded astonished, as if his objections were absurd. Something twisted inside him, but his voice remained impartial. There's nothing in my life that proves true love exists. She looked away for a moment, and Trev internally kicked himself. He hadn't meant to get personal with her. He didn't usually get personal with anyone, besides his friend Drake. Now her silence was starting to make him uncomfortable. I understand what you're saying, she said finally. There isn't much in my life either to prove that love and happy endings exist. Her voice was quieter as she spoke, and her eyes no longer held the twinkle that had been there moments ago. Trev shifted, feeling remorseful. It was like he had popped her make-believe love bubble. I can tell you more about what isn't love than what is, she continued. But I know what kind of love I want in my future, and it's not the kind I've witnessed. What if you never find the love you're looking for? I'll create it, she replied with certainty. Trev grinned, bemused by her funny ideas about love. He'd never heard anyone talk about love like that. In fact, hardly anyone in his life talked about love at all. In his circle, there was no such thing as love, only negotiations. He cleared his throat, not liking the serious direction of their conversation and the earnest way she looked at him, like she expected him to respond with his own views on love. She wasn't going to get that from him today. He didn't know what else to say, so he did what his royal advisors told him to do in unknown situations. He flashed a brilliant smile. They told him smiling made him look confident. Smiling won the people over. It was all part of Trev's charm. It usually came naturally, and he relied on it in situations like these. Sometimes he didn't even know he was doing it. Today, though, he knew. For reasons he couldn't explain, he wanted the unusual woman to like him. His flashy smile appeared to surprise her, and she looked at him in obvious confusion, until a huge smile of her own spread across her mouth. He was winning her over. "What are you doing?" she asked. He answered without moving his lips. "I'm smiling." She laughed. "But why is it so creepy?" "I didn't know it was." Then they both burst into laughter. She leaned in closer, touching her shoulder to his playfully. "Thank you for saving me." She was teasing, but the warmth in her smile was sincere. Strangely, it made his heart lurch. "You're welcome." His voice came out raspier than he intended, but her sudden nearness caught him off guard. It had been a long time since he'd used his charms on a woman. They worked better than he remembered. When Trev had first pulled her out of the water, he'd noticed her beauty, but only in passing. Now, conversing with her, he was wholly captivated. Golden waves of wet hair tumbled around her shoulders down to her chest, framing her expressive green eyes. Eyes that told an animated story every time she spoke. Her skin glowed with the tint of a summer tan that complemented her pink lips. And her smile? It was the biggest prize of all, making him somehow feel a surge of happiness every time she bestowed it on him. His attraction to her seemed to grow exponentially, with an intensity he couldn't deny. "You know, I should probably give you a reward for saving me." Was she batting her eyes at him? He couldn't account for this flirtatious change in her behavior. All he knew was that her face and, more importantly, her lips were getting closer to his. It was weird. He didn't even know her name, and here she was, acting like she was going to kiss him. This was moving fast. She was moving fast. He parted his lips in anticipation. She paused, her green eyes holding his gaze. He didn't dare look away, or he might miss her next move. Or was it supposed to be his move? In her pretend story, she held her rescuer's gaze and waited. He was supposed to kiss her. That's what she wanted, right? But could he do it? In a way, it was wrong. What about the Princess of New Hope? I haven't even met her yet. This would be his last kiss with another woman, the last kiss he chose for himself. Maybe he owed it to himself to have one last kiss. He closed his eyes and leaned in, ready to give her what she wanted, when suddenly, her satisfied voice snapped him back to reality. "Thanks for the help, stranger." Her smile radiated with playfulness as she spoke. She tousled his hair like he was a schoolboy and hopped to her feet. He didn't realize that he'd been holding his breath until the air escaped his chest in a mixture of relief and disappointment. "And by the way," she paused for a moment, eyebrows raised, taunting him, "we were both wrong. I don't need a pretty blue dress to get you to kiss me. Just some eye contact will do." She pursed her lips together in the most adorable way, and then ran off into the trees. No, she frolicked into the trees, like she didn't have a care in the world. Trev sat there, stunned, trying to figure out what had just happened. Then he knew. That was her charm kicking in, and she had won. Chapter 3. Renna. A laugh escaped Renna's lips as she made her way to her father's grave. Her dad would have loved her interaction with the stranger. She had inherited her mischievousness from him. When he was alive, he used to prank absolute strangers, making big scenes. She'd loved that about him. Renna approached the meadow, noticing the puffy white dandelion heads scattered throughout the deep grass. She picked one up, holding it to her mouth as she blew the seeds into the air. A light breeze carried them into the middle of the small field where her father's grave lay. The sun shone on his headstone, casting an angelic glow on the ground surrounding the grave. Predis and Nellie had kept the wild grass from overtaking the monument, maintaining a clear path to and around it. Trees circled Renna, closing her in, keeping her safe from the bustle at the house down below. She was happy knowing her father was above Wellenbreck Farm, not far from their pond and everything he had loved. "Hi, Dad," Renna whispered, kneeling over the marble headstone to trace the letters of his name. Kimball Degray. Only his body rested there. His soul was somewhere else. Maybe with her always. At least that's what she told herself, so she didn't feel stupid when she carried on conversations with him. "I'm sorry it's been so long. You know I would come every day if I could." Her voice was low. She wiped away a stray tear trickling down her cheek, unsurprised to find it there. She was used to the ups and downs of her grief. One minute she'd be laughing, and the next she'd be curled up on the bathroom floor, praying the hurt and tears would subside. Today, though, she was here with him. "You would have loved the ride here," she said cheerfully, laughing to herself as she swiped another tear off her cheek. "Actually, you would have hated it. Mom complained the whole time about how bumpy it was." She picked at a few blades of grass in front of her. "But you would have loved the government transporter we rode in. We covered more miles in an hour than we ever covered in a day with Canyon Ann pulling the wagon. I wish everybody was allowed to have one. It would change regular people's lives." She sighed. But only fancy people get fancy things. And Mom's fancy now. Renna's smile faded. I would give it all up. All the nice things. Just to have you back. She could feel the emotion creeping into her voice. I miss you so much, Dad. It still doesn't seem real. You gone? Mom marrying Bryant? Moving to the government center? None of it feels like my life. I should be used to it after 4 years, but I'm not. She looked around at the trees and bushes lining the edges of the meadow. Everything seemed bigger. Time had matured the trees, just as it had her. I'm sorry Mom didn't come say hi. Renna let out a slow breath. I suppose we both know why. It's probably for the best, though. I went swimming in the pond, and we all know Mom hates that. I also pretended to drown and made some guy dive in and rescue me. She chuckled, the man's wide grin flashing in her mind. Renna lay on her side, propping her head up with her hand. It's been rough at the government center. It seems like no matter what I do, I can't please anybody. Especially Mom. Renna's voice got quiet again. I wish you were here. You would know what to say or do. The leaves clapped against each other in the breeze. Time slowed as Renna stared at her father's headstone. She had longed for moments like this, moments where she could lay beside him and feel content. The sun broke through a cloud and touched her face, warming her soul, and suddenly, her father was there with her. Renna didn't know how long she rested there with him, but too soon, it was time to go. She kissed the tips of her fingers, pressing them against his headstone. Love you, Dad. She stood up and brushed off the clumps of grass and dirt that clung to her damp clothes, and left the sanctuary of the meadow, promising to return again tomorrow. The farmhouse came into view as Renna began her trek down the steep hill. Orange sun rays scattered across the skyline, colliding with miles of open fields. It was hard to imagine this land as anything other than farmland. She had been told by her father that it was once covered with roads, buildings, and homes. Growing up, she'd found pieces and artifacts of what used to exist there, before Desolation happened. There were even a few structural remains left, where concrete foundations jutted out of the ground. But grass and weeds covered them now, as if the earth had simply adopted them as her own. She ran toward the stone house, wishing she could stay at Wellenbreck Farm. But tomorrow, they would continue to the Kingdom of Albion. Outside the house, soldiers worked to set up tents. There wasn't enough room inside for the entire caravan. Soldiers and maids needed to sleep outside. Renna accidentally slammed the back door behind her, her eyes adjusting to the dimly lit kitchen, when she suddenly realized she wasn't alone. Nice outfit, Jenica sneered, making the other girls surrounding the kitchen table look up at her and snicker. Renna sighed. She still didn't understand why Saren's friends were part of the caravan to Albion. But apparently, Saren needed to have her support group with her at all times. So here they were. At least they had ridden in a separate transporter. Renna wasn't sure she could handle a week of travel confined in a small space with them. Airplanes would have made the journey so much faster, but those had been deemed unessential from the very first council. Thanks, Renna smiled at Jenica. I found it in your closet. She sauntered into the room and opened a few cupboards, looking for something to eat. I think everyone knows I would never be caught dead with a pair of pants in my closet, especially colorless ones. Renna rolled her eyes. You should try pants sometime. They're comfortable. Finding a bushel of grapes in one of the cupboards, she plopped a few into her mouth and leaned back against the kitchen counter to face the girls. Everything about them in Wellenbreck, in her kitchen, felt wrong. Jenica's light blue eyes glared back at her. Why can't you be civilized for once? Women don't wear pants. They wore pants before Desolation, Sheridan chimed in. She was a bit of a know-it-all, always ready with information. That's probably one of the reasons civilization got destroyed. Ridiculous clothing choices. Jenica's attention went back to the small bottles of colorful liquid laid out between them. She leaned her head down over her hand, forming a pile of straight blonde hair on the table. Slowly, she painted the red liquid over her fingernails. Where did you get that paint? Renna asked, her curiosity getting the best of her. It's called nail polish, Sheridan replied, not even looking up from painting Liz Ann's nails. My mom got it from the under-counter market, Jenica bragged. So, it's not essential? Renna asked. Of course it's essential, Jenica sneered. My hands need it. Besides, she paused to blow on the wet polish covering her nails. The next Council of Essentials is in January, and my father promised to lobby for nail polish. I'm sure it will be approved. Of course, Jenica believed she had that kind of power over the Council of Essentials. Had she forgotten that during the rebuild 200 years ago, resources had been scarce? The 7 leaders couldn't just deem something like nail polish essential because their hands needed it. Renna had a hard time believing nail polish would ever be deemed essential to survival. But lately, the council seemed to approve luxuries for the ruling class that weren't essential at all. It was a strange sight, a group of women who had nothing better to do than paint their nails. Most girls their age had to work. That used to be Renna's life. She had spent exhausting days beside her father in the fields. Now, as a member of the ruling class, she had nothing to do. Guilt spread through her like fire. She hated how unfair it was, how some people lived lives of luxury, while others worked hard to survive. Something was wrong with the Council of Essentials, and nobody seemed to care. Liz Ann spoke up. She hardly ever spoke, so Renna liked her best, and she had the most amazing red hair that lit up against her pale skin. I can't believe you grew up here. It's in the middle of nowhere. I like the seclusion, Renna replied. It's peaceful. But really, it's not that isolated. Vassal is only 30 miles north of here. Jenica looked around at the house. This explains a lot about why you act the way you do. You don't know any better. She was a master at making her words sound kind, while insulting a person at the same time. Renna pushed away from the counter. She'd had enough girl talk for one afternoon. Where are Saren and my mother? Sheridan pointed upstairs. Saren is napping, and your mother is in the front room, I believe. Renna headed toward the narrow stairs at the back of the kitchen. Better to change before her mother saw her in pants. On her way up, she almost bumped into a plump body coming out of the bathroom. Nellie! Renna grabbed the woman into a tight hug. Nellie's head landed just below her chin. There had been a time when the two of them had been the same height, but that was when Renna was 13. I've missed you so much. Nellie pulled back, looking around. Shh, child, there is royalty sleeping in this house. Renna grimaced as she followed Nellie into her old room and shut the door behind them, surveying the room. It seemed smaller than she remembered, especially the bed. Besides the size, the most significant difference was how colorless everything was. The curtains, bedding, and walls, they were all muted in grays and creams, a stark contrast to the colorful world at the government center. Nellie spun around to look at Renna and put her hands on her hips. Child, I have been waiting all afternoon to see how fancy you've become in the last 4 years in your colored clothing. And look at you. You're dressed like Pretis. Renna smiled. I may have borrowed your husband's clothes to go swimming. Nellie let a laugh escape as she shook her head. Her brown hair was slicked into a bun, a cream apron pulled tight around her chest. She looked exactly like Renna remembered. Stealing Pretis's clothes and sneaking off. Nellie laughed. I'm glad to see you haven't lost all your spunk. I may live at the New Hope Government Center, but I'm still Kimball Degray's daughter, she said with a sly smile, sitting down on the bed. Where's Pretis, anyway? Oh, you know Pretis. Nellie sat beside her, the weight of her body sinking the mattress and sending Renna up like a teeter-totter. He's always about some task. Now let me look at you, child. Nellie's eyes scanned over Renna. You look so beautiful. Your father would be so proud. She placed her hand on Renna's cheek. I see him in your eyes, and your smile. You went to see him, didn't you? Renna nodded. She didn't dare speak, or else her emotion would escape, spilling out like water from a broken dam. Good. She sniffed and looked away, but not before Renna saw tears brimming in her eyes. Now that's enough of that. Nellie stood up, like she was too busy to sit still another moment. I would unpack your things, but you have some fancy maid to do that for you now. Nora, you'd like her. She's very chatty. I don't have time for chit-chat. I've got a princess to feed and must make sure she's comfortable, not to mention all my regular tasks. Nellie shook her head as she spoke. And don't even get me started on the hoity-toity, good-for-nothing girls taking over my kitchen downstairs. Renna laughed. Nellie's eyes turned serious. Have they been good to you, child? The girls downstairs? Not a bit. Not just the girls, but everyone. Are you happy there? Renna forced a smile. It's been okay. I wouldn't say I fit in, but most days I'm happy. And your mom? Is she happy? It was a delicate question that required a delicate answer. She's doing better than I've ever seen her do. There was a sadness in Renna's voice that she couldn't hide, a longing for her childhood. It's all that expensive stuff. That'd make any of us happier. Nellie smoothed her apron. Well, I must be getting back to work before your mother notices dinner isn't ready. I'll come help after I change. Nellie smiled back at her, reaching for the doorknob. Hey, Nellie? Yes, child? She turned back to Renna. I ran into a man at the pond today. He looked only a little older than me. He had dark, curly hair and a handsome face, easy smile, vibrant blue eyes. He was on a PT. Is he local? Not that I reckon. Nobody around here is allowed to have a PT, Nellie answered before shuffling out the door. Nellie was right, of course. Only someone working in a government position had access to a PT. Ordinary people didn't have clearance to drive machines like that. Renna remembered seeing the man's weapons belt tossed at the pond's edge with the rest of his things. A soldier, then, most likely. Not from New Hope, though. She would have remembered seeing a man that attractive walking the halls of the government center. She wouldn't have forgotten a face like his. Chapter 5. Renna. The sun broke through the window in Renna's room early that morning, spoiling her sleep. She wanted to stay in bed, but escaping would be much harder later on. She needed to leave before Saren woke up, and Renna's duty to the princess began. All of Saren's friends were here to see to Saren's every whim. Surely she didn't need Renna, too. Slowly, she lifted her legs out from under the covers and pulled herself out of bed. She scanned the room for one of her suitcases, but didn't see anything. She supposed they were with her maid, Nora, but she didn't want to wake her. She didn't want to wake anybody. Renna's eyes fell on an old gray day dress hanging in the closet across from her. She remembered sneaking into her mother's room years ago and snatching it away to play dress-up. It was a typical day dress for a working-class woman, cut straight and loose, with a high square neck. 2 oversized rectangular pockets rested just below the hips. Good for shoving your hands into, but not great for carrying things. Clothing hadn't changed much over the years, especially for the working class. Day dresses were long, covering the legs and arms, and were always in neutral colors. Renna hated how hot they were, but they were practical, designed to protect her from the sun and elements when she worked in the fields. On her tiptoes, Renna crossed the room, examining the dress before throwing it over her head and undergarments. She let out a deep sigh. The fit wasn't great now that she was grown. The sleeves were 3/4 length instead of long, and the dress ended mid-calf. But it would have to work for today. She had forgotten how unflattering these dresses were. When Renna had moved to the government center, the first thing she had welcomed wholeheartedly was the upgrade in clothing. Renna opened the door to her room and peered out. She looked down the hall to the master bedroom where her mother slept. The door was closed. "Thank you," she whispered to herself. Saren's door was cracked open, but if Renna was quiet, she might make it past undetected. She crept down the hallway, each step deliberate until she reached the top of the stairs. She took each stair slowly, knowing exactly how to dodge the creaks in the old wood. Reaching the bottom of the stairs safely, she quickly glanced into the front room, where Saren's friends were sprawled out, still sleeping. That wasn't a surprise. They'd sleep all day if they could. Renna headed to a closet nearby, quietly opening the door. She pulled out a satchel and a blanket and stuffed it in the bag. Next, she went to the kitchen for bread, granola, and cheese. If she had her way, she would stay at the pond until the caravan was leaving. Packed with provisions, she sidled over to the back door and pushed it open. The cool morning air filled her lungs with happiness. Eyes closed, she sucked in as if it was her first time ever breathing fresh air. Everything felt different at Wellenbreck. It felt better. Male voices startled her. She pressed her back against the stone wall and tiptoed to the corner of the house to get a better look at who was there. Guards. There were always guards in her way. The 4 men were supposed to be on patrol outside the house. Instead, they stood chatting in a semicircle. The last thing Renna wanted was to be funneled back inside by one of her mother's co-conspirators. But these men weren't expecting Renna. She was confident she could slip out unnoticed. Renna waited until the guards' heads were turned. Then she scurried to the long rows of cornstalks 15 feet away. Without thinking, she dove to her knees as if her escape was a matter of life or death. She swung her shoulder bag onto her back and started crawling, immediately feeling the damp mud between her fingers and seeping through the bottom of her dress. Ugh! Why didn't I just bend down? She was a mess, but she convinced herself that it would be fine. She could wash up at the pond and then have breakfast at her father's grave. Halfway through the row of corn, Renna decided it was safe to stand. She sighed when she saw the mess she had made out of her dress. She lifted up the bottom of the skirt, picking at the mud as she walked, trying to flick it to the ground. She took a stick and worked at the dirt on the bottom of her shoes. She was so engrossed in cleaning the mud off her clothes that she hardly registered the rest of her walk to the pond. As she approached the clearing, splashing sounds triggered the abrupt stop of her feet. Her head jerked up, but she couldn't see anything between the trees. Renna listened again. More splashing sounds. Her heart raced as the noises confirmed someone was swimming in her pond. The soldier from yesterday flashed through her mind. Could it be him? It seemed unreal, but as she peered around the last tree, a head of dark curls appeared in the water. It was him, and with very little clothes on. He had left his weapons and shoes on a rock near the edge of the dock, but this time he'd also removed his shirt and pants, which meant he was swimming in nothing but his undershorts. His muscular arms pierced through the water, and then out again with each stroke. Courage swelled in Renna's chest, tempting her to continue the game they had started yesterday. Her lips crept into a devilish smile as a plan came to mind. His clothes were only a few feet away on the rock. Renna waited until he dove under the water again. Then, without hesitating, she made a dash for the pile. As she scrambled forward, she wondered how much a person could hear underwater. She used one hand to steady her bag against her hip so he wouldn't hear it jostling. He was more likely to hear her beating heart. It pounded loudly between her own ears. Reaching his clothes, she scooped them up against her chest and scurried back toward the tree. She might have been caught, but luckily his eyes were closed when he came up for air. Brushing away the water threatening his eyes, he pushed his hands to his face and up through his hair. It gave her just enough time to reach the tree and hide safely behind it. She looked down at the pile of clothes in her arms, black pants, a white shirt, and a black button-up jacket. She noted that they were surprisingly clean for a soldier, and she resisted the urge to smell them. That would be weird. Then she reminded herself that she had just stolen a stranger's clothing. Everything about this situation was weird. So she smelled them. The aroma of lemongrass-scented soap filled her nostrils. He's a frilly soldier. Sloshing sounds in the water startled her. Renna peeked around the edge of her hiding place to see him nearing the water's edge. She willed her breath to be quiet, guessing that he was probably looking for the heap of clothing he had left by the water. He muttered something she couldn't understand under his breath, but she clearly heard the string of profanities that came next. For a moment, she panicked. I stole his clothes. This was a mistake. Maybe he didn't want to play any games today. Maybe he was in a terrible mood and had just wanted a quiet swim to feel better. But she was in too deep now. There was no way out. With as much confidence as she could muster, Renna casually walked out from behind the tree. It looks like it's your turn to be rescued, she said as she dangled his clothes from her finger. He looked in her direction, and the same smile from yesterday returned. The game was on. He huffed. I would hardly call this a situation where I need rescuing. Renna stepped closer. Is that so? I guess I'll just keep your clothes. She shrugged, an innocent look on her face. After all, I'm always looking for more boy clothes to swim in. He pushed his body out of the water and onto the dock, revealing muscles she had never known existed nor cared about until this moment. Feeling flustered by his bare chest and wet, clinging undershorts, she quickly walked forward and threw the clothes onto the dock, losing all her confidence from moments ago. "Here you go." She stumbled back onto the grass awkwardly, searching for somewhere else to look. "Are you all right?" Amusement filled his tone. "Yes, I'm fine. I just, why wasn't there anything to look at? Or anything to say that didn't make her seem like an idiot?" She covered her eyes with one hand as she spoke. "You're here, and I'm here, and you don't have your clothes on, and you need your clothes," he snickered as she rambled on. "Pants. Pants are important to have, and most men wear them, at least in front of me, and, she glanced from under the palm of her hand. He still wasn't dressed. Instead, he stood on the dock, dripping wet, his blue eyes glimmering with amusement. "I had no idea my chest had such an effect on women." "It doesn't," she lied, determined to wipe his smug smile away. She lowered her hand to her hip, trying to regain some of her pride back. She was completely horrified by how ridiculous her actions must have seemed to him. "I thought I saw a snake, and I hate snakes." "It's okay if you liked what you saw," he shrugged, obviously not believing her. She did like what she saw. In fact, she highly doubted there was anything much better, but she wasn't going to admit that to him. She waved her hand flippantly. "I've seen dozens of men shirtless just this week, all of them with better defined abs than you." There was his cute smile again, stretching from ear to ear. "Dozens of shirtless men, huh? Great. Now I sound sleazy." He studied her. "What happened to you? Maybe you do need my clothes after all." Renna sighed as she looked down. She had forgotten about the dried mud all over her dress and sleeves. She didn't even recall smoothing her hair out this morning before she'd left her room. How she looked should have been the first thing she considered when she saw him. Instead, she stole his clothes. She silently cursed herself for being so stupid. All she could think about now was how self-conscious she felt. No thanks to her mother's too-small gray dress covered in mud stains. "I tripped on my way here." Another lie. "I know how to clean your muddy dress," he said with a growing smile. "You need to get it wet. Come swim with me." He nodded to the water behind him. "Right now?" Her eyes went wide. "I thought you liked swimming." "I do, but I'm not swimming with you." She shook her head. "I don't even know you." "You can call me Trev," he said, offering his hand out to shake. "Just Trev?" she said, raising a questioning eyebrow. Usually, men gave their entire formal name. "Just Trev," he shrugged. Renna slowly took his hand, and immediately a surge of energy went through her. His eyes flashed to hers, as if he felt the chemistry too. And something inside of Renna, something she couldn't explain, flickered alive. "What's your name?" he asked, not dropping her hand. Yesterday, she hadn't wanted to tell him her name. But today, things were different. Today, she decided to match whatever game he was playing. "Renna. Just Renna." They stood there for a moment, like time had evaporated away. Her eyes blinked, remembering why they were holding hands in the first place. She gave a quick shake and pulled her hand out of his grasp. "Now we're not strangers," he explained. "Now you can go swimming with me." Renna looked at the water. She did want to swim, but in her mind, her mother's disapproving voice told her how inappropriate it would be. It was the only thing stopping her from running down the dock and jumping in the water. She folded her arms over her chest. "I can't swim in a dress. I told you that yesterday." "So take it off." He smirked. "I thought the point of getting in the water was to clean my dress." She raised her shoulders. "If I take it off, there's no point in swimming." "Excuses, excuses," he said, clucking at her. Renna let out a rough laugh. "Normal people don't just strip off their clothes and go swimming in front of strangers." "You're not normal." Her jaw dropped. "Yes, I am." "The moment I found you faking your own drowning, I knew you weren't normal." Her brows furrowed. He was right. "Still, I'm not going to take off my dress and swim with you. There are modesty rules in place to keep relationships appropriate." She held out her hands, her fingers counting as she rattled off some of the guidelines. Women should wear dresses. They should never wear anything that reveals too much of their shoulders, chest, and back. They should wear a dress color appropriate for their station. I've already seen you break one of those rules yesterday by wearing boy clothes," he said, cutting her off. Trev was right again. Renna had never cared much about the modesty guidelines. It wasn't like violators were punished by law. It was more about social scorn than anything. But there was no one here to witness except him. Slowly, Trev began to walk toward her, and Renna recognized the mischievous look in his eyes. She backed away. "Don't even think about it." "You better run," he said, getting closer. What else could she do? She took off running toward the trees, screaming the whole way. It didn't help. Trev came up behind her and grabbed her around the waist. She tried to wriggle free from his wet grasp, but he was too big, too strong. In one quick motion, he pulled her back against his chest and swung her in a circle, her feet kicking out as she spun. She could feel the moisture from his body soak through her back. Somehow, he managed to sling her writhing body over his shoulder. She pounded on his back with clenched fists as he strode across the grass and back onto the dock. "You know what? You're not normal." It wasn't normal to go from strangers to throwing a girl over your shoulder. And it definitely wasn't normal how much she secretly loved it. She hit his back again. "Put me down!" He kept walking closer to the edge of the dock. "No!" she screamed. But he was already moving to throw her in the water. She probably deserved it as payback for yesterday. But still, Renna tried to reason with him. Okay, I'll get in, but on my terms." "On your terms?" "Yes." "If I put you down, are you going to run?" "No," she groaned. He slid her to her feet and let go, taking a few steps back. "All right," he gestured to the water. "Get in then." She let out a breath. "Fine. Turn around so I can change." "I promise I won't look." As he turned, the beginnings of a grin formed on his lips. At least, not more than once. He was joking, but that didn't stop the red flames from creeping up her face. Renna pulled her dress over her head and dropped it on the dock beside her. She stood in nothing but her undergarments, feeling exposed and uncomfortable. Even if she thought the modesty rules were stupid, it was still too much to bear. She leaned over and grabbed his shirt, still resting in a clump on the dock beside them. She slipped her arms into the sleeves. It was far too big for her, with the sleeves dangling to her elbows and the hem ending mid-thigh. But it was exactly what she needed to feel comfortable. How could her mother be mad about this? "You are so slow," Trev complained, his back still turned. "Calm down," Renna said. Then she took off running down the dock, leaving Trev behind her. "Is that my shirt?" she faintly heard him yell. Then she leaped from the dock, the rush of water overhead swallowing the sound of his protests. When she came up, he was beside her, his shoulders glistening with water. He reached out and pinched the fabric of his shirt. "Very funny," he said sarcastically. "I wasn't trying to be funny. I was trying to be modest." "Well, you didn't think that through very well, did you?" "What do you mean?" "The shirt is see-through." His eyes sparkled. Renna looked down and grimaced. The white shirt clung to her skin, showing the exact outline of her undergarments. Luckily, if she stayed under the water, Trev still wouldn't see anything. Back to the modesty rules. Did you know that before Desolation, women wore whatever they wanted, even pants? He said, breaking into her thoughts. They could wear any color and show as much of their skin as they wanted. His arms waved back and forth through the water, keeping his body afloat. Yeah, I guess they didn't care much about modesty. Maybe you should have been born in that era, he teased. Maybe I should have, she said with a sly smile. Okay, just Renna. What do I need to know about you? You know, so you can stop referring to us as strangers. Well, her smile grew. I like to swim, preferably in boy clothes. And steal boy clothes, he cut in. Yes, I do that too. Her eyes glimmered as she continued. I really love food. Like, really love it. I would lick my plate clean at every meal if it was acceptable. What else? He said, treading water. Her head tilted back and forth as she thought. I speak before thinking. My mom hates it. In fact, she hates a lot of the things I do. I think I embarrass her. She shrugged her shoulders as if admitting guilt. I don't do anything with weapons, even though my father tried tirelessly to teach me skills. I'm not the type of girl who is going to save somebody or save the day. Do you find yourself in a lot of situations where you need to save the day? He asked. She smiled. Not really, but you never know. I see. What do I need to know about you, just Trev? She asked. His answer came easily. I love the color blue because of my blue eyes. I hate carrots. My best friend is named Drake. He lets me win whenever we fight, and it drives me crazy. For once, I want it to be real. I like being a leader in the army. It's what I'm good at. At least, I hope I'm good at it. Are you one of King Carver's soldiers? Yes. He hesitated. I'm an officer in the King's Guard. The king must really trust you, Renna said, kicking her feet against the water below. Trev laughed at this. Actually, the king doesn't trust me at all. How are you an officer in the King's Guard if he doesn't trust you? The prince trusts me explicitly. Trev grinned like he found something humorous about their conversation. What's so funny? She asked, eyeing him. Nothing. Then he dove under the water and out of sight. Renna let out a squeal as his hands tugged at her calves, nearly pulling her under the surface. He came up for air, water droplets rolling down his forehead and eyes. Did you think I was a shark? He asked sarcastically. You are worse than a shark. You're like a little boy in a man's body. He splashed her with water, confirming what she had just said. Renna dipped her chin into the water, scooping up a mouthful of the cool liquid. As her head came up, she spat it into Trev's face. He immediately turned his head and squeezed his eyes shut, dodging the spray. Thank you for that, he said dryly, turning to face her again. You're welcome. Trev suddenly sprang into motion, sending a froth of water into her face as he spun and swam away. Race you back to the dock. Renna barked one surprised laugh, then dove after him. With his generous head start, Trev beat her handily and reached the dock before her. climbing up the ladder to sit on the edge. She followed suit and sat beside him, their feet dangling over the side like they had yesterday. She pulled his wet shirt away from her chest, hoping to retain some shred of modesty, then tugged the hem, so it covered her thighs. But there was nothing she could do about his bare chest. It was just bare and so very... there. "Okay," he said, pushing his wet hair back from his face. It was amazing how his curls dangled perfectly, even when wet. "Ask me any question." "All right," she thought for a moment, wanting to challenge him. "What's your biggest fear?" His expression changed, and she wondered if he thought her question was dumb. Then he responded simply, "Disappointing everyone." Renna was taken aback. She hadn't expected such an honest answer. She thought he'd say something silly like spiders or vampires. "What do you mean?" "There's this job that my father wants me to have. Actually, a lot of people want me to have it. And I guess my biggest fear is that I'll fail them all. I might be terrible and mess everything up." "It sounds like a pretty important job." "It is," he said, his voice weighted with worry. "Do you even want this job, or are you just doing it to please everyone else?" Trev hesitated, like he was really thinking about her question. "I want it. I've wanted it ever since I was a little boy, and I think I could make a difference. It's just a lot of pressure." Despite feeling a little jealousy, Renna admired him. It was clear he had a plan for his life. Her own life was in constant limbo. She spent her days escorting Saren to events, attending social lunches or political meetings, and entertaining wealthy women at the government center with her mother. But things were already changing. Soon, Saren would be gone, married to the Prince of Albion, and her mother would expect Renna to marry some prestigious man so that she could have a prestigious life. As if that mattered to Renna. Her life was not her own. Everyone just told her who to be and how to act. Trev spoke again, scattering her thoughts. "What about you? What's your biggest fear?" Renna bit her bottom lip. "Ending up like my mom." "Is your mother so bad?" He raised his eyebrows in surprise. "No, she's a good person, but she has a hard time with life." Renna tried to find the right words. Her mother had been depressed for years, well before her father had died. Since marrying King Bryant and moving to the government center, she seemed happier, so Renna wouldn't describe her as depressed anymore. She spins everything negatively, and that leads to a lot of worry in her life. She always worries about what other people think about her, about us. I don't want to be like that." "I don't think you're like that," Trev said, his blue eyes sincere. She rolled her eyes. "You don't even know me. I've seen enough of you to know that you radiate happiness. It's one of the things that makes you so attractive." "You think I'm attractive?" She raised a questioning brow. "What?" His face colored. "No, I just meant that..." He scrunched his nose as he bumped his shoulder into hers. "You're all right, I guess." She thought the same thing about him, but she didn't dare say it out loud. Since her father's death, Renna had watched her life become an endless procession of people she didn't care about and appointments that didn't matter. She was stuck in a gray, dull life, despite all the colors surrounding her. But Trev had opened her eyes again. Nothing seemed muted anymore. Everything was bright and colorful, just the way it should be. A summer breeze floated around them, and Renna's entire body shivered. "We better get you dressed." Trev hopped to his feet, offering his hand to help pull her up. Her fingers touched his, and her body shivered with chills. But this time, they didn't have anything to do with the breeze. Trev. Trev didn't think that Renna could have gotten any more interesting than the girl he'd met yesterday. But as he fastened the belt to his pants, he realized how wrong he was. Today she was adorable. At first, she'd been a nervous, self-conscious wreck. It was a completely new side of her, and he'd liked watching her squirm. Then, in the pond, he found himself liking the realness of their conversation and the honest way they were able to talk to each other. She was fun and witty, bringing out the best in him. She stepped from behind the tree, fully dressed again in her muddy clothes. Her blonde hair hung down wet and just as unruly as it had been yesterday. Water dampened her dress where her undergarments were, and a brown bag dangled from her shoulder. "All dressed," she said, throwing him his wet shirt. "Thanks." He wrung it out and pulled it over his head. "What's in your bag?" She patted the satchel's soft leather and listed the contents. Bread, granola, cheeses, and a blanket. "Really? I'm starving." He reached for the bag. Renna instinctively turned away, pulling it out of his reach. "What if I don't want to share?" She smirked. Trev reached even farther, trying to grab the handle of the bag. He missed. He raised his eyebrows, matching her playfulness. "I think you owe me. Since we met, you've pretended to drown and stolen my clothes." "Well, you threw me in the water today," she challenged. "You jumped in of your own free will." She puckered her lips together. "True. I guess I have to share then." She reached into her bag, revealing a tattered brown blanket. They both took a corner of the fabric and pulled, spreading it out across the dirt and grass. She knelt down, laying out the food. Trev lowered to the ground, ripping off a chunk of bread and throwing it into his mouth. "Tell me more about yourself," he said between bites. He didn't know why, but he wanted to know everything about this girl. "More?" Renna put a slice of cheese in her mouth. "I can't think of anything else to tell." "Do you sing?" he asked. Her mouth stretched into a frown as she chewed. "Terribly." "Do you dance?" "Flawlessly." She sat up a little taller, an edge of pride coming through her voice. "I'm going to need to see," he added in his most official voice. "We can't have people throughout the countryside claiming to be excellent dancers when they're not." She brushed the crumbs off her skirt and stood up, reaching for his hand. "All right, but I need a partner. Do you think you can keep up?" A smirk formed on his lips. "I've danced a time or two." Trev grabbed her outstretched hand, electricity sizzling between them. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way, and man, it felt good. She smiled too, and then pulled him to a spot away from the blanket, placing him across from her. "We need a beat to get us started," Renna said. She stomped her foot wildly on the ground over and over, dust flying into the air. She nodded at him to see if he caught the pattern of the beat. "Recognize this?" It was a popular folk song rhythm he'd danced to many times at parties. Of course. He reached for her hand again, and they started to chasse to the left in rhythmic moves. Typically, Trev was an excellent dancer, but Renna made him nervous. He had to think about every move, what step came next, and where his hands were supposed to go. As he worried about trying to impress her, she tripped on his foot, almost falling. They both laughed, neither of them sure whose fault it was. With each step or direction change, their laughter grew louder. They no longer followed the pattern of the dance, but instead spun around faster and faster. "I think I'm going to be sick." Renna broke free of the circle and spun to a stop. She focused on the ground with her hands on her hips, trying to will the dizziness away. It didn't work. Losing her balance, she toppled over and landed on her back in the grass. Trev burst into laughter. "You're right," he said, fighting his own dizziness until he made it to the ground next to her. "You are the best dancer I've ever seen." By this time, Renna laughed so hard that she couldn't speak. Or at least Trev couldn't make any sense out of the words she said. "I definitely think you should teach lessons. People would come for miles to witness your graceful movements." She hit him on the arm. "You're making fun of me." "Your dancing deserves it. I want another chance." She stretched out, holding her stomach where the pains of laughter still lingered. "With real music and beautiful dresses, so I can prove how good I am." "Maybe you aren't excellent after all, but no one has dared to tell you." Renna tugged at a handful of grass and threw it at him. His eyes flickered with amusement, but he didn't move. She grabbed another handful of grass and threw it at him again. He ignored her, so naturally she pulled out more grass and knelt in front of him, piling it on top of his head like a bird's nest. He grabbed her arms and pushed her to her back again, the bird's nest on his head scattering down over her. She squealed as his legs straddled her torso, restraining both her wrists with one hand while the other plucked fresh grass. "You don't stand a chance." He pulled at the grass around them, throwing it onto her in big mounds. Renna shook her head and her body trying to break free, laughing the entire time. "Do you give up?" he asked. "Yes, yes!" she screamed, still trying to wiggle free. Trev held a pile in his hand, ready to attack. "I'm not sure I can trust you." "I think you got it in my mouth," she said as she spat into the air. "You started it," he said innocently. "You're like a 12-year-old. She laughed and squirmed again, trying to free herself. "How old are you anyway?" he asked, still holding her firmly to the ground. 18. She gave one last struggle for freedom, but to no avail. "How old are you?" 24. Trev answered. He could feel the heaviness of her breathing beneath him, and for a moment, it was like everything in his life paused. This strange girl made him feel differently than he ever had. He studied her flushed cheeks, her soft lips, her green eyes that always seemed alight with passion about something. She was intoxicating. There was something about Renna that connected with him, a pull toward her he couldn't deny. But he needed to deny it. He was engaged. The thought stung, and he quickly rolled his body off of hers. Trev gestured behind him to his PT. "I should probably get going." He needed to put some space between them, even if he didn't want to. Renna. Renna let out a long breath, regret flaring inside her. She shouldn't have been with a man on the ground like that. It had been innocent fun at first. Then, something had changed in Trev's expression, and suddenly their playful moment had turned intimate. But then he'd scrambled away so quickly. Maybe she'd just imagined it? Either way, she couldn't help but like him, at least what she knew of him. And his looks? They couldn't be ignored. The combination of his athletic build, dark curls, severe blue eyes, and that boyish smile were proof enough that God was feeling generous the day he had created him. She twisted her hair between her fingers, willing herself to play it cool. "Are you headed to the ruler's palace in Albion?" Renna said, as he knelt back down on the blanket to help her clean up. She didn't want to sound too hopeful. He looked away guiltily. "I am." "I'm going there too," she said, her voice eager. So much for playing it cool. She waited for him to say they could meet again, or to say anything, really. But he just sat there, shock taking over his expression. Clearly, seeing each other again hadn't been in his plans. A pang of insecurity bounced around inside her. "You're going to the ruler's palace?" He paused for a brief moment, then added, "To work?" "To work? Oh, he thinks I'm a servant." Logically, she couldn't blame him for thinking that. The gray dress alone was a symbol of the lower class. People in the government or ruling class wore colored clothes. Then there was the mud, and the free-spirited way she had acted in front of him, swimming and dancing. None of that was becoming of a woman in her position. Still, his words cut. Renna had spent the last 4 years trying to prove to everybody that she belonged in high society, something she wasn't even sure of herself. In 1 second, he dismissed all the effort she had made. Her hurt turned to anger. A quick temper had always been her weakness. She would prove to him just how wrong he had been. "No, sorry to disappoint you, but I'll be staying at the Albion ruler's palace with my mother." She stood and raised her chin. "Marielle, Queen of New Hope." She tried to pull her blanket out from under him so she could make a dramatic exit, but the fabric wouldn't budge. A flood of confusion splashed across Trev's face. "I didn't know," he stammered. "I just assumed by the way you were dressed and how you acted." She glared at him, daring him to finish his sentence. Meanwhile, she kept tugging on her blanket until he finally rolled off. "Does a woman in my position have to be perfect all of the time?" She crumpled up her blanket, then struggled to shove it in her bag. "I thought for once I could just be myself, but I guess I was wrong." She turned with purpose and began heading back in the direction of Wellenbreck Farm. Trev tried to stop her, but every time he stepped in front of her, she turned and walked in the other direction. It was actually quite immature of her, but she couldn't help it. He had embarrassed her. Or maybe she had embarrassed herself. It was always hard to tell. "Please." Trev grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. "I don't understand. Your mother is the queen?" Renna was disgusted with him. "Of course, that's the part you want to talk about. My mother being a queen. Maybe you should try starting with an apology." "I'm sorry." He smiled a little bit, trying to charm her into forgiveness. "It's just a misunderstanding, honestly." He shook her shoulders so that she would look at him. "I'm sorry. I really am." "Well, you should be." Her voice turned cold and haughty. "Prince Ezra is expecting us. I'm sure he wouldn't confuse me with the help." With that, she wiggled out of his grasp, spun and walked away, head held high. She meant to prove how much of a lady she was. She had seen Saren act this way for years. Surely she could manage it now. Trev. "Prince Ezra is expecting us." Her last words played back in his mind. Trev couldn't believe it. Renna's mother was the Queen of New Hope. That meant Renna was the princess. Drake had said that the New Hope caravan was staying nearby. She was on her way to the Albion ruler's palace to meet him. But if she was on her way to meet her fiancé, why was she out here, flirting with a soldier? Probably for the same reasons he was flirting with her. She was nothing like he'd expected. There were rumors about the New Hope princess, about her beauty and perfection. But the woman storming away from him now was a mess of a girl. He pulled himself together and ran after her. "Renna, wait. We'll laugh about this someday," he said as he caught up to her, matching her stride for stride. "Laugh about the fact that you thought I was a servant?" she snapped. "About all of it." But Trev was already starting to laugh. "You'll be the most beautiful lady in Albion, dressed in mud." He could see that she wanted to stay mad at him as she turned her face from his laughter and bit her lip. But slowly, his efforts softened her anger until she looked at him again. Still, an edge of annoyance masked her expression, and a clip of sarcasm tainted her words. "I bet you wouldn't even want to be seen with me." He raised his eyebrows in jest. "Only stolen moments in dark corners. I have a reputation to uphold." At this, Renna scoffed and tried to turn away, but Trev grabbed her shoulders again. "However, I might be able to squeeze you in for a dance, as long as you don't embarrass me with your dance moves." She half smiled and half rolled her eyes at his insult. "I can't believe you are going to Albion." He shook his head, unable to hold back his smile. He wanted to tell her who he was, but decided it would be more fun to surprise her at the palace. "Is that going to be a problem?" Renna glared. "Do you have a girlfriend back in Albion I have to avoid or something?" "A girlfriend? No." He cocked his eyebrow. "Is there a boyfriend somewhere waiting for you?" he asked. "Or a fiancé?" He was dying to hear her answer. "No." She shook her head quickly, as if the thought were absurd. "Most men keep their distance from me." "Good." "But you," she continued, her voice overly dramatic, "I'm sure you're very popular among the ladies." "Oh, that's just because I don't look down their dresses when they curtsy." Renna threw her head back with laughter. "Wow, I can't believe you just said that." "It's true. Other men need to hide it better." "So you're saying you do look, but you just hide it better?" "Absolutely not. I'm a gentleman through and through." He winked at her. Her smile grew bigger, and he knew she wasn't mad anymore. "You're annoying," she said, eyeing him. "And funny?" he pressed. She bit back a smile. "No, just annoying." Trev couldn't believe it. He was relaxed for the first time in years. Renna had suddenly rearranged all the stresses inside him and created space for carefree moments like this. Knowing who she was changed everything. It was fate, the attraction and the inexplicable pull toward her. They were meant for each other. Renna. Renna decided to forgive him for confusing her with the help, especially since the intense look was back in his eyes. The look he'd had when they were lying in the grass. The look that made Renna feel like something was about to happen. His hand swept across her hair as his fingers pushed it behind her ear. His intimate touch made her nervous, in a good way. Every single nerve in her body came alive, keenly aware of his fingers on her skin. She looked up to find him already watching her, his blue eyes burning brightly. Yesterday morning, she didn't even know he existed. Today, all she could think about was how much she didn't want to lose him. "You are quickly becoming my favorite person." He spoke quietly, his words somewhere between a normal voice and a whisper. Renna swallowed back the butterflies rising in her stomach. "You must not know that many people." Trev smiled, the full smile that Renna was beginning to love. He stepped closer. "What would you do if I kissed you right now?" Her heart tripled in speed as her eyes met his. "I would probably wonder if I'm doing it right." "Oh, why do I always say the first thing that comes to my mind?" Trev laughed. the sound soft and deep. I'll let you know if I have any complaints. Renna's stomach turned over itself, and her breathing became heavy. Slowly, he leaned down and touched the tip of his nose to hers. She closed her eyes, anticipating his lips' soft touch, when the unexpected drone of an engine interrupted them. Renna jumped, and her sudden movement left Trev's lips to clumsily brush against her lower cheek. Or maybe it was her neck. She wasn't even sure. Flames of red embarrassment crept up her face at the awkward, almost kiss. But they flamed even hotter when she turned to see Mangum emerge from the trees on a PT and skid to a stop behind them. He jumped off the motorized bike and came toward them angrily. How much had Mangum seen? He stopped a few paces away, his brows pulled together in a stern frown. Renna, your mother sent me to find you. The caravan is leaving within the hour. It's my fault, Trev said, stepping forward confidently. We lost track of time. Mangum's eyes narrowed on Trev. I could have guessed who was to blame. Renna cringed. Did Mangum have to play the role of father right this very second? Glad we're on the same page. Trev smiled, and she marveled at his ability to remain calm under Mangum's glare. We're leaving, Mangum said to Renna in a clipped tone, his eyes never wavering from Trev. Renna was all too happy to oblige, unable to bear her mortification for another second. Will I see you at the palace? She nervously looked between Mangum and Trev. She hated that they had to have their goodbyes in front of him. Trev winked at her. You won't be able to miss me. And with that, Trev climbed on his PT, started the engine, and drove off into the trees. 6. Renna. Renna sat on the PT behind Mangum. His stiff posture was proof enough that he was upset with her. She thought about keeping her mouth shut for the entire ride, but she couldn't. She needed to ask Mangum a favor before it was too late. Mangum, Renna spoke into the side of his helmet. Can we stop at my father's grave real quick? Mangum was usually so serious that Renna wasn't entirely sure what he thought about her. She guessed that he liked her, at least a little bit. Why else would he have put up with her pranks for so long? She hoped that he would do her this one favor today. Your mother will be upset, he said against the wind. Please, Mangum. Her hands pulled tightly at the sides of his shirt. It's on the way. His body relaxed. Fine, but just for a moment. Renna smiled, hugging him to her chest. The meadow came into view around the corner, and Renna could hardly wait for the PT to slow to a stop before she jumped off. She ran across the secluded glade to her father's graveside. We're leaving, she whispered under her breath, not wanting Mangum to hear. I couldn't leave without saying goodbye, but I promise I'll come back. I'll find a way to come back. Renna bent down, grazing her fingers over the headstone. I love you, Dad. I'll always be your little girl. She hesitated for a moment before running back to the waiting PT. Okay, we can go now, Renna said, wrapping her arms around Mangum. As they drove along, she studied Mangum's hair coming out the back of his helmet. The brown strands were heavily streaked with gray. As they came down the hill, guards folded up tents and carried them to the waiting transporters. Everyone's heads flipped to Renna when they heard the personal transporter. Mangum parked and helped her to the ground. Her hair was still damp, and so was her dress where her undergarments had soaked through. Plus, all the dried mud remained. Renna sighed as Mangum escorted her past the men, knowing she was giving the guards quite the show. I must notify the Queen of your activities. Mangum's voice was solemn as he opened the back door for her. Renna was careful to avoid eye contact. She couldn't bear to see the disappointment in his kind eyes. It's really not necessary, she said, hoping he would reconsider. I wish it wasn't, but I work for your mother. Mangum nodded, then left to go report to the Queen. That should be interesting, Renna muttered under her breath. There you are, child, Nellie said as Renna walked into the kitchen, closing the door softly behind her. You missed lunch, but I saved some sandwiches for you. I'll put them in a sack and you can eat them on the way. You're always so kind to me, Nellie. I'll put some carrots in there, too. Something healthy for you. Trev doesn't like carrots. She smiled just thinking about him, his boyish charm and the way he joked with her. Humor was always Renna's weakness when it came to men, so Trev and his witty personality were enough to keep her highest hopes about love alive. Pretis came through the door behind her, carrying a bag of vegetables. He looked older than Renna remembered, with wrinkles curling around his eyes and lips. His hair was gone on the top of his head, and his tan skin looked tougher than before. But he lit up with youthful excitement when he saw Renna. There she is, he exclaimed, kissing Renna on the forehead. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever see you this visit. I know, I'm sorry. I haven't been around much. Well, let's get a good look at you. He pulled Renna to her feet, holding out her arms. You're all grown up and looking just like your dad. Nah, I'm better looking than he was. Pretis chuckled. It's a good thing he isn't here to hear you say that. The sound of bustling skirts interrupted them, announcing the arrival of Cypress, the Queen's maid. She strode into the room with an air of emergency, like always. Her brown hair was cut short, and her eyebrows arched high into the creases of her forehead, adding to her intensity. Renna, the Queen requests an audience with you. She spoke with an edge of anxiousness to her voice. When Renna didn't immediately jump to her command, she snapped, Now! Renna knew better than to keep Cypress waiting, let alone her mother. She gave Pretis and Nellie a frustrated look and followed Cypress up the stairs to her mother's room. Marielle was seated on a large chair near the window. The room was bare and gloomy compared to the Queen's enormous chamber at the government center. 2 soldiers were carrying the Queen's trunks from the room as they entered. She waved her hand impatiently toward the guards and Cypress. Leave us. Cypress gave a knowing nod and closed the door behind her as everybody left. Renna waited in silence for her mother to make the first move. Was she going to start her lecture with her sneaking out this morning, or would she lead with her being found alone with a man? Renna's bet was on the man. Haven't I warned you about promiscuous behavior? Her mother said, worry evident in her voice. Yes, you have, and that's why I continue to avoid it. Mangum said he found you in a questionable situation with a man. Marielle rose and paced the room, her smooth movements accentuating her slender body. Is he lying? We were just standing there. I don't think that is considered questionable. Mangum said you were kissing. I wish we'd been kissing, Renna said under her breath. She looked at her mother. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing you need to worry about. It was all very innocent. I'm always worried. That was true. There is a lot expected of you, of us. If something were to happen. Nothing happened. And when Renna said nothing, she meant nothing. She was pretty sure the awkward neck kiss hadn't counted as a real kiss. Did anyone else see you? No? Let's hope not, for your reputation and for mine. Of course, her mother would be worried about that. Ever since King Bryant had sent for her, she seemed desperate to prove to the entire kingdom that she belonged and was worthy of her position. Like I said, nothing happened, so you don't need to worry. Her mother wrung her hands. Just promise me you'll keep it that way in Albion. Mangum said the man made plans to see you at the ruler's palace. The palace is a big place. I bet I won't see him again. Renna hoped that wasn't true. What's his family's name? Are they prominent in Albion? I don't know. He never told me his last name. Renna smiled to herself, remembering the cute way he had said, "Just Trev." The queen raised an eyebrow. And what about his position? He's an officer in the King's Guard. Her mother was silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. Please remember that this silly flirtation comes second to the courtship between Saren and Prince Ezra. Nothing distracts from that. Marielle's brown eyes were pleading. Saren needs us right now, more than ever. I know. And for goodness sake, Renna, clean yourself up for the ride. We're leaving soon. Okay. As she left, her mother shook her head in what could only be disappointment. Her father used to say her mother made mountains out of molehills. Now that Renna was older, she understood what he'd meant. Her mother had always been fragile. Anxiousness ruled her emotions. Her father tried hard to make her mother happy, but nothing worked for long. She had been cold and indifferent to him, often picking fights. It was hard to watch, and hard to forgive, especially since Renna adored her father. Her mother's mood had improved since they moved to the government center. Renna still remembered that day 4 years ago, when a transporter arrived at Wellenbreck Farm with a special message from the King of New Hope. Her mother had read that letter through tear-filled eyes. Finally, she had said over and over again. It was like her mother knew that one day King Bryant would come for her, which came as a complete surprise to Renna. She couldn't understand why the King of New Hope would marry her mother, the wife of a common farmer, or how he'd even known who she was. Had her mother entered some sort of contest to be the next Queen of New Hope? Or did she somehow know King Bryant? None of it made sense. But a month after Queen Isadora died, King Bryant sent for Renna's mother. Almost instantly, she went from being Marielle Degray, living on the far lands of the kingdom, to being Marielle, Queen of New Hope. Renna remembered the king's servants packing their things, touching everything. Before Renna knew it, she'd been forced to say goodbye to her home and her way of life. It had been traumatic, to say the least. Guards had pulled her from her father's grave. She'd sobbed and screamed that she didn't want to go, clinging to Predis and Nellie, until the guards pulled her away from them, too. The memory was so painful, it took her breath away. Now, she was leaving Wellenbreck Farm again, except this time, she had something to look forward to. Renna made her way to her room to clean up. Thankfully, Nora had left a dry dress and undergarments on her bed. She picked up the clothes and walked to the bathroom across the hall, turning on the faucet in the tub. Renna held her hand under the running water, trying to find a reasonable temperature. She was grateful to whatever leaders after Desolation who had voted to keep running water. It seemed like an obvious thing, but after Desolation, when everything was destroyed, people wanted to go back to a simpler way of life. Running water had been deemed essential in one of the early councils, but new things were added every time the Council of Essentials met. Transporters had been added at the last council, but only for political leaders and soldiers. Not wanting to delay the caravan's departure, Renna quickly bathed, threw on her pink travel dress, and headed downstairs. Nellie was in the kitchen, packing up the last of the food for travel. Renna ran to her, almost knocking her over with the force of her hug. "I wish I had more time here with you." "Child, we're not going to do a big sad goodbye again. You can come visit whenever you want." Nellie released the hug and put her hands on Renna's cheeks. "Promise me." Nellie's hands on her face made it difficult to move, but she managed a stiff nod. "Now go outside and say goodbye to Pretis." Renna hugged her tightly one more time. She hated saying goodbye to them and to Wellenbreck, but this time it was different. There were no tears and screams. She was older now, stronger. She had been through the worst and had come out the other side. Her future wasn't exactly bright, although Trev was a bright spot, but she could handle whatever came her way. Renna took the back door out of the kitchen, thinking she might find Pretis working in the fields. But instead, she found Saren sitting on a bench next to the back door, her legs crossed gracefully. Long black hair poured down her shoulder, smoothly pooling in her lap. She looked beautiful with the summer sun on her, illuminating her like an angel. But when did Saren not look beautiful? "Have you seen Pretis out here?" Renna squinted out toward the nearby fields, scanning for the farmhand's lanky form. "Who?" Renna had to remind herself that Saren didn't know this place, didn't know Pretis. "The caretaker, tall, bald, and wears a gray farmhand uniform." Saren answered without even glancing her way. "I think he's out front loading the transporters." Renna moved to go, but something about Saren's demeanor beckoned her to stay. "You okay?" Saren's dark eyes flicked to hers. They were full of glossy moisture and a sadness that Renna had never seen there before. Saren was always so carefully in control of her emotions, but today, things were different. "I can see why you like it here so much. There's so much open space, it's refreshing." Her voice caught as she spoke. Renna hesitated for a moment, then stepped closer. "Is everything all right?" she asked, doubting Saren would tell her even if something was wrong. They didn't have a bad relationship, but they weren't close. Their conversation topics usually covered meaningless gossip, the latest fashion trends, events held at the government center, the king and queen, and the weather. Saren was silent, staring out at the fields with an unmistakably sad expression. Renna pressed gently. "Are you nervous about going to Albion?" Saren smiled lightly. "Am I nervous about going to a new kingdom, a new home, and living with a new family? Probably no more nervous than you were when you had to leave this place." Renna hadn't thought about it that way, but it made her see her stepsister differently. Saren was the perfect princess, but for a brief moment, Renna just saw a girl carted away from her home in a negotiation. Renna eased onto the edge of the bench next to Saren. "I was nervous about moving to the government center, but I still had my mom, and you have your friends." "I'm sure they'll be a great comfort to me," Saren sighed. Renna couldn't tell if she meant the comment sarcastically or not. "And you'll have Prince Ezra." Renna smiled with encouragement. "Yes, I'll have Prince Ezra." Saren turned her head the other direction, discreetly wiping an errant tear. "My father's advisors tell me he's handsome, charming, and kind." "Then it sounds like your father made a good match for you." "Yes, I'm very fortunate." There was an edge of bitterness in her voice, but Saren quickly moved on, straightening her back and smoothing her dress as she stood. "I better go see if they're ready to go. I hope you find your friend," she said, swishing past Renna. Renna sat on the bench a moment longer, surprised. She couldn't believe the honest moment she had just shared with Saren. It had only taken 4 years for her stepsister to open up to her. Now that they were finally getting closer, Saren was leaving. Renna followed Saren around to the front of the house, where maids and guards busily loaded the last few items into the transporters. The Queen and Saren's friends stood around the vehicles, watching the guards load the backs with luggage. Jenica walked to Saren, calling to Renna over her shoulder. "Where did you run off to today?" "I had a secret rendezvous in the woods with a handsome man." As she said it, she could feel her mother's eyes cutting into her. Jenica laughed flippantly. "Oh, Renna, at least you have a sense of humor." "Yes, thank goodness for that," Renna said sarcastically. Mangum bowed before the Queen. "We're ready to go, my lady." He held the door open for them. Renna met Predis behind the vehicle. "I'll see you in a few weeks on our way back through." She hugged him, stretching to the tips of her toes to reach around his shoulders. "You save more time for me when you come back. I'll put you to work in those fields." Renna laughed. "Plan on it." She climbed into the transporter and watched as Wellenbreck faded from her view. Chapter 7. Trev. Trev skidded his PT to a stop in front of the Vassal Inn. Drake sat a few feet away at a metal table under the shade of the inn's canopy. Other than him, the patio was empty. A finished plate and cup were laid out in front of him. "You went back to see the girl, didn't you?" Drake asked. Trev smiled and shrugged at his friend. "What are you thinking? You're getting married in 4 weeks." There was an edge of irritation to Drake's tone. "I mean, I understand that you're being forced into a marriage with a woman you don't know, but this isn't like you. It's a little late to behave this way." "It's never too late to go after a pretty woman." Trev's eyebrow raised up. Drake closed his eyes and pressed his fingertips together in front of him, as if praying for patience. "When the king expects you home tomorrow to meet the woman you're engaged to, then yes, it is too late. Nothing can happen with this girl. Nothing." "Relax," Trev said with an easy smile. "I'm not going to relax. You are engaged." Drake shook his head as he rubbed the stubble on his chin, clearly frustrated. "She's the Princess of New Hope." Drake snapped his head up. "Who?" "Renna." His voice deepened. "Who's Renna?" "The girl I met at the pond. She's the Princess of New Hope." Drake's eyebrows shot up. "I thought the princess was named Saren." It hadn't occurred to Trev that she had changed her name, but Drake was right. The Princess of New Hope was named Saren. She must have changed her name so he wouldn't know who she was. That's why she didn't want to tell him her name when they first met. It all made sense now. It wasn't like Trev went around calling himself Ezra. "How did you find out?" Drake asked. "She told me." "She told you?" Drake repeated. "Does she know who you are?" "Not yet." Trev looked forward to her reaction when she found out. "Why haven't you told her?" "It didn't come up." "It didn't come up?" Drake asked with exasperation. "Why do you keep repeating everything I say?" "Because I can't believe what I'm hearing." Drake was speechless for a moment, then let out a harsh breath. "I feel like the fact that she is the Princess of New Hope, and you are the Prince of Albion, who she is about to marry, is an important piece of information that you should have mentioned." "What's she going to do? Go find another prince to marry?" "You never know. If she doesn't like you, maybe she'll call off the marriage treaty. Albion needs the alliance to work more than New Hope does." "Why wouldn't she like me?" Trev feigned offense. "I'm a catch." "Do you like her?" Drake asked. For years now, the best he had hoped for out of the New Hope princess was someone he could tolerate, maybe even respect. But Renna was more than that. She was unexpected, and so were his rapidly developing feelings. Trev shrugged. We get along. Drake's jaw dropped a little. I've never seen you like this. Like what? You know. Drake flipped his hand over and over as he searched for the right explanation. All crazy over a girl. A puff of air vibrated through Trev's lips. I'm not crazy over a girl. Yes, you are. Drake's eyebrows raised in amusement. Big time. You're an idiot. Trev rolled his eyes, needing a way to hide his unexpected blush. Are we leaving for Oakfor or not? Drake held up his hand in a gesture of defeat, then stood from the table and gathered his things. I was just waiting for you. Our tests have shown contamination in our water supply for 2 weeks now, and each day the contamination levels grow worse. Oakfor's Mayor Agribba pulled the test tube out of the well and held it up for Trev. There was a crowd of people gathered around them in the city square. Everyone was curious to see what Prince Ezra would say about their water problem. Trev looked at the murky water in the glass tube. Why haven't you petitioned for help? We have. As soon as our well water tested contaminated, we wrote to King Carver asking for the proper chlorinated chemicals to flush the contamination out. A week later, when we still hadn't heard anything, we sent a few men to the ruler's palace to speak to the king personally. They haven't returned yet. The mayor pulled nervously at his thick brown beard as he spoke. Trev frowned. He didn't understand why his father hadn't done anything for the people of Oakfor. Water contamination was a big problem, although he had a feeling that his father didn't care much about that. Still, a king who didn't answer his people's petitions was bad optics, and his father certainly cared about that. Why hadn't he sent aid? What has your city done for water over the past 2 weeks? We boil our drinking water. Even after boiling, though, a lot of folks have come down with fevers. Most still fear drinking the water. Luckily, the Dolmans brought huge containers of fresh water. They've been our saviors. Trev shot a concerned look to Drake standing next to him. So, Maxwell and Jonas had been here before them. For the people of Oakfor's sake, Trev was glad. The city needed that water. But this wasn't going to help Trev's election campaign. Jonas was clearly trying to gain momentum and votes any way he could. We're concerned about our crops. Irrigation water has been affected. Contamination levels have risen to the point that we stopped flooding our fields as a precaution. We can't afford to risk the harvest. It rained 2 days ago, but if this goes on much longer, we'll lose our crops for the season. Trev nodded and motioned to one of his men standing behind him. Zarek, take a man with you to the ruler's palace immediately. Tell my father's advisors that Prince Ezra is demanding chlorine for Oakfor's water, at once. Bring the chlorine back as quick as you can. He turned to the crowd so all could hear him. We'll have this problem fixed in 2 to 3 days at most. Do you have enough drinking water to last you until then? Mayor Agribba nodded. Yes, the water the Domans brought should last at least that long, and we still have the option of boiling if we need to. What if our crops don't recover? A thin man shouted from the crowd. His skin was tanned and weathered, likely from hours of sun exposure. First, let's see how the crops do before we make any plans. But be assured that King Carver and I are willing to provide for your city in whatever way we can. Trev walked through the crowd of people that circled the city well, shaking their hands and answering any other questions they had. He was stopped by an elderly woman, her gray head barely reaching the middle of his chest. Bless you for coming, Prince Ezra. The old woman squeezed Trev's hand as she spoke. Her wrinkly skin was coarse against his fingers. We've had a Trevenna king since the first Council of Essentials. I think you'll be the best king yet, out of all the kings since Desolation." Trev stared back at the woman, humbled to see how much faith she had in him. "Thank you for saying that. I hope I can live up to your expectations." "I know you will. I can see it in your eyes." "My eyes?" "Yes, they're kind." "I hope so," Trev said with a smile. "Prince Ezra?" A little girl ducked through the crowd and tugged on his jacket. She wore a tattered cream dress and had scraggly blonde hair tied back at her neck. "Are you going to marry a princess?" Trev thought about Renna, and, for once, he didn't hate answering the question. "Yes, I am." "Will you bring her back to Oakford so we can meet her? I've never seen a real princess before." He patted the girl on the top of her head. "Well, she actually looks a lot like you." The little girl beamed. "We're all really excited about your upcoming marriage, Your Highness," another onlooker said. "I am too." For the first time, Trev actually meant it. Chapter 8. Trev. Trev and Drake arrived in Albana City at the ruler's palace the next morning. Trev could see his father's watchful eye from his balcony above the courtyard. He gestured with his hand for Trev to join him upstairs. It wasn't going to be the typical father and son joyful reunion. King Carver had always shied away from emotional connection. Trev entered his father's office to find him seated at his desk, poring over a stack of papers. The room was lavish, with stained woodwork and trim covering the walls. Rich leather couches were positioned in front of a large stone fireplace, with several smaller leather chairs facing the king's mahogany desk. "You're late," King Carver said, barely glancing up from his work. His dark hair and beard were peppered with silver, and his face held deep lines. "Good to see you too, Father." Trev casually sat on a couch next to the fireplace, rummaging through a nearby tray of food that had been brought in for his father. "You were supposed to be here last night." Trev picked up a piece of fruit and put it in his mouth. "We got held up." "A messenger sent word that the New Hope princess will arrive this afternoon." His father looked up from his desk. "Do I have to remind you how important this alliance is?" Trev already knew, of course, but was sure his father would tell him anyway. "You need the princess to help you get votes in the election. Some factions believe our family has ruled this country too long." "More like people think you have ruled too long." "They want change. They want Jonas Doman, which we know is a terrible choice. He only wants power and control." "And you don't?" "It will be harder for people to vote against you once you're married to the New Hope princess. Jonas doesn't have New Hope." His father smirked. "We do." The marriage alliance was something King Carver liked to brag about. How 10 years ago he'd had the forethought to arrange a marriage alliance with New Hope and plan the ceremony just a few months before the election. What if people don't vote based on New Hope? What if they vote based on who is helping them right now? Bah! New Hope has the strongest military in all 7 kingdoms. People will vote based on the fact that New Hope's military, combined with ours, will keep them safe from Tolston's attacks. "Father, I've spent the last year touring the kingdom, and I can tell you that most people have more worries than just Tolston. They also care about their livelihoods, earning enough money to survive the winter, and keeping their crops from failing. If people vote based on those things, I might not win the election. What happens to the alliance then?" His father leaned back in his chair. "If you don't win the election, the terms of the alliance won't be honored. Albion will lose everything." There was a lot riding on Trev, on him becoming king. If he somehow messed up the election, his kingdom would suffer. He alone held the future of Albion in his hands. When he really thought about it, The pressure suffocated him.
Of course, if you lose the election, we wouldn't be giving up all chance at a crown. You'd have to go to New Hope and gain support there. Though King Bryant still has 13 more years to his reign, which isn't ideal.
His father rubbed his chin.
Unless we usurped him somehow.
Trev dropped his head into his hands.
You're unbelievable. Do you even hear yourself?
What? The king shrugged.
I can't believe you would suggest usurping King Bryant, just so I could become a king. It's despicable, and I won't be a part of it. Don't lose the election, and you won't have to be.
Trev gave him a pointed look.
You're not helping my chances. Did you know that Oak Four's main water source is contaminated? I heard something about that. Why didn't you send help? They're desperate.
His father rolled his eyes.
It's good for people to feel desperate. It helps them realize how much they depend on us. Now, they'll be grateful when we do help. No, they're grateful to Jonas Doman for personally delivering barrels of water when their king ignored them. If you want me to win this election, you're going to have to start listening to the people and helping them, because that is exactly what Jonas is doing.
The king's face colored with sudden rage. He picked up a book on his desk and threw it at the tray of food on the table next to Trev. The plate toppled to the ground, flinging fruit and cheeses everywhere.
Don't tell me how to run my kingdom.
The king pounded his fist against the desk.
I am the one who has kept Oak Four and everywhere else safe from Tolston for the last 30 years. Without me, people would be under Tolston's rule. Our people need more than protection. They need a king who listens.
Trev shot back. Carver let out an exasperated sigh and calmed his voice.
You think you know it all, don't you?
His father glared at him.
That you know exactly what this kingdom needs. Did you know there was an attack on the province of Axville, on our border with Tolston?
What? A burst of air escaped Trev's chest. Carver looked oddly pleased, as though the news of the attack cheered him.
We received reports of a group of Tolston soldiers ransacking the city and kidnapping 8 young women from the town. As far as we can tell, they took the girls back to Tolston. There's no more information on their whereabouts, but the reports say the land on our side of the border is still overrun with Tolston soldiers.
When did this happen?
A few days ago, while you were busy shaking hands with peasants.
His father leveled a condescending smile at him.
As you can see, Oak Four's water problem is the least of my worries. Right now, Tolston is my only concern.
When will you let go of this obsession with Tolston? Trev asked.
You couldn't possibly understand. His father huffed. They think I killed her. My own wife.
I know. Trev's stomach tightened. He had loved Queen Avina from Tolston. His father had married her a year after his own mother had died during childbirth. Queen Avina was the only mother he'd ever known. And Trev vividly remembered the day he'd heard her ragged scream outside his window, only to look down and see her sprawled and broken on the hard ground below, her body contorted in ways that even a 7-year-old boy knew were wrong. Servants quickly ushered him away, but not before he saw his father barrel across the courtyard toward her, bellowing orders and demanding to know how this could have happened. His father was many less than honorable things, but he hadn't killed his wife. Even as a boy, Trev had sensed that Avina was sad. He had often taken her poppies and roses from the palace garden to cheer her up, but it had never been enough. Now a grown man, Trev understood the signs more clearly. Avina had been fighting a battle in her mind, one he couldn't hope to understand. His father's brash and unsentimental manner likely hadn't helped, especially when partnered with Avina's inability to bear children for the king. Over time, She retreated further and further into herself. Before long, she was a shell of a person. Tolston used her death as a reason to start a war, blaming King Carver, saying he'd murdered her. Avina's brother, King Adler of Tolston, wouldn't accept any other explanation.
With New Hope's military, we will finally be able to defend our kingdom against Tolston and win,
Trev's father said, a satisfied gleam in his eye.
Jonas doesn't have that. He is nothing more than an act. The wedding will take attention away from him and put it back on you. You and the princess will visit some cities. If you want to personally address some of their needs, then fine. But let's remind them who the real enemy is. The fear of Tolston is the surest way to make people vote for us.
Trev hated it when his father used the word us when talking about the election, as if he planned to run the kingdom in Trev's stead. Unfortunately for his father, his 30 years were up. His reign was over.
Charm the princess, the king continued. Give the people of Albion a fairy tale wedding, and I'll take care of Tolston.
He swiveled in his chair, turning his back on Trev.
You are dismissed.
Trev couldn't recall a time when he had ever left his father's office not feeling frustrated. Winning the election had consumed his father for the last few years, almost as much as his obsessive rivalry with Tolston. The people of Albion had suffered because of it. A few more months, that's it. Then I can help the people the way they deserve, with Renna by my side. Chapter 9. Renna. The nerves were really starting to get to Renna. Or maybe it was just excitement. It was hard to tell. They had been traveling for a day and a half, stopping often for bathroom breaks and to rest. They would arrive at the Albion ruler's palace today. For most of the ride, Renna stayed quiet as her mother and Saren chatted about government gossip back at New Hope. She was used to the close relationship between her mother and Saren, used to being the third wheel. Her mother and Saren just understood each other. Rather than try to keep up with them, Renna passed the time by looking out the window and watching the scenery change. She had never been to another country before. The rolling hills of New Hope abruptly changed into rising peaks with patches of evergreen trees and rocky edges. At the summit of the tallest mountain, Renna saw the remains of clean white snow where the summer sun hadn't yet melted it away. The transporter rolled to a stop as a guard approached the window.
Your Majesty, Albana City has come into view.
The queen peered out the window, wanting to get a better view.
Send a soldier ahead to the ruler's palace and let them know we are arriving soon.
The guard nodded and stepped away from the vehicle. Her mother turned to Saren as the window rolled up.
Are you ready for this?
Saren pulled her lips into a tight smile.
The people of Albion want protection from Tolston. They need us.
Saren hesitated a moment, then added,
They need me.
The queen tried to reassure her.
You are doing a good thing. It's an alliance that will be mutually beneficial to both parties. Albion gets the support of our superior military and the use of our ports. In return, New Hope gets access to valuable resources. Iron, silver, and gold are all items that are scarce in New Hope. The Rocky Mountains of Albion are rich with them.
Her mother smiled back at Saren.
And the marriage joins two powerful royal families together. Those connections will help keep you and your family in leadership and royalty for many years to come. I know.
Saren nodded. Renna was in awe at how dignified and intelligent Saren seemed, while maintaining an air of gracefulness. It was clear that she had been prepping for this role her whole life. Saren was going to be a magnificent queen. Still, there was something about her smile that made Renna feel sorry for her. It was an odd thing to feel sorry for a princess. Outside, buildings began to be more numerous. Renna pressed her face against the glass and sucked in a breath at the sight. The capital of Albion was larger than Renna expected. Cream and gray four-story buildings were sandwiched together by narrow cobblestone roads. Windows and balconies decorated the sides of the buildings, providing a quick glimpse of the working families who lived inside. Damp laundry hung from lines, dancing in the summer breeze, in sync with the other colorless shirts hung farther down the road. As they drove along, Renna could tell by the buildings they were getting closer to the ruler's palace. Apartments got a little taller, a little nicer, and more colorful. Nothing was cream anymore. Instead, buildings were plastered in yellow, blue, and green, with colorful trim around each window. Renna's stomach flipped over in anticipation as the transporters approached the palace's perimeter wall. Large iron gates automatically opened in front of them as the sentries within saw their arrival. All three women eagerly pressed against the windows, trying to get a good look at the ruler's palace in front of them. Renna thought the government center in New Hope was nice, but it was simple compared to Albion's royal residence. The level of luxury here had been kicked up a notch or two, or three. Large fountains lined both sides of the cobblestone drive, spaced apart every 10 to 20 feet. Since when are water features considered essential? Renna raised an eyebrow. They had nothing like that back in New Hope. But it appeared that Albion was less concerned with essentials when it came to their royalty. Perfectly trimmed grass stretched out for hundreds of feet leading up to the palace. The drive ended in a circle with an enormous fountain in the center, dumping gallons of water into a circular stone pool. Then there was the palace. It was enormous, with exquisite architecture that practically screamed unessential. Towers and gables jutted out of the roof across the entire building. The exterior was covered in balconies and windows of all sizes, facing every direction. 3 grand stone staircases led up to the palace entrance, a massive archway surrounding 2 ornately carved wooden doors. Renna's mouth hung open in shock. She couldn't understand it. The New Hope Government Center was a lot more practical, with its flat roofline and box-like exterior. In a world of essentialism, how could the Kingdom of Albion justify such luxury? Beyond the circular drive, a crowd of people waited for them, some of them wearing expensive colored clothes, and some in working-class gray. Soldiers lined each side of the path leading to the front steps of the palace. Her heart fluttered. Was Trev among them? Since she'd last seen him, Renna had dreamed up an entire future for the two of them. She would spend her time in Albion getting to know him. He would show her around the kingdom, and when the time was right, he would kiss her under a moonlit sky. And who knew? From there, maybe they would fall in love and live happily ever after. She liked those kinds of endings, even if Trev didn't believe in them. She looked across the transporter at Saren. Would she get her own happy ending with the Prince of Albion? Renna hoped so. The transporter slowed to a stop in the circle drive. It was time. Renna's breaths got heavier as she looked over her reflection in the window, smoothing her blonde hair. Across from her, Queen Marielle fidgeted with Saren's updo, fixing a few stray strands of hair. "You look lovely," her mother said to Saren. Renna could see Saren's chest rise and fall as she nodded back to the queen. "Everything will turn out okay," Renna said, offering Saren a small smile. Saren bit her bottom lip. "Thanks." The air inside the transporter was thick as a guard approached and opened the door. Chapter 10. Trev. King Carver stood just below the palace steps, ready to greet his royal guests. Trev and Drake were just a few steps behind him. The entire palace had come out to see the arrival of the New Hope royalty. A crowd of political leaders and citizens lined the pathway in anticipation, craning their necks to see over the wall of Albion soldiers, separating them from the path. Trev's heart raced with excitement and nerves. He couldn't wait to see Renna's reaction when she realized that he was the prince. I hear the princess's beauty surpasses all others. Maybe I will keep her for myself. The king leaned over and whispered, half jokingly. Trev tightened his fists at the thought of his father with Renna, but chose not to say anything. His father had always had a weird sense of humor. The caravan slowly moved toward them. Dozens of New Hope soldiers on PTs flanked the 3 black transporters as they rolled into the circle. The transporter in the middle was reserved for the royal family and displayed the purple and yellow New Hope flag. The crowd seemed to get louder as each transporter came to a stop outside the courtyard wall. New Hope guards dismounted from their PTs and set a formation surrounding each side of the main transporter. Trev waited impatiently for the guard to open the door. Relax, whispered Drake. The whole city can hear you breathing. Trev tried to slow his heavy breaths. The guard opened the transporter door, extending his arm to help its occupants down the narrow steps. The first to emerge was undoubtedly the queen. Trev could tell even from where he stood that she was beautiful, but in a different way than Renna. She had brown hair that was swept up on the top of her head, and she wore a crimson dress made out of the finest silk. Her movements were poised and regal as she stepped down from the transporter and moved to the side to make way for the princess behind her. The guard reached into the transporter to help the princess out next. Each movement seemed slow and drawn out. Sweat gathered on Trev's forehead. Never in his life had he been this nervous to see a woman, especially one he had already met. But Renna was going to be his princess, his queen. How could he remain calm when his entire world was about to change? But instead of seeing Renna's familiar golden waves of hair, another girl stepped out of the transporter. A girl with black hair and creamy skin in a richly adorned purple dress. The mysterious woman raised her chin proudly and took her place to the right of the queen, indicating her role as princess. This wasn't the princess he expected. Where was Renna? Then he saw her. The guard helped her out of the transporter last, and she moved to stand on her mother's left. She wore her hair up in loose braids around her head, with a few stray pieces framing her face. She looked more timid than the others, her shoulders slightly hunched, as though the hundreds of eyes on her weighed them down. But then she took a breath and threw her shoulders back, as if a wave of confidence had washed over her. She stood in her pink dress, elegant in her own way, though not like the queen and the other girl. Renna seemed distracted as she glanced down the row of soldiers lining the path. She turned her head to the side like she was looking for something. Or someone. Trev's heart sank. She was looking for him. None of it made sense. He turned to his father's chief advisor. Gaines, who is the girl on the queen's left? His voice sounded harsh. Gaines stepped forward, ready with information. Yes, that is the daughter of the queen. Renna, I believe. So, she's Saren's sister? Also a princess? Please. No, sire. Miss Renna is the product of the queen's first marriage. She has no birthright within the royal family. Gaines' words hurt like a punch to the gut. Drake put a steadying hand on Trev's shoulder as the 3 women started to walk toward them. Renna. Renna sensed hundreds of eyes on the three of them as they began their procession toward the palace. There were so many people watching them, but everyone was really looking at Saren. This was a big moment for her. She eyed Saren from the side, marveling at how calm and collected she seemed. She clearly knew her own importance, moving forward with poise and confidence. Then, Renna glanced straight ahead. A colorful group of people waited at the end of the path. Albion royalty, she assumed, mixed with advisors and political figures. She wanted to get a glimpse of Saren's prince, but it was difficult to make out who was who from this distance. The soldiers on each side of her were much easier to see. Was Trev among them? He said that she wouldn't be able to miss him. She could picture him watching her now, ready to smirk at her surprise when she finally spotted him. As each step brought them closer to the courtyard, Renna discreetly searched the soldiers' faces for Trev's laughing blue eyes and dark curls. Instead, unfamiliar eyes stared back with serious, unblinking expressions. As far as she could see, Trev was not there. Renna's mother slowed her pace and then stopped several feet from the king. The king stood before them in a navy suit with a pin of the blue and white Albion flag on his lapel. His features seemed hard and menacing as he waited for introductions. The herald's voice boomed behind the king from the palace steps. "Introducing Her Royal Majesty, Queen Marielle Hazlet of New Hope." The queen bowed gracefully. "Her Royal Highness, Princess Saren Alyssa Hazlet of New Hope." Renna glanced in Saren's direction, a bit in awe as she curtsied smoothly. How was she so good at that? Renna hated this next part, the part where she was introduced like an afterthought. "And Miss Renna Degray." She did her best to curtsy the way Saren had, but she doubted it looked even close to the same. King Carver stepped forward and took her mother's hand. "Queen Marielle, welcome to Albion. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Carver Trevenna, King of Albion. I hope your travels weren't too tiresome." "Not at all. Thank you," Renna's mother said with perfect grace. "King Bryant sends his regards. He wasn't able to come with us at this time, as he had to attend to some pressing business back home. He'll arrive in a couple of weeks for the wedding." Renna couldn't help but smile. From this interaction, no one would ever guess that her mother spent most of Renna's childhood locked in her room, depressed. Today, she stood as regally as any woman ever had. Pride surged inside Renna. Her mother had come so far. King Carver nodded. "May I present my son?" The king turned to his left and gestured behind him, where a man with curly, dark hair stepped forward, his head down and his eyes focused on the ground. As he raised his head, their gazes locked for a brief moment. A jolt of shock shot through Renna. Trev. The king's next words took her breath away. "Ezra Trevenna, Prince of Albion." The color drained from Renna's face. She had been so focused on finding Trev in the line of soldiers that she hadn't seen him standing at the king's side. Until now. Ezra Trevenna. Trev. It was clearly a mistake. It had to be. But no one protested that the wrong man had been named. To everyone else, nothing was amiss. Trev wasn't dressed in black pants and a plain white shirt like most soldiers wore. Like he had worn with her. No. Now, he was dressed for the part of a prince, in a pair of perfectly tailored dark blue slacks, a brown leather belt, a light blue dress shirt with navy pinstripes, and a solid yellow tie. Colored clothes or not, he looked good. Renna watched in disbelief as Trev stepped forward and kissed her mother's hand. "Your Majesty, it's a pleasure to be in your company. Our kingdom has never beheld such beauty." Her mother inclined her head and smiled, eating up every last word of his cheesy line. He stepped toward Saren, and the reality of what was happening finally started to sink in. Trev is the Prince of Albion. Trev is Saren's Prince Ezra. Saren is marrying Trev. He must have said something charming, because Saren's ringing laugh brought Renna back to reality. "You're charming and good-looking?" Renna heard Saren say. "That's a dangerous combination, Your Highness." "I'm afraid my charm gets me in trouble often." His eyes darted to Renna as Saren laughed. Renna's chest constricted, a muddle of emotions threatening to take over. Confusion, hurt, anger, embarrassment. Her mind couldn't even keep up with the storm swirling inside her. Why hadn't he told her? "Well, I hope not too much trouble." Saren's shoulder dipped closer to Trev as she spoke. "At least, now that I've arrived." "Now that you've arrived, everything will change. I can assure you of that." He glanced at Renna again. His words were like a slap across Renna's face. He moved in front of her. She did her best to mask everything, her face turning to stone. He greeted her in almost a whisper. "Miss Degray?" She wondered if she could knee him in the groin, but decided against it, knowing she'd probably be arrested. He took her hand and kissed it, just as he had with her mother and Saren, but now his touch enraged her. He was the prince, and he never told her. Everything between them had been fake. Renna stood frozen in anger, unable to even pull off a decent curtsy. Trev didn't seem to notice, quickly turning away and resuming his position at his father's side. That's it? He didn't have anything else to say to her? Where was the, "I'm sorry that I never told you I was the Prince of Albion," or "Sorry for almost kissing you and making you fall in love with me when I am practically married to your stepsister"? Not that Renna expected him to say all those things in front of his fiancée, but his eyes could have conveyed something. Anything. The king exchanged pleasantries with her mother and Saren for a moment longer. Something about getting settled before the dinner celebration, but Renna hardly listened. She was still trying to get a handle on her shock. The onlookers in the courtyard began to disperse as the king walked away. Trev glanced in her direction before he turned to follow. Her hurt eyes met his. For the first time, they saw each other for who they really were. Trev, the prince, and Renna, the country girl playing the part of a lady. She thought he might say something. She hoped he might. But instead, he turned and left. Renna's heart went numb. The head maid of the ruler's palace appeared at the queen's side to escort them in. Renna followed behind, her shock preventing her from keeping up with the group. They passed through the doors under the arching entryway into a large hall, with light blue walls and a tall coffered ceiling. In front of them, a large staircase with light green, diamond-patterned carpet curved upward. The maid took them to their rooms, giving directions and explanations all along the way. Renna hoped that none of it was too important, because she couldn't focus on a single word. They were assigned their own rooms, each spacious and finely decorated, with large windows and a balcony facing the mountains. The color schemes were colorful and bright. Renna's room had a vanity and mirror against the wall by the door to the bathroom. On the opposite side of the room, a large bed covered in a maroon comforter dominated the space, flanked by a single nightstand and lamp. Once left alone, Renna sank onto the bed, tears already forming in her eyes. How could this have happened? Losing her father, the one person she loved and idolized more than anyone in the world, had nearly destroyed her. Then to be taken from Wellenbreck, her home, to the government center so soon afterward, to live among people who hardly cared that she existed, to spend the next 4 years of her life living as a shadow of herself, letting her mother down when she couldn't live up to her expectations, never sure where she belonged. It was too much. With all the changes she had experienced in the past 4 years, her stolen moments with Trev had been some of her best moments. He had made her hope again, made her feel optimistic, made her believe that perhaps there was a happy future for her somewhere. Now, that was taken from her too. It was more than she could stand. She had a lot of practice not letting loss get the best of her. Things were never as bad as they felt. But the pain she felt over losing Trev, even just the possibility of Trev, drove through her so powerfully that she couldn't keep it at bay. It was a pain born from all the things she'd lost, and it threatened to carry her away now. She decided to let it. Cradling the soft pillow below her face, she decided she would give herself one moment of sadness, one moment to surrender to her shock, her anger, her embarrassment, and her broken heart. Wet tears spilled onto the pillowcase. She had been a stupid girl, thinking that she was on the verge of her own fairy tale. She wasn't a princess, and she wasn't the one Trev was going to marry. Chapter 11. Trev. Drake called after him, but Trev didn't let up his pace. His anger and frustration drove him, and he was desperate to release it somehow. He made his way to the training grounds at the side of the palace where the king's soldiers trained. Loosening his tie and rolling up his sleeves, he strode into the dirt arena, where several soldiers already sparred. "Is there a soldier willing to fight me?" he shouted above the practicing men's grunts. Some broke off mid-spar at the prince's arrival, bowing respectfully. A few young men stepped forward, eager to show off in front of the prince. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Drake gasped as he burst into the arena. "Forgive me, but you're in no mood to fight with a young soldier. You might kill one of them." He stepped in front of Trev, putting both hands on his chest to stop him. "Drake, if you know what's good for you, you'll get out of my way. You're being irrational." Trev blew out a harsh breath. "I'm not going to kill anyone." "Still, don't take your anger out on one of these boys. Are you volunteering?" Drake shook his head. "If I have to, then let's go." Sighing, Drake removed his gray vest and weapons belt, then took his place across from Trev in the dirt. A small crowd of soldiers gathered around to watch, forming a wide circle around them. Immediately, Trev swung his right arm toward Drake's face. Drake quickly stepped to the side, leaning away from the punch. "Are we boxing?" Drake said as he shuffled away. "You're the one who volunteered." Trev spun, dust flying in the air, then sent a blow to Drake's ribs. Drake grabbed his side for a moment, but didn't swing back. "Fight me," Trev yelled. He took 2 steps forward, throwing his arms in a sequence of jabs. Drake ducked out of the way, calmly adding between breaths, "What do you think we're doing?" "Fight me. That's an order." Drake lunged for his waist, his arms wrapping around Trev's body as they both toppled to the ground. Drake grunted as he used the weight of his body to pin Trev and lowered his voice so only the two could hear. "I know you're frustrated about Renna, but I'm not going to fight you." Trev pushed Drake off him roughly and sat up, breathing hard. How did everything with Renna get so messed up? He shook his head, trying to figure it out. Seeing that Trev appeared less likely to hit him now, Drake looked up at the crowd of onlooking soldiers. "As you were, gentlemen. Back to your drills." The men dispersed, but not without casting a few curious looks over their shoulders. Trev combed his hand through his hair. "She's not the princess." Drake nodded, but didn't say anything. "I don't know what to do now." "Yes, you do. You're going to forget about Renna and give all your attention to Princess Saren." Trev looked away. He didn't like that solution. "You're going to do this because you love Albion, and because you're going to be the next king." He sighed. Drake knew him well. Since he was a young boy, he had been motivated to become the next king of Albion. There was so much good he could do for his kingdom, for his people. He would be a good ruler, at least better than his father. But up until a few days ago, he had always pictured himself ruling alone. His betrothed princess from New Hope had seemed almost imaginary. But then Renna came into his life, and he started to imagine a different future, one where his queen would rule by his side. Partners. To find out now that he had imagined the wrong girl was a blow. "I gave in to her, Drake," he said quietly, avoiding his friend's eyes. "I let myself feel for her. I thought she was going to be my—" Trev didn't allow himself to finish. What was the point? He had been wrong. "You're going to make the best of it, Trev. Besides," Drake rested a hand on his shoulder and gave a light shove, "there are worse fates than yours. Princess Saren is stunning. A 10 out of 10. He was right. Saren was gorgeous, polished and confident. But none of that seemed to matter right now. She wasn't Renna. Where was Renna now? What was she doing? Was she as upset about their situation as he was? He needed to forget about Renna and move forward with Saren. But no matter how hard he tried, his head couldn't convince his heart to let her go. Chapter 12. Renna. Renna awoke to her maid's gentle voice. "Milady?" Her tears had eventually given way to a deep nap, but as consciousness returned, the ache inside her throbbed to life again. Sleep hadn't smothered it away for good. She had been careless with her heart. It wouldn't happen again. "I'm sorry to wake you," Nora tried again, "but it's time to get you ready for the welcome feast." A feast? Renna cracked an eye open. Now that was something she could get excited about. She hadn't had a decent meal since she'd left Wellenbreck Farm, and her stomach ached for the finer food dinner would offer. She rolled over, sitting up at the edge of her bed. She watched as Nora shuffled around the room. Her tiny little body rushed back and forth, gathering from Renna's bags the things she needed to do Renna's hair and makeup. "You must be tired, miss. All that traveling really takes it out of you." Renna forced a smile as she climbed out of bed and walked to the vanity. "Being here is so exciting. A new palace, new dresses, and isn't Prince Ezra handsome? I never thought the princess would find someone as attractive as she was, but I was wrong." Renna frowned as she sat down at the vanity. Nora had always been a chatty maid. They were about the same age, so usually her collected gossip was entertaining. Not today, though. "He's okay, if you like arrogance." "Okay? You must have had dust in your eyes, because he is better than okay." Nora fussed with Renna's hair. "He looks so strong. Can you imagine what is hidden under his shirt?" Renna could imagine. "And then those curls? Don't you just want to run your fingers through them?" She did, actually. "I bet they're soft, not full of hair products." Renna grunted noncommittally. It was like she was inside Nora's personal fantasy with the prince. "And his blue eyes? I mean, bright blue eyes are so cliché, But the prince pulls it off, don't you think? I guess. Renna tried to sound uninterested. Nora continued to ramble, and Renna listened politely as she talked about what a perfect match Saren and Ezra were, and how beautiful their children would be. Renna might have tried to escape her incessant chatter earlier, but Nora had a firm grip on her hair as she twisted it into fine weaves. Besides, Renna wanted to look her best for dinner. She convinced herself that her desire to look nice was purely for herself, not Trev. But if she was honest, she couldn't deny wanting to look beautiful to show Trev what he was missing. She quickly chided herself, shaking her head to chase the thought away, while Nora fussed at her to keep still. Renna was stupid to think that Trev would even notice her with Saren in the room. She had enjoyed his focus for a few days, but all that would change now. But then, why had Renna had his focus at all? He was engaged the whole time back at Wellenbreck. She even asked him if he had a girlfriend, and he had lied about it. Her lips pursed together in anger. Was she just an easy target? Someone he could flirt with and kiss and never see again? Well, now she was stuck here with him. "All done, miss," Nora declared after a few minutes, stepping back to admire her work. "You look lovely, if I say so myself." Renna looked in the mirror and had to agree. Despite her stern face, she looked good. Strands of hair wove in and out of each other in a braided pattern around the crown of her head, accentuating the different shades of gold throughout. It was some of Nora's best work. Nora held up a green-fitted evening gown with long sleeves. The silk fabric nipped at the waist, then hung straight to the floor. She helped Renna step inside and fastened the back. Nora added a gold necklace to adorn her collar, complementing the square lace neckline. Renna stepped in front of the vanity mirror and gave a low whistle. "Nora, I don't know how you did it, but now I look like I actually belong here." "Of course you belong here, miss. Now go and find yourself a prince of your own." Renna had already found a prince. A lying, backstabbing one that she couldn't stop thinking about. Chapter 13. Trev. Trev hid behind a stone pillar down the hall from Renna's room, feeling absolutely ridiculous. How had it come to this? To skulking about in the dark corners of his own palace. But he had to see her. He had to explain the mix-up. Her door opened, and a tiny maid hurried out with a pile of laundry. Renna followed soon after, stepping into the hallway and closing the door behind her. Trev had to catch his breath. She looked like a completely different person from the girl he'd met at Wellenbreck Pond. He thought about the many different versions of her he had seen. The witty comedian, the nervous Renna, the unpolished lady, the angry girl. But standing before him now was a dignified beauty. The fabric of her dress curved over her body in ways that he would never forget. The memory would likely drive him crazy all night. Her hair was pulled up, revealing the striking base of her neck and shoulders. But the worst part was how the green dress set off her eyes perfectly. He swallowed a frustrated groan. She headed down the hall in his direction. As she passed his hiding place, Trev grabbed her arm and pulled her into the shadows, behind the pillar where they wouldn't be seen. She almost screamed, but the alarm in her eyes softened when she recognized his face. And then her eyes iced over. "What are you doing?" Her voice was loud and stern. "Shh!" Trev couldn't be discovered with her. He looked around to see if anyone was coming, then took her hand and dragged her back to her room. He shut the door behind them and shoved her farther into the room, causing her to stumble just a bit. Feeling bad, he released her and backed away. He hadn't meant to be so forceful with her. Renna whirled around to face him. "Are you insane?" "I'm sorry." He raised his palms, signaling he was there in peace. "I just want to explain." "How kind of you to squeeze me in before you have dinner with your fiancé," she huffed. "That's not fair," Trev said back at her. "You know I'm not that kind of guy." "I don't know anything about you," she spat. "You lied to me." "I did not." "I should have known better when you said your name was just Trev." He grimaced, hating how she made him sound like an idiot when she imitated his voice. "When I'm outside the palace walls, I am just Trev, the soldier, especially when I'm in New Hope." Her arms folded across her chest. "Playing the part of an unattached soldier is fun for you, I'm sure." "I am unattached." He said it before thinking, then stammered through a pathetic rebuttal. "I mean, I was. Kind of." She laughed mockingly. "That's your explanation for flirting with me? Dancing with me? Not to mention the whole grass fight." "Last I checked, none of that is illegal when you're engaged to someone you haven't met before." He took a step forward. "And since we're bringing everything up, you forgot to mention swimming together in our undergarments." She rolled her eyes. "How could I forget that?" He scoffed. "Yes, how could you forget that?" He couldn't seem to get it out of his mind. She glared at him, unconvinced. "Okay," he shrugged. "I admit that I shouldn't have flirted with you when we first met. But to be fair, I later believed you were my betrothed. My actions were in earnest." "What are you talking about?" Her brows furrowed. "You said your mother was the queen, and the prince was expecting you. What else was I supposed to think?" Renna went silent and looked down at the floor as if playing back the memory in her mind. Trev continued. "I felt so comfortable around you, and we got along so well. When I thought you were the princess, I couldn't wait to surprise you in Albion as your fiancé." Renna gave a shuddering sigh and ducked her head, hiding her expression. "I should have told you who I was." His voice softened. "I never meant for any of this to happen." For a few tense moments, Renna didn't move. Then, quietly, she said, "My mother is the Queen of New Hope, and Prince Ezra was expecting us." She raised her head slowly, but when her eyes met his, Trev was surprised by the hardness there. "If you ever thought about anyone other than yourself, then you would have known that the princess you expected is not the daughter of the queen, but the stepdaughter." Trev flinched. She was right. He should have known that she wasn't Saren, but he let himself believe that she was because he wanted her to be. He looked to the floor, running a hand across his face. "Did you skip your history lessons, Prince Ezra?" Her voice was cold. "Or did you never care enough about your fiancée to actually learn anything about her?" Trev bristled, the judgment in her tone striking a nerve. Without thinking, he snapped, "It's not my job to know the history of your country. I have people who do that for me." Renna's eyebrows flew up in shock, and Trev's stomach clenched. Why on earth had he said that? "Well, you're exactly what I expected of Prince Ezra." Her voice was harsh. "Stuck up and arrogant." He shook his head and defensively shot back. "You seemed to enjoy my arrogance the other day. You practically begged me to kiss you." Renna took a step closer, her fiery eyes burning into him. "Your memory fails you, Your Highness. You wanted to kiss me." He had wanted to kiss her. His eyes dropped to her lips for a moment. What was with this complete lack of self-control when it came to Renna? It was just one more thing to feel embarrassed about. He hadn't known she was the princess the first time they'd met. He shouldn't have flirted with her or returned to Wellenbreck the next day, hoping to see her again. He was getting married, and soon. When I did all that, I thought you were the princess, he argued, even though it was a lie. Well, I'm not. Thank goodness for that. His words came out harsher than he'd meant. Why was he behaving so terribly? He had come to apologize. He wanted her to forgive him. Renna closed the distance between them. Yes, thank goodness for that. Heat rose in his chest. Renna was here, in Albion, inches from him, looking more irresistible than ever. He wanted to run his fingers through her hair and get lost in her lips. It was weird how much her anger made him want to kiss her even more. He hadn't kissed a woman in years, so why was that the only thing he could think about now? They stood there, staring at each other, nothing between them but the rise and fall of their chests. A hint of desire flickered across her face, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. I wouldn't want someone like you anyway. She pushed past him, bumping his arm with her shoulder on her way out. The door slammed behind him. Trev paced back and forth before slapping his hand against the closed door. He hadn't wanted someone like her, either. Until now. The great hall bustled with servants and guests ready for the feast celebrating the arrival of the New Hope royalty. Men from Albion's ruling class wore tailored suits with colorful ties, while the women on their arms showed off fancy gowns and glittering jewelry. Servants walked through the crowd with trays of drinks, keeping guests happy as they waited. Everyone stood in the center of the room around the bottom of the grand staircase, talking about the princess and the upcoming wedding to Prince Ezra. Across from the stairs, tables were arranged in a semicircle around the royal's head table. Tall, arched windows lined the walls beyond the tables, but the darkened night sky prevented anyone from seeing the view out of them. Trev waited on the dais at the head of the room, brooding. He should be mingling with the guests like his father was, but he didn't feel like it. It wasn't like he hadn't done anything. He had met Saren's friends and passed them off to some soldiers who were lucky enough to have the night off. Drake hopped up on the platform next to Trev. "Prince Ezra, don't you look dashing tonight in your suit? You almost look as good as me." "Let's get this night over with," Trev growled. "That's no way to act at your wife's welcome party." "She's not my wife." He was starting to pace now, but paused to add, "Not yet, at least." "And she won't ever be if you don't cheer up. You're very ugly when you're angry." The horns sounded, signaling the entrance of the New Hope royalty. Queen Marielle stood in the center of the balcony, overlooking the ballroom in a turquoise gown that bunched together on the sides. Princess Saren and Renna stood on either side of her. The crowd hushed, and all eyes turned to them as the herald's voice reached the far corners of the hall. "Her Royal Majesty, Queen Marielle of New Hope, Her Royal Highness, Saren Alyssa Hazlitt, Princess of New Hope, and Miss Renna Degray." All three women made their way down the middle of the staircase, perfectly centered between the two marble banisters. Saren wore a shimmering gold dress that trailed to the floor, and her long black hair was pulled back halfway. She looked stunning, but Trev stopped pacing when he saw Renna. He could see her indignant feelings written all over her face, from her blazing eyes to the way she tightened her lips. "She's not making this easy," Trev muttered to himself. There was an unspoken rule now. She was off limits. Without turning his head, Trev leaned over to Drake and whispered harshly, "She's the most infuriating woman I have ever met. Accusing me of lying? And to think, She doesn't want somebody like me." Trev let out a rough laugh. "Well, I don't want someone like her." Drake looked confused. "I don't know what you're talking about, but you need to escort the princess to dinner." "Huh?" Drake signaled with his head in Saren's direction. "The princess is waiting for you to escort her to the royal table." "Right." Trev tugged on his suit jacket and made his way to the center of the room, where the three women stood at the bottom of the stairs. He couldn't let Renna distract him. He needed to stay focused on Saren. His father had already collected Queen Marielle and walked with her toward their table at the head of the room. Arriving before the princess, Trev bowed. "Your Highness." He offered her his arm, and Saren glided forward, wrapping her long fingers around his forearm. He took a deep breath. "I can do this. For Albion." "Princess Saren," he began, lightly covering her hand on his arm with his own as they walked. "Were you able to get settled?" "Yes, thank you." Saren smiled up at him graciously. "My room is very comfortable, and your staff has taken good care of me. I already feel welcome here." "I'm glad to hear it," Trev responded. But he was distracted. Behind him, Drake's overly pleasant greeting to Renna made it difficult to focus. "Miss Degray, I am Officer Drake Vestry. May I escort you to dinner?" Drake asked. "Of course, Officer Vestry," she said, sounding a little too pleased in Trev's opinion. "I'm so happy to finally meet you." Saren's smooth voice cut into his eavesdropping, jolting Trev's attention back to the woman beside him. "We've been engaged so long, but it hardly felt real until I saw you today." "Yes, it definitely feels surreal." As they walked, Trev strained to hear Drake and Renna behind him. He should return Saren's polite conversation, but his curiosity was powerful. "Do they always go to this much trouble when guests arrive?" he heard Renna ask. "When the guests are as breathtaking as you. I'm going to kill Drake." "You know none of this is for me," Renna said, as if to shrug off his praise. "Actually, it is. I spoke with the head of the royal staff and specifically told them you were coming. When they thought it was just the princess, they had leftovers planned for dinner." Renna let out a laugh, and Trev's fists tightened. She responded, "Well then, as the guest of honor, I demand a seat next to you at dinner." Trev turned just in time to see Renna's full smile on Drake. "It's going to be a slow and painful death." "Don't you agree?" Saren's voice broke into his thoughts for a second time. She looked at him expectantly, and he realized that she must have been speaking to him. He hadn't heard a single word. "Yes, of course," Trev managed. King Carver and Queen Marielle walked in front of them, reaching the royal table in the center of the great hall first. The queen gathered her turquoise dress in her hands, sweeping it to the side as the king helped her into her seat. Trev followed his father's lead, pulling the chair out for Saren. Trev sat to the king's right, with Saren taking her place beside him. Saren's friends flanked her other side. Queen Marielle sat to the king's left. Drake pulled out the chair next to Renna's mother and gestured for Renna to sit down. Trev caught his friend's eye, giving him a warning look. Once the head table was seated, the rest of the guests found their seats at the surrounding tables. Chairs scraped against the floor, and hushed conversations whirled around the room as everyone waited respectfully for dinner to start. The servants appeared with the first course, chilled strawberry bisque, and laid a bowl before each guest. Renna eagerly grabbed her spoon and dipped it into the cold liquid, bringing it up to her lips. Her eyes closed with the first taste, savoring the flavor. "This is delicious," she said, mostly to herself. She reached her spoon in for another bite and closed her eyes again, repeating her sounds of satisfaction. Trev hadn't even lifted his spoon yet. All he could do was watch her. "You seem to be enjoying it," Drake said, amused. She smiled sheepishly. "I'm enjoying it a little too much, aren't I?" "Not at all. Like I said, it's all for you." "In that case, I'll make sure I enjoy every bite." She glanced pointedly at Trev before leaning her shoulder into Drake's, playfully nudging him. Trev wanted to punch his best friend, even though Renna was the one doing the flirting. Drake must have sensed it too, because after a quick look at Trev, he turned to Saren seated across the table from him. "So, Princess Saren, how do you like Albion so far?" The princess smiled perfectly. "Your country is beautiful. The mountains we saw along our journey were absolutely stunning. We have nothing like them in New Hope. And I am impressed with your palace. There are many—" She hesitated for a moment. "There are many upgrades compared to New Hope. We don't have marble flooring or elaborate decorations." She paused and looked at Trev. "But I'm sure the prince can tell me all about the palace and the upgrades. I look forward to getting to know him and the royal family." Trev gave a polite, albeit awkward, smile in response. King Carver interjected. "Yes, we have a few advancements in Albion. Nothing that the council needs to concern themselves with, and certainly nothing to trouble yourself over, Princess Saren. We want you to feel comfortable here, while we work through the final details of the marriage alliance. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to let us know. And I'm sure Ezra will be delighted to entertain you." Renna looked up from her soup at this and chimed in, her smile as sweet as an angel. "How gracious of Prince Ezra." The queen nodded, obviously pleased by her daughter's seemingly kind comment. But Trev wasn't fooled. He heard the thinly veiled sarcasm behind her words. Trev smiled back at Renna, answering through his teeth. "Of course." Then he turned to Saren. "I'm looking forward to getting to know you as well, Princess. I haven't been able to think of anything else these last few weeks." Renna's spoon paused mid-air as she took in his words, but she only faltered a moment before shoving the soup into her mouth. "I suppose our advisors will convene first thing tomorrow?" Queen Mariel asked. "Yes, I see no reason to delay," King Carver agreed. The servants came to retrieve the bowls of soup so they could serve the next course. Renna was still sipping hers as a young girl reached between her and Drake to clear it. "Oh, I'm not quite done." Renna awkwardly reached for the bowl as the girl lifted it onto her tray. She managed to dip her spoon in for one last bite and carry it to her mouth, but not before a large drop fell onto Drake's shoulder. Everyone around the table held their breath at the spectacle. A sardonic laugh escaped from Saren's blonde friend. Trev couldn't remember her name. Jen something? "I'm so sorry." Renna choked through her mouth full of strawberry bisque. She grabbed the napkin in her lap with her free hand, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and awkwardly fumbled to wipe the stain from Drake's shoulder. Drake batted her napkin away good-naturedly and used his own napkin to dab the stain. "Leave it. This actually couldn't have worked out better." Renna looked mortified and confused as he continued. "You see, I love the smell of strawberries. For the rest of the night, the smell of this soup will stay with me. I can literally turn my head and smell strawberries." Drake's face remained completely serious. "In fact, people will wonder why I smell so good." Another reason to kill Drake. The list was getting long. Renna let out a small laugh and then looked to the king to recover. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. You have an excellent chef here." King Carver's brow furrowed in what could only be disgust. The young servant girl still hovered over Renna's shoulder, squirming uncomfortably. "That will be all, thank you," Renna said when she recovered enough from her own embarrassment. "My lady, I need your spoon," the girl replied in a quiet voice. "Yes, of course." Reaching up, she handed the girl the spoon, and the servant quickly scurried away. Trev noticed Renna's cheeks burning again. "Renna, have a care for manners, please," Queen Marielle laughed nervously. "I shouldn't have to remind you who we are dining with." She picked up her glass and raised it toward King Carver before lifting it to her lips. Renna's embarrassment seemed to turn to irritation. With a cautious glance at Trev first, she leaned over and whispered to her mother, loud enough for Trev to hear. "Don't worry, Mother. It's not like I'm here to marry the prince." Trev choked on his drink, sputtering out a series of coughs. "Are you all right?" Saren put a concerned hand on his shoulder. He cleared his throat. "Yes, I'm fine." King Carver spoke. "I heard you stopped a day at the border." He looked at Queen Marielle. "Near the city of Vassal?" His question was an obvious attempt to appear engaging. Queen Marielle dabbed at her lips with her napkin before answering. "Yes, we stayed one night at an extensive property there." The king continued. "And did you enjoy yourselves?" He looked at Saren for an answer. Saren's dark eyes turned to the king. "It was nice to rest from our travels, but Wellenbreck was a bit too quiet for my tastes." From down the table, Jen something piped up. Wellenbreck Farm was completely boring. There was absolutely nothing to do there. Renna pursed her lips together. Drake gave a quick glance at Renna, then turned to Trev. "Actually, there's quite a lot to do. Prince Ezra and I discovered a pond nearby that is excellent for swimming. When we're in the area, he visits often." Trev's eyes widened. Seriously? Did Drake have to bring that up right now? The king huffed at the mention of swimming, and Queen Marielle turned her sharp gaze to Trev. "Really? Wellenbreck Pond?" Trev cleared his throat. "No, Drake is mistaken." He flashed an annoyed look to his friend. "It's only a pond, one of many. I find everything about that area to be completely unremarkable." Renna stood abruptly, her chair loudly falling backward to the floor. "Your Majesty, if you will excuse me, I'm not feeling well and would like to retire to my room for the night." Without waiting for the king's answer, she turned briskly to leave. Her skirts swooshed against the fallen chair, tripping her up slightly, but she somehow managed to escape the room without falling. Jen something let out a very unladylike snort at the scene, then quickly brought her hand to her mouth to hide it. Trev felt awful. He needed to go after Renna to apologize. He didn't care what his father or anyone else thought. He scooted his chair back, but Drake's voice halted his movements. "I better go make sure Miss Degray is taken care of," Drake interjected. "I'm sure you will." "It has been a fascinating evening." Drake stood up and bowed toward the women. "Queen Marielle, Princess Saren, I do hope we can continue our conversations tomorrow." The women nodded politely. All Trev could do was watch as Drake ran after Renna. Chapter 14. Renna. Dinner had gone horribly wrong on so many different levels. For one night, couldn't Renna have been the epitome of a perfect lady? No, she had to behave like typical Renna. Her mother was going to freak out. And then there was Trev. His constant jabs had rattled her, each insult disguised so no one but her knew what he really meant. She hated him. Or, at least, she wanted to hate him. She didn't care about Trev, which meant she should probably stop calling him that. Prince Ezra. His name was Prince Ezra. He was Saren's Prince Ezra. Renna leaned back against the wall in the hallway outside the great hall. Trev had looked so amazing tonight, from his perfectly tailored blue suit to his intentionally tousled hair. Everything about him exuded confidence and charm. Even when she had fought with him before dinner, she hadn't been able to stop thinking about how good he smelled and how perfect his strong features looked when he was angry. So he was incredibly handsome. Who cared? There was more to love than physical appearance. Love. Why had she used that word? Attraction was more accurate. She was attracted to Prince Ezra, but who wasn't? He wouldn't be a prince if he wasn't painfully attractive. Renna had never heard of an unattractive prince. They probably didn't exist. But then, if all she liked about him was how he looked, her feelings would be easy to overcome. Deep down, though, Renna knew it wasn't just his looks that made it impossible for her to stop thinking about Trev. She liked the easy way they had joked and conversed at the pond, and she liked the way her heart had exploded when he touched her or looked at her. It was electric. That's how she had always imagined love would feel. She looked to her left and then to the right. She had no idea how to get back upstairs to her room. Where were all the servants? There was no one around. She had come down the stairs inside the great hall and could find her way back if she used those same stairs again. But that would mean re-entering the room she had just so clumsily left. She turned and stared at the door. She took a deep breath. This was going to take courage. The door swung open suddenly, and Drake appeared. He was taller than Trev by a few inches and slightly bigger, but he looked to be about the same age. His brown hair was shaggy on top and in the back, and it had a waviness to it that Renna assumed was from the length, not natural curl. "What are you doing?" he asked, watching her as he closed the door behind him. "It's not what it looks like," Renna stammered as she pushed herself away from the wall. "It looks like you're staring at a door." "I was staring at the door, but I wasn't waiting. I mean, I was waiting, but not waiting for someone to come after me." "Uh-huh." He folded his arms in front of his chest. "Then what are you waiting for?" "For enough courage to go back in?" He raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Why would you go back in there?" Her shoulders sank in defeat. "I'm lost." "That is a problem." He looked around. "Luckily, I know my way around this place." He nodded down the hall. "I can get you safely back to your room if you'd like." She sighed. "Officer Vestry, if you can get me back to my room without more embarrassment, you will be my favorite person in Albion." He grinned at her slyly. "If I'm your favorite person, you should probably just call me Drake." "The last time a man told me I could call him by his first name, he ended up being a prince." Renna shrugged. "One engaged to my stepsister." "We should probably talk about you and the prince," he said as they walked in unison down the hall. She cast Drake a sly look. She bet he wanted to talk about Trev so he could run back and tell him everything she said. She appreciated Drake's kindness, but his loyalty was to the prince. She couldn't forget that. So she lied. "There's nothing to talk about. I met Trev at Wellenbreck." She quickly corrected herself. "I mean, Prince Ezra." "You know, his friends all call him Trev. He didn't lie to you about that. And he really did think you were the princess. He was crushed when he found out you weren't." Renna's breath caught in the back of her throat. He was crushed? "It doesn't matter. We talked a few times. It wasn't a big deal. I never expected to see him again." More lies. "In fact, I haven't really thought about him since Wellenbreck." Renna hoped she sounded convincing. She couldn't tell if Drake believed her or not, but he didn't ask any more questions about Trev, so she quickly changed the subject. "Are you an officer in the King's Guard?" "Technically, I'm head of security for the royal family, but my family is also good friends with the Trevenna family." The hallway opened up into the entryway. Drake stopped in front of a large staircase. "If you take these steps to the top, you'll find your room down the hall." Renna recognized her surroundings from when she had first arrived. The marble banister had caught her eye, the way it looked dull and unassuming, until the light shone on it. Then it glistened expensively. "I guess it's good I'm going to bed early. Who knows what kind of entertainment your prince has planned for Saren tomorrow?" "We're going horseback riding tomorrow." Renna perked up. Horseback riding was definitely something to look forward to. Drake continued, "I believe it's a tour of the countryside, so the princess can see what her future lands look like." "Oh." Renna's perkiness faded away. Her future lands. She started up a few steps and then turned toward Drake. "Thank you for everything tonight. I think you were the best part of my day." His smile was genuine as he turned to walk away. "Consider me part of your personal welcoming committee." Renna's room was dark and empty as she entered. Nora wasn't there, but that was no surprise. Nora wouldn't have expected her back so soon. Renna dressed for bed and climbed under the covers, knowing sleep wouldn't come easily. She was consumed by what Drake had told her. Trev was crushed. Crushed. Drake had no reason to lie to her, which meant it really had been a big misunderstanding. Trev had thought she was the princess. Renna's anger had blinded her when he'd first claimed as much, preventing her from seeing Trev's side of the story. Still, he should have known that Princess Saren wasn't the daughter of the queen, questioned her when she said her name was anything but Saren. He should have realized. She didn't want to be angry anymore. It was exhausting fighting Trev, and right now, she needed all her strength to fight her feelings for him. But her anger made her heart feel safe. Like, if she stayed mad, she couldn't get hurt again. Tomorrow was a new day, a new chance to forgive and forget the prince. Maybe she would have better luck then. Chapter 15. Trev. Trev woke late and headed down to breakfast. He meant to talk to Renna and apologize for the way he had acted the night before. Last evening had made Trev uncomfortable. He never treated people like that, and now he regretted it. He had been the worst kind of host. He had been the worst kind of everything since he'd found out Renna wasn't the princess. By the time he made it down to breakfast, everyone had finished eating, and the servants were cleaning up. He grabbed a croissant, hoping he would get a chance to talk to Renna before the entourage went out riding. Trev walked to the stables. He could hear people talking outside, already gathered for the ride, waiting for horses to be brought out by the servants. But he didn't feel like mingling with anyone in the entourage. At least, not yet. Instead, he ducked inside the stable before anyone saw him, stopping short when he heard a familiar sound. Renna's laughter echoed through the stalls, as though it were bouncing from one barrel of hay to the next. He rounded the corner to see her talking cheerfully with a stocky young stable boy. When the boy recognized him, he immediately bowed. "Your Highness." Renna turned to Trev, and her smile faded. Her hair was weaved into a single braid that was flipped over one shoulder. She wore a long, burnt-orange skirt with a fitted, matching top. She curtsied slightly. "Prince Ezra?" Trev hated the formality of it all. He wanted to go back to when things were easy between the two of them. "Good morning, Miss Degray." She barely acknowledged his address, instead turning to the horse in the stall beside her. "What brings you to the stables?" He tried to make his voice sound normal, cheerful even. Her voice was decidedly not cheerful. "I had some extra time before the excursion. I thought I would see what kind of horses you keep here." She looked up at him pointedly. "Is there anything wrong with that, Your Highness?" "You're free to do whatever you want during your visit," he said sincerely. She turned her attention back to the horse in front of her, but Trev pressed on. "Do you ride?" She squared her shoulders. "Of course." "Boy, fetch the lady." "His name is Jameson," Renna inserted, and Trev winced at the judgment in her tone. Apparently, she wasn't impressed with the fact that he didn't know his own stable hand's name. The boy visibly beamed with appreciation. That, or he was smitten with Renna too. "Jameson." Trev tried again. "Will you please fetch Dara for Miss Degray to ride this morning?" Jameson's eyes went wide with surprise. "Dara? Your Highness, I thought she was promised for—" "It's all right." Trev kept his eyes locked on her. "She's perfect for Renna." The boy bowed and scurried off. Renna turned her attention back to the horse in front of her, stroking the mane and whispering into his ear. For a brief moment, Trev wished he was the horse. It was a laughable thought. With each passing second of silence, his nerves grew worse. "Are you going to talk to me?" he asked. "That depends on whether you are going to act like a complete jerk again." "I wanted to talk to you about that, to apologize for how I behaved last night." His voice lacked his normal confident tone. "Which time?" She turned to face him, anger burning in her eyes. "There are so many bad moments to choose from." "For it all, for the things I said. I don't know what came over me." He could see by her flashing eyes that he wasn't getting very far with her. "There is a lot of pressure surrounding this marriage alliance. But when I thought you were the princess, I was excited for my future. Then you weren't actually the princess, and I didn't know how to handle my frustrations, so I acted like an ass." She cut him off before he could finish, her eyes searing into him. "Yes, an ass," he said quietly. Her expression was still stern as her focus went back to the horse, stroking his snout evenly. He wished she would look at him so she could see how sorry he felt. "I really did enjoy our time together." Her hand paused its gentle movements as a new emotion swept across her face. But she quickly wiped it away. She cleared her throat and turned back to Trev. "I told myself last night that I didn't want to be angry anymore, so I forgive you. I can see how it was all just a silly misunderstanding," she said, extending her hand for him to shake. "And I'm sorry for the assumptions I made about you." Her forgiveness was guarded, and judging by the formal handshake she extended to him, things weren't quite back to normal. But then, their normal had been so charged with attraction. They would have to find a new normal. Was that even possible? He took her hand, and immediately chills formed on the back of his neck, which made his heart start racing faster. He didn't let go of her hand, just kept it there, the current spreading like fire between them. "Friends?" he managed to get out. "What else would we be?" Her words came out in a whisper. What else could they be? Nothing. "That is, if you can handle being friends with me." Her playful banter was coming back. That was a good sign. He smiled with relief. "I'm sure I can handle it." Hearing sounds of Jameson's returning, they both dropped their hands and shuffled apart from each other. The boy entered the stable with a stunning mare in tow, her coat sleek and black. "So this is Dara?" Renna asked, admiring the beautiful dark horse. Jameson led the black mare to where they stood. The horse seemed uneasy with her surroundings, pulling her head back against the reins. "Hey, girl," Renna calmly whispered to the horse as she leaned in closer. "I'd like to be friends with you. I just became friends with the prince." She eyed him with a whimsical gleam. "So maybe we can be friends too." "Being friends is better than nothing," Trev told himself as he watched her. The mare settled with each of Renna's soothing words. "I think she likes me," Renna said, her smile big and animated. "It's impossible not to like you." "My lord, which horse should I prepare for Princess Saren now?" Jameson asked. "This horse was meant for Saren?" Renna asked with guilt. "Yes," Trev nodded, "but I think she prefers you. Jameson, find Princess Saren a different mount. It looks like Dara and Miss Renna are friends." Jameson nodded and left. Renna leaned her forehead into Dara, and Trev noticed the smile on her face. He had made her happy. Things were definitely looking up from yesterday. "I feel bad taking Saren's horse," Renna said, still staring into Dara's eyes. "Don't. We have plenty more." Trev admired her as she stroked the horse's thick mane. It was just another part of her that was attractive, the way she could put anyone or anything at ease. "She's great, you know." "Dara?" "No, Saren," she said, finally looking at him. Trev swallowed. "Yeah, she seems wonderful." "Did you guys talk much at dinner?" After she asked the question, her face colored a bit, like she remembered the dinner fiasco all over again. Trev pretended not to notice. "I didn't have a lot of time alone with her to talk." "Well, then I hope you get a chance today." Renna nodded, her smile tight. He respected the way she was trying to turn his attention to Saren, but at the same time, it hurt. Somehow, her efforts at being a good sister made him feel rejected. "So, do you ride as well as you dance?" he joked, wanting to get back into their usual banter. Renna straightened her back. "I do dance well, but I am even better at riding." "Right," he teased. Without even thinking, he took a stray lock of her golden hair and tucked it behind her ear. His hand brushed down her ear and then to the side of her neck, unnecessarily. Her breath caught beneath his touch. Behind them, someone cleared their throat, startling them both. They turned, and Trev recognized the guard who had found them at Wellenbreck, standing in the stable doorway. It was like an alarm went off in this guy every time Trev touched Renna. Which was good, since he shouldn't be touching her at all. "Miss Renna, your mother requests an audience with you. Miss Degray is joining the entourage for a tour of the countryside this morning," Trev said to the guard with perfect timing. The guard gave a stiff nod. "Of course, Your Highness. I will let Her Majesty know to expect her daughter later this afternoon." "Thank you, Mangum," Renna said. Trev raised his eyebrows in interest. So this was Mangum, the guy Renna had pretended to drown for. This made Trev like her even more. Unfortunately. "Princess Saren is waiting just outside the stable for you, Your Highness," Mangum said with a stern, pointed look at them both. Then, with a quick bow, Mangum disappeared out the barn door. Renna took a step back from Trev, her expression guarded again. "I guess I'll see you out there," she said tonelessly. She pulled Dara's reins and led her out the back, leaving Trev standing in the stable alone. King Carver's staff had planned an entire week of activities to allow Trev and Princess Saren time to court, while also showcasing the country of Albion for the New Hope visitors. Today's horseback tour was just one of these festivities. While New Hope's and Albion's chief advisors worked out the details of the marriage treaty, Trev would host a tournament of games, a festival, a picnic with schoolchildren, a visit to market day, and a ball in honor of the New Hope royalty. Trev led his New Hope guests and a group of Albion's most prominent men and women by horseback, north of the ruler's palace. He pointed out the tallest peak of the Albion Mountains, places in Albana City, the acres of farmland under the direction of King Carver, and a few pre-Desolation ruins. Princess Saren rode next to him, their pace slow enough to allow conversation. Her hair was slicked back into a high ponytail, and she wore a light purple riding outfit that made her pale skin glow. "Do you like your role as the Prince of Albion?" Saren asked as they rode along. "There's good and bad, as I'm sure you know. I don't know life any other way, so it's hard to compare. What about you? Do you like being the Princess of New Hope?" "It comes with a lot of meetings and a rigorous education. But there's also a lot of ease and luxury, so I guess I can't complain. However, I would have been perfectly happy out of the spotlight in dull and colorless dresses." He wasn't expecting that answer. "You don't like the spotlight?" "It's not that I don't like it. It's part of my job, my role as princess, and I take that seriously. But if my life were different, if I had a different role that wasn't so public, I'd be fine with that too." "Are you scared to marry me?" he asked, trying to face the awkwardness of their situation head on. She smirked, her dark eyes gleaming. "That's a very forward question." Trev shook his head. "I'm sorry. You don't have to answer." "I want you to ask me questions like that, to approach this marriage with honesty. I've been engaged to you since I was 10 years old. Every time I played dolls or house, you were the prince. You were the happily ever after." Her dark eyes glanced away. "You ask if I am scared to marry you? My answer is yes." It was a relief that her answer matched his own anguish. He was scared too. She continued to speak with poise. "I'm scared for the little girl that pretended to know you, that she'll be disappointed in who you are. And I'm scared for the woman I am today, that I won't be what you want." "I'm scared of disappointing you too," Trev admitted. "Not that I'm a bad guy or anything. I plan on being a good husband and partner. I just don't know if I'm what you want." "If it matters, each moment I spend with you, I get less scared." She half smiled, barely showing her straight white teeth. "So you must be doing something right." "I don't know about that," Trev argued. They rode in companionable silence for a moment, until Saren's expression turned grave. She lowered her voice. "I heard about the attack on Axville. Is it certain that Tolston was involved?" "Almost certain." Trev sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "There have been skirmishes with Tolston's soldiers on our side of the border." Her smile was grim. "It looks like you may need my military after all." Trev shifted in his saddle. It felt odd discussing his country's political maneuvers with Saren. But she was going to be his queen in a few weeks. He needed to get used to sharing things with her. "I hope it won't come to that. I'd like to keep New Hope away from battle, if I can." "But that is the point of our marriage, isn't it?" Saren met his eyes. "If you need our men, they're yours." "Thank you," was all Trev could mutter in response. A marriage for a military. The thought made him sick. How could two things so starkly different from each other be tied together? Their conversation bounced from one topic to another. Trev found that they had a lot in common. Her mother had passed away, she had no siblings, and felt the pressure of being an heir to the throne. She was knowledgeable in the workings of her government and her people, and seemed to have good intentions when it came to governing. Her father had been right. Marrying Princess Saren was a good choice for Albion. But was she a good choice for him? Under different circumstances, Trev might have welcomed the arrangement wholeheartedly. But all he could think about now was Renna at the side of the group, and the men on their horses surrounding her. They were all harmless, really. A few young, eager soldiers and young men from the city. And then Mr. Tybalt, a large, balding, married man who frequently had his last meal stuck in his hairy beard. Trev was confident none of those men could impress Renna. At least, he hoped not. Chapter 16. Renna. The horses slowed to a stop as the company came upon white tents and buffet tables of food laid out for them by servants. A servant helped Renna down from Dara's back and took the reins from her hands. "I'll take your horse, my lady," he said, pulling her horse over to be tied up, leaving Renna alone. There were so many men from prominent families on the outing. Her mother would call them potential marriage matches, and would be thrilled with the attention they were showing Renna. None of the men seemed to view her as the afterthought stepsister, like the men in New Hope. Instead, they clamored to talk to her. In New Hope, she was an unfortunate reminder of the Queen's former life. But here in Albion, she was part of the royal caravan and an honored guest. It was a nice change, even if it meant she had to be around Trev. She turned and nearly bumped into him and Saren. "Renna, I'm so glad to see you," Saren said with a genuine smile. "You seemed upset at dinner last night, and I just wanted to make sure you were okay." Renna glanced awkwardly at Trev, then back at Saren. "I wasn't upset." "Are you sure?" Saren pressed. "It seemed like something was bothering you." "Saren, stop, please." Renna shook her head. "Nope, I'm fine." "Have you had a chance to meet Prince Ezra?" Saren asked, switching to another equally awkward topic. Renna cleared her throat. "Only briefly." "Miss Degray, it's a pleasure to see you again." Trev stiffly bowed in front of her, kissing Renna's hand, sending a shot of tingles down her spine. Tingles that needed to stop immediately. Renna gave Saren a playful look. "You're right, Saren. You are much better looking than Prince Ezra." Trev nodded dramatically. "I couldn't agree more." Saren shook her head, smiling. "I never said that. Renna is known for pranking people." Trev raised his eyebrows. "Is that so?" Renna's eyes dropped to the ground as her face flushed. "Yes," Saren said, looking between them. "I think you will get along well. You both have a playful energy." "That's, Trev stumbled over his words. I don't know about that." He finally managed to get out with a nervous laugh. Renna wanted to crawl under a rock. Her joke had definitely backfired. "In fact," Saren said, still beaming, "Renna should join us tomorrow for the tour of the palace." "Just the three of us? No, thank you." Trev smiled at Saren, though it looked a bit strained. "I thought it was just going to be the two of us." "Oh, but Renna would love it. You'll come, won't you?" Saren looked at her expectantly, like she was secretly begging her to come. If Renna didn't know any better, she would think Saren was trying to avoid being alone with the prince. Renna didn't understand. She would give anything to trade Saren places. "I couldn't." Renna shook her head, looking at Trev for some help. "I don't want to intrude." "Nonsense." Saren stood a little taller. "It's a palace tour, not a candlelight dinner." "Perhaps the Queen would like to come too," Trev offered, obviously not thrilled at the idea of the three of them alone. "Yes." Saren smiled at the two of them. "It's settled then." Lizanne walked to Saren's side, grabbing her elbow and whispering in her ear. Trev glanced at Renna. He held her stare for a moment, then looked to the ground. "Okay," Saren said to Lizanne. "I'll be right there." Saren turned back to them. "There are a few young ladies I need to meet."
I'll go with you, Trev said, a little too eagerly.
It's all right. Saren put a hand on Trev's arm and smiled. I know you have people to talk to as well. I'll come find you in a moment. And with that, Saren followed Lizanne away. You don't have to keep me company. Renna tried to release him. You can go talk to somebody else.
And leave you alone? Trev smiled. I'm too much of a gentleman to do that.
Who says I'd be alone? She challenged, raising her eyebrows. Mr. Tybolt and I have struck up a romance. I'm sure he'll be along shortly to claim me.
Trev fought back his smile. Didn't you know? He's already married.
That is definitely a shame. Renna looked serious. I suppose I'm destined to a life of loneliness, pining after Mr. Tybolt and all his charms.
You'll probably love him your whole life and refuse to marry another, Trev added.
You're right, she smiled. I'll take up a job as a beard trimmer, hoping to see him every few months.
You'll save clippings from his beard in a treasure box and smell them every night. Renna gasped.
Gross!
Did I take the story too far?
Trev's face remained serious. A puff of laughter escaped her nose. A little.
I thought I was really onto something with the beard clippings.
Renna's laughter faded when she caught a glimpse of Saren across the grass. Her dark eyes watched them, but then she nodded politely and turned toward the young women she was getting to know. How are things with Saren? Renna asked, hoping to remind Trev of her. She didn't really want to talk about how things were going between the two of them, but that seemed like the kind of thing a friend would ask. And they were friends now. Trev watched Saren from the side for a moment, then spoke. She told me a little about her childhood, growing up betrothed to me. She said she used to play with dolls and that I was the prince in her happily ever after make-believe games. That's actually quite adorable, Renna said. She looked at Saren again, wishing it didn't hurt her heart so much to hear that.
Yes, it is. It's also a lot of pressure to live up to a figment of her imagination.
Renna's voice was light. As if you need more pressure in your life. Trev chuckled.
I guess I have an entire lifetime to figure out how to be the man she hoped for.
His lips dropped down, and his shoulders slumped, contradicting his laugh. He looked at Renna. The carefree twinkle in his eyes was gone, replaced by sadness. He smiled, but Renna saw through his mask to how unhappy he was. He bowed.
Miss Degray, I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
And with that, he turned and walked away. Renna's heart tightened uncomfortably, and she let out a deep breath. Just being friends was going to be harder than she thought. She found a table on the opposite side of the tent from Trev and Saren, hoping to sit as far away as possible, but somehow still ended up with a perfect view of them through lunch. Renna tried not to watch their interactions, but she was keenly aware of every lean, touch, and whisper the two shared. It was torture. She had to stop this. She didn't want to be a front-row spectator to their courtship.
Miss Degray?
Renna turned to see a young man towering over her, a little like he'd been sent from heaven to save her from her misery. But this guy made her worry. He was attractive, and he knew it. He was tall and muscular, his hair light brown, streaked with golden highlights from the sun. His eyes were dark with flecks of yellow, and they were mischievous, like he was about to do something he shouldn't. His smile came easy and was warm, inviting, and full. A real heartbreaker. He gestured to himself.
I'm Jonas Doman.
Renna Degray. Renna inclined her head respectfully. But you already knew that. His answering grin was mildly suggestive.
I have to confess, I've been waiting patiently for a chance to meet you.
And why is that? She couldn't think of a single reason someone would want to meet her when Saren was nearby.
Because you are by far the most beautiful woman here.
A skeptical laugh escaped her. He couldn't be serious. But the compliment was nice all the same. Well, I hate waiting for anything, so that sounds awful.
I think you are worth the wait.
He took the empty chair beside her. Recent experience had taught Renna she should be wary of men. But she was grateful for the distraction. She glanced once more toward Trev and Saren to see their heads bent together in whispered conversation.
People like us should stick together.
Jonas rested his elbow on the table casually, bringing her attention back to him. People like us?
Yes, people who are incredibly attractive and charming.
He gave her a dashing smile, and she couldn't help but laugh at his arrogance. She couldn't tell yet if he was actually this conceited, or if he just feigned it for humor.
You see, I can help you here in Albion, show you around, introduce you to important people.
He raised his eyebrows again.
Entertain you.
Renna smirked. He was definitely entertaining. She leaned back in her chair and folded her arms across her chest. That sounds awfully generous of you.
I'm a generous man.
He stood and motioned for her hand.
In fact, let's start getting to know each other now, on the ride back to the palace.
She stood, placing her hand in his, unsure of what she thought about him and his forwardness. As they passed the other table, her eyes met Trev's. He seemed surprised, and even a little upset. She raised her eyebrows in challenge. He didn't get to care about how or with whom she spent her time. The ride back to the palace was all about Jonas Doman. He was very self-assured, and that was putting it politely. His father was the high ruler of a province in Albion, and his family was among Albion's most distinguished. Renna could tell by his fancy-cut riding suit that he came from money. For the first 20 minutes, Jonas went on and on about his wardrobe, the different colors, patterns, and textures of his suits and ties. Then, for another 15 minutes, he described, in great detail, his rigorous exercise routine, which he rotated through weekly in various different athletics. Somehow, his in-depth description of himself came with just enough flattery to keep Renna smiling the entire ride. Back at the palace, Jonas helped her off her horse. He was a bit too touchy, placing his hands unnecessarily on her hips as he helped her down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she backed away from him slightly.
Do you find weddings romantic?
His expression was overly suave.
Because I'm hoping that you'll be in the mood for a romance of your own.
Renna laughed out loud at his absurd flirtation. She handed the reins of her horse to a servant.
I'm serious, he said. I find you very irresistible.
Officer Doman, you don't know anything about me. She still wasn't sure if she liked Jonas or not, but she did like his attention.
Find me tonight at dinner. I would love to get to know you better.
Renna was sure he would, since he hadn't asked a single question about her the entire ride back. Maybe you'll find me first. She gave an awkward curtsy before walking away. Per Mangum's bidding, Renna made her way to her mother's room. She had a feeling she was in for a scolding for the scene she'd made at dinner last night. Mangum stood guard outside the Queen's door, staring blankly ahead. His body stiffened when he caught sight of Renna. Renna smiled at him. I'll never prank you again if you tell my mother that you forgot to give me the message to meet her. Mangum's eyes dropped, and he shifted his weight nervously.
Actually, there is something I need to tell your mother.
Renna couldn't understand why he was acting so strange. Okay.
I need to tell her about you and Prince Ezra. He glanced up at her again. That he was the soldier with you at the pond. A lump formed in Renna's throat. She hadn't thought about the fact that Mangum would recognize Trev, that he would tell her mother. "No, Mangum, please," she begged. "I didn't know he was the prince when we were back at Wellenbreck. If I had known, I wouldn't have—" She couldn't finish her sentence, couldn't say it out loud. "What about in the stable this morning? I know what I saw." His incriminating eyes broke her heart a little. "That was nothing. We were actually talking about Saren, and how we were just going to be friends." He shook his head. "Your mother needs to know. It's my job to inform her. It's my job to protect the Alliance." "No, it's your job to protect her, and this will destroy her. Not to mention, it will destroy what little relationship I have with her." Mangum bit his lip. "Please don't say anything. I don't think I can handle finding out that the guy I like is engaged to my stepsister and deal with my mother's anger." Her eyes welled up with tears. "It's just too much." The lines in his face deepened as he frowned. "Renna, this is a dangerous secret." She blinked back her tears. "It will be fine. I know my place, and it's not with Prince Ezra." "You know your place," he confirmed. Renna nodded. Mangum let out a heavy breath. "Fine." Renna jumped into his arms. "We'll keep this just between us," he said, patting her on the back. "But I'll be watching you closely." "Thank you, Mangum." Renna pulled back from the hug. "Thank you for understanding." He blushed and looked away, clearing his throat. "Your mother is waiting for you. You better go in." Renna took one deep breath, then rapped her knuckles against the wooden door. Cypress opened the door with the same disapproving look she always wore. "Your mother has been waiting for you." "I came as soon as I could." Renna stepped around the maid. She found her mother sitting on a red velvet chair, reading a book. "I'm glad to see that you supported Saren on the outing today. I worried after last night that you would be uninvited." Renna sighed. Her mother couldn't even make it through one sentence without bringing up her missteps from the night before. She couldn't even imagine what her mother would have done if Mangum had told her about Trev. "Mom, I think you're looking at last night all wrong. My behavior only made Saren look that much better. Isn't that the point? To make Saren look good for the prince?" Renna smiled, hoping to soften her mother's mood. "You embarrassed yourself and me. I'm concerned that if you keep behaving that way, King Carver will call off the wedding." Renna clenched her jaw. She was pretty confident that, with everything at stake in his conflict with Tolston, there was no way King Carver would call off the wedding. But there was also no way to convince her mother of that. "I'm sorry. I'll try to do better." "I would appreciate that." Marielle stood, walking to the balcony's open doors, her arms folded over her chest, like she was trying to keep her emotions locked inside. Renna hoped that the scene last night hadn't spun her mother into some sort of episode. "The soldier you met at Wellenbreck?" her mother said, her face to the window. "Is he here?" How could she answer this question without worrying her mother? She considered her words carefully, then replied, "No, the soldier I knew at Wellenbreck is definitely not here." In a way, that was true. The man she thought she knew, the one she had dreamed up a future with, didn't exist anymore. "How are Saren and Prince Ezra getting along?" Her mother's countenance cheered. "Delightfully," Renna muttered. Chapter 17. Renna. Renna had successfully avoided Trev and Saren all last night at dinner, sitting across the room with Jonas, her back to them.
She was proud of herself, dodging the happy couple like a soldier would his enemy during war. Not that she was at war. Well, maybe she was at war with her heart, but nevertheless, she still considered last night a success. There was no way to avoid them the next morning during the palace tour, though. At least her mother was there as a buffer. Renna did her best to hang back with the queen as they weaved their way through the kitchen, sitting rooms, dining rooms, and offices. Trev's palace tour included inconsequential details that no real tour of a palace would have, especially when amazing paintings and artifacts from before Desolation were displayed all over. He had this great way about him where he could keep a straight face, even when he said the most ridiculous things. See this closet? He opened a door in a high-ceilinged hallway, revealing cleaning supplies stacked on the shelves inside. This closet has the sturdiest shelves in the entire palace. Renna shook her head. She couldn't believe he was actually behaving this way in front of her mother and Saren. No, really. And look over here. He walked to a light switch at the end of the hall. This light switch is the fastest switch in the entire palace. He flicked it off and then back on again, making the lights above them flash. See? So fast, you didn't even notice a difference. Renna choked back a giggle, cupping her hand over her mouth. Saren, at least, looked mildly amused. But her mother simply stared back at Trev with a blank face. Trev cleared his throat uncomfortably, clearly sensing that his humor wasn't appreciated. There's one more room I want to show you all. Trev led them into a dark room and shut the door behind them. Should we be worried that this is where you send the assassin to kill us in the dark, empty room? Renna teased. Renna! Her mother exclaimed. No one is going to die. Trev laughed. I promise you'll like it. Just give me a second. Renna could see shapes all around and above her, but couldn't make out what they were. She could hear Trev shuffling around the room until he threw back thick, wine-colored curtains, letting rays of sunlight illuminate the space. Renna immediately recognized it as the palace's artifact room. The New Hope Government Center had one as well. The giant open room had tables set up in rows with wide aisles between them, the displays making a maze to weave in and out of. Each corner had a different theme, with information and artifacts that came from the pre-Desolation world. The walls were dark mahogany, making the room feel rich and important. And the ceiling was domed in the middle, with space large enough to suspend the wing of a pre-Desolation airplane down from the top. It's huge, Renna exclaimed. So much bigger than the one back home. She marveled at the bits and pieces of what had once been life before Desolation. The first section was dedicated to artifacts that had been part of electronics. Probably things that had been collected in the rubble and donated over the years. She recognized a few items: a broken television screen, the top of a personal computer, a charred cellular phone, half of a remote control. They had a few things like that on display in New Hope as well. Then there was a section on transportation. That was Renna's favorite: twisted pieces of automobiles, rubber tires, handlebars, and wheels of all sizes. Marielle paused, looking at an inscription hanging on the wall. Renna read it over her shoulder. Handlebars of a child's bicycle. Trev looked at the women. You know, I've always wondered why bicycles have never been deemed essential. Maybe I will bring them up for discussion at the next Council of Essentials. Really? Renna exclaimed. That would be amazing. The only way the working class can get around is by walking or on horseback. It makes travel so much harder. And a lot of people can't even afford a horse, Trev said passionately. What are those people supposed to do? Exactly, Renna nodded. It's a big problem, especially for those in rural communities. Excitement danced in Trev's eyes. We could take the idea of the original bicycle and build upon it. Maybe design it so more than one person can ride it at once. And we could design some kind of wagon that can attach to it, so people could pull things. His eyes went wide. Or we could introduce cars. We already have transporters that are similar. We just need to make them smaller and more affordable, so the average citizen can buy them. I love your enthusiasm, but there are many other factors that need to be thought through. Saren's voice of reason broke into their conversation. Trev and Renna turned to look at her. For instance, anything with tires would be difficult since our roads aren't paved. Transporters were made to travel over uneven terrain, but cars and bicycles would mean the council would have to allocate funds toward developing new infrastructure. Maybe bikes could be designed with thicker tires so people can ride on uneven roads, Renna offered. Perhaps, Saren shrugged. But there's more to it than just tires and roads. If the working class is able to move around more easily, things like the economy could change and be disrupted. The council is right. Things are much simpler when people stay in the region or area they were born in. Oh, Renna said, dropping her eyes to the floor. A flood of self-consciousness rushed through her. She hated how the council always had the final word on everything. Saren smiled in her genuine way. It was a good thought. She clasped her hands behind her back, walking away to join the Queen at another display across the room. Renna pointed to the fragments of what was once an automobile, a crushed door, a fender, a piece of a roof. I still think the council should let everyone have one of these. I know the council helped keep peace and order after Desolation, but nowadays, it seems like they just want to regulate what we can and can't do. For the working class, at least. She looked pointedly at Trev. Your father is a part of the Council of Essentials. Is he trying to regulate his people? Trev stole a quick glance at Saren and the Queen, as if he wanted to make sure they couldn't hear his response. Yes. Unfortunately, my father wants power. The Council of Essentials is where leaders can gain and exercise the most power over the world. I don't think he started out that way. I think in the beginning he had good intentions. Over the years, those good intentions have turned into greed. Renna had been taught her whole life that the Council of Essentials and the leaders who were part of it had the world's best interests in mind. But ever since she moved to the government center, she was beginning to see a new side of the council, a side that was more about power than protection. I worry that the same thing will happen to me. Trev's words broke into her thoughts. I worry that I will start out with all these good intentions, like the bicycle, but I'll change over time. I'll start to only worry about what's best for myself, instead of what's best for my people. His honesty tugged at her heart. He walked away, not waiting for her to answer or reassure him he wouldn't be like his father. He stopped in front of a giant 3D model of the world before Desolation. Saren and the Queen were already studying it. Renna followed behind to see what they were staring at. She ran her finger over the area of the map labeled Indonesia. It was hard to believe that the eruption of a supervolcano halfway around the world had set off a chain reaction that changed the world forever. It's amazing anybody survived those 17 years, Renna said quietly. She already knew what events led to Desolation and the rebuild. The eruption, the natural disasters, the nuclear wars. But seeing it laid out like this tied her stomach up in knots. What if that had been her? What if she had lived when the earth swallowed itself up? The thought made her uneasy. Next to the pre-Desolation model was a model of the 7 kingdoms, built on what was left of the North and South American continent. Saren raised her chin proudly. The world as we know it is smaller with less inhabitable land, but we will be stronger. The Council of Essentials makes us stronger. Saren had so much confidence in the Council of Essentials, in government, while Renna's was fading. Nothing that the council did made sense anymore. There was no equality. They all stared at the model quietly, until Saren and her mother moved to another display about occupations. Trev nodded for Renna to join him in the opposite direction. She had some anxiety about being alone with him, but followed anyway. "Ah, this is what I wanted to show you." Trev motioned for her to come over by him. His hands rested on the sides of a glass case. Inside was a paper book with pictures of people all over it. "It's a magazine," he said. "No way! It's almost completely intact still. I've only ever seen a few ripped pages of one." "I know, right?" His excitement was contagious. Then he did something crazy. He lifted the glass and gently started turning the pages of the magazine. "What are you doing? You can't touch that." Renna looked around in a panic. "You're going to get us in trouble." "Who's going to yell at me? Besides, Drake and I used to sneak in here when we were boys and look through it." She raised her eyebrow. "You don't respect the preservation of precious artifacts from history, do you?" Trev snickered. "I do now that I'm older, but this is a special circumstance." There. He stopped at a picture of a beautiful woman in a fancy dress. Her arms and shoulders were bare. The red fabric of her dress curved perfectly around her breasts, pushing them up, spilling them over the top. The fabric continued down her body, hugging her tightly until the dress dramatically split open over one thigh, revealing one bare leg. The other leg was hidden under the red silk. The woman had her hand on her hip, posing for the picture. "See what I was talking about? No modesty rules." He seemed pleased to show her something new. She looked at Trev accusingly. "Now I can see why you and Drake would sneak in here." "We were very resourceful," he said with a mischievous glimmer in his eye. "We weren't just looking at the pretty women. We read the articles, too." Renna laughed, rolling her eyes a bit. She read the caption silently, shaking her head in amazement. "Blake Lively brings her A-game to one of high fashion's most glamorous events in a strapless Vera Wang dress." A strapless dress? How did it stay on without sleeves holding it up? She leaned in closer to get a better look. It was probably too tight to go anywhere, Trev guessed. "I suppose you're right." Trev lifted the glass back over the magazine, leaving it on the page of the stunning young woman. "You kind of look like her, you know." Renna let out a very unladylike laugh. "In your dreams?" "Maybe I will dream about it. You and me, dancing in fancy clothes. You said yourself back at Wellenbreck that you wanted another chance at dancing." Trev shouldn't be saying things like that, but his smile was so innocent, so charming. Renna's heart beat obnoxiously until her guilt pulled her into reality. She looked around the room for her mother and Saren, who thankfully leaned over a display of children's toys. Renna pretended to be interested in another display, to distance herself from Trev, but of course, he followed her. "I almost forgot. I brought you something." Trev pulled out a small napkin from his pocket. He gently unwrapped it and held it in front of her. "What is it?" Her brows puckered together. "It's called chocolate." He broke off a piece and handed it to her. "Where did you get it?" she asked, examining it in her fingers. We did some trading with the Kingdom of Crystal. The weather and humidity in Crystal make it the perfect place to grow cocoa beans. Now we have a whole stash of them in the basement. He plopped a piece into his own mouth. Slowly, she raised the small piece to her lips, but stopped just short of them. Is this where you poison me? Do you think everyone is trying to kill you, or just me? Just you, I guess, Renna smiled. It smells good. Would you just eat it? She quickly placed the foreign food into her mouth. Trev watched as her expression changed from nervous anticipation to complete bliss. You have ruined me. I don't think anything else will ever satisfy me again, she said, taking in the delicious flavor. I feel the exact same way. Trev stared at her intently, all hints of joking gone from his handsome face. Renna panicked. She did the only thing she could think of. She punched him in the shoulder and then whispered, "You are the biggest flirt I have ever met. Are you practicing all these lines on me first before you use them on Saren?" Trev's unwavering gaze broke as if the mention of Saren reminded him of who he should really be spending his time with. He looked over his shoulder at where Saren stood, her back to them. I should go to her, but I'll see you tomorrow. It's the first day of the tournament of games. He began to walk away slowly, still speaking to her as he went. You're really going to like all the competitions. I know it. Then he was gone from her side. Chapter 18. Renna. A buzz of excitement surrounded the outside of the palace for the tournament of games. The grassy lawn in front of the palace had been transformed into a small arena. Booths were set up with food vendors, and a few portable toilets lined the outskirts of the grass. Young men from the army and working-class men from nearby villages eagerly waited in line to sign up for the different competitions. Winners from each day would compete on the final day, in a tournament of champions. Renna felt the energy as she strolled among the crowd. Joyful sounds of laughter rang from young children as they ran around their mothers. Groups of women chatted while their men bragged about their own skills and talents. It was a happy day in Albion. She smiled at passers-by and tried not to look for Trev. Her smile faltered a bit when she finally saw him. He was seated in the stands next to Saren, front and center, where the best seats were. They leaned their heads in close together, and Saren was smiling at something he said. The carefree feeling of the morning escaped with Renna's breath. But it was good. Good for her to remember he was Saren's. Someone better would come along for her. She just had to make it through the wedding, and then she could go home. Renna found an open seat next to her mother and sat down. Luckily, Trev and Saren were several seats away. It would be easier to act like she didn't care about him if she could ignore him. But then she heard Trev and Saren talking. "Why are there so many men signing up?" Saren asked. "What kind of prize do they get if they win?" "Well, the tradition in Albion is for the winner to receive a kiss from a woman of his choice. I'm sure most men would choose you." Saren let out a light laugh. "Are you comfortable with that?" Trev asked. "I suppose there's only one man I would want to kiss, but I'll consider it an honor to perform the duty if called upon." Renna leaned forward to see Trev's response to Saren's words. He looked flustered, or maybe he was thrilled. It was tough to tell. Renna slammed her back into her seat, hiding them from her view. "Prince Ezra," her mother called, "join me for a moment." "What? Why?" Renna's heart stumbled as Trev stood up and came their way. "Your Majesty, Miss Degray, you both look lovely this morning." His comment was meant for her mother too, but his eyes lingered on Renna a little too long. Prince Ezra. Queen Marielle nodded back at him. How kind of you to arrange such an exciting competition during our stay. Will we have the pleasure of seeing you compete in any of the games this week? I'm afraid it's not customary for royalty to participate. Of course not. You wouldn't want to be injured, her mother replied. Actually, it wouldn't be fair to the other competitors. I'd most likely win every event. Her mother laughed and Trev grinned, but Renna raised her eyebrows at his cockiness. Miss Degray, do you doubt it? His smug smile challenged her. She had hoped she wouldn't have to speak, especially not in front of her mother. But how could she ignore a direct question? She breathed in. I doubt anyone who brags about their own talents. Her mother's mouth dropped open. Even when they have the right to brag. Trev didn't seem angry, just amused. She smiled coyly. Unfortunately, we'll never know if you have that right. I guess you'll just have to take my word for it. And we will, Queen Marielle desperately added. Trev nodded to the Queen before turning his smug smile back on her. Miss Degray, I hope you won't mind, but I took the liberty of inviting my dear friend Mr. Tybalt to sit with you today. Her eyes narrowed. Thank you, Your Highness, but that's not necessary. The last thing she wanted was to be stuck with Mr. Tybalt all day. Ah, here he comes now. Tybalt! Trev gestured to the large man. I was just telling Miss Degray what a dear friend you are to our family, and how I would like you two to be better acquainted. Renna could not believe what was happening. The sweaty man actually sat down, and, in doing so, took up half of her seat. She looked to Trev to save her, but he seemed all too pleased with himself and the situation. The games are about to begin. Trev backed up a few steps. I trust you two will get along great. Indeed, Mr. Tybalt yelled, deafening Renna's left ear in the process. This was going to be a long morning. With an impish grin, Trev retreated to his seat, leaving Renna to glare at his back as he walked away. Clearly, she had underestimated how far he would go to carry out a joke. She tried to focus on the tournament, doing her best to ignore the enormous sweating man beside her. Archery was the first event. There were 15 contestants in total. As each man was announced, Tybalt found something critical to say about him. They were either too poor, their clothes too gray, or they were somehow beneath him, even if they came from a respectable family. He insisted he was a far better bowman than any of the participants. Renna couldn't even imagine Tybalt having enough muscles under all his layers to hold a bow, let alone standing still long enough to hit a target. Renna was careful not to do or say anything that encouraged more conversation, but Tybalt hardly needed encouragement. He continued to lean in closer and closer until her neck began to hurt from straining away. At one point, Tybalt became so animated that saliva flew from his sweaty mouth and landed all over her neck. She silently cursed Trev as she wiped the liquid with the sleeve of her dress. Her eyes continued to scan the arena until they found Jonas. He stood casually against a wooden post, feet crossed and arms folded across his broad chest. He raised his eyes toward the large man next to her, and Renna subtly shook her head, eyes wide in feigned panic. Jonas mouthed the words, I'm sorry. Did you also know I am skilled in other types of weapons? Mr. Tybalt was still talking. Would he ever stop? Not waiting for her answer, he continued to tell her specifically what weapons he liked to use and who he had challenged. With each word, his stale breath burned her nostrils. Turning her head away, she dared to look down the row in Trev's direction. He was smiling as Saren talked. Unbelievable! He had stuck Mr. Tybalt on her while he was enjoying Saren and the archery competition. He was officially the worst. Then, the worst's beautiful blue eyes glanced at her. She gave Trev her most irritated glare as payback for the unpleasant situation he had placed her in. Trev held his fingers up to his chin, opening and closing them like pretend scissors to a beard. Chapter 19. Trev. I have something planned for us after the competition, Trev said to Saren over the cheers of the crowd. Somewhere I wanted to take you. That's thoughtful of you, but I'm meeting with the dressmaker to discuss plans for my wedding dress, Saren said, excitement edging her voice. Trev forced a smile. That sounds important. The wedding still didn't seem real to him, but this was a clear reminder that things between him and Saren were definitely real. Perhaps we can spend some time together later. Saren reached out, squeezing his arm. Of course. Trev tried to turn his focus back to the end of the competition, but every once in a while, his eyes drifted to Renna a few seats down. He'd hoped Tybalt's placement would come across as a joke, though after watching Renna shrink away from the man all morning, he began to wonder if it had been a little too much for him to put Renna through. The one upside was that no other man could get anywhere near her while Tybalt was there, his immense body acting as a barricade between her and any other suitor. But that wasn't fair of him, and he knew it. So I'll see you later, Saren asked when the competition was over, pulling his attention back to her. Sure, Trev stood. What are you going to do? Renna stood, trying to escape Tybalt. Maybe Trev should rescue her. He smiled back at Saren. Oh, I'm sure I have some policies on my desk that need to be reviewed. He waited until Saren had walked away, and then he made his move, arriving on the scene just as Tybalt stood and asked Renna and her mother to accompany him to the lunch buffet. I think, Renna began to say until Trev interrupted her. I think Miss Degray already has plans for lunch. Tybalt shrunk a little in Trev's presence. Sweat trickled from his forehead down into his beard. I see. My mother, however, would be thrilled to accompany you. Renna smiled warmly at the Queen, who didn't know quite how to respond. Recovering quickly, Queen Marielle said with a polite smile, Certainly. Tybalt shuffled his massive body around several chairs, trying to exit. The Queen took his offered arm. Well then, thank you for a most agreeable morning, he sputtered to Renna. Agreeable doesn't even begin to describe it. Renna smiled sweetly, and Trev laughed under his breath at her seemingly innocent remark. Tybalt paused, looking confused, and then escorted the Queen away. Do you want to get out of here? Trev asked. Where's Saren? Renna said, glancing over his shoulder for the princess. Don't you need to spend time with her? Yes, he should be with Saren, but she was busy. I asked her if she wanted to come with me, and she turned me down. She has a meeting with the dressmaker. He shrugged. Instead of canceling my plans, I thought I could take you. Don't you have more important things to do? She asked. I wouldn't have asked if I had more important things to do. Do you want to come or not? She looked around them, likely checking to see who was watching or noticing them together. I guess it would be all right, she finally answered. Trev, there you are. The pair turned to see Drake coming their way. Should we all walk to lunch together? He asked, desperation infusing his tone. Undoubtedly, he thought it was a bad idea for Trev to be alone with Renna. Probably because it was a bad idea. But there was no harm in being around Renna, not out in public. Besides, Saren had said no. She'd probably be happy he'd taken Renna instead. Renna and I have other plans, Trev replied. Other plans besides lunch? Drake asked, not even trying to hide his irritation.
Yes.
Before Drake could respond, Trev pulled Renna away. They walked side by side, though Trev kept his hands clasped behind his back, in case he had a spontaneous urge to touch her. That seemed to keep happening. I hope you don't feel like you have to plan something to keep me entertained. I know you were just trying to be nice by saving me from Tybalt, even if you were the one who stuck me with him in the first place. If you want, we can turn back to lunch.
Who says I was just being nice? I meant what I said. I have other plans for you. He pointed to the training field lined with men. Have you been over here yet?
Renna shook her head.
This is where all the soldiers train. It's one of my favorite places on the palace grounds. Men working hard to learn and improve their skills for the good of their king and country.
They walked past rows of young men lined up to receive instruction from their captains. Couldn't these boys have come to the tournament today?
No, these boys didn't have the afternoon off. Besides, a soldier never lets the appearance of peace dictate his work ethic.
The appearance of peace? Renna raised her eyebrows. You don't think this is a peaceful time?
Things are never as peaceful as they seem.
Your country is not at war, and nobody is rioting against the crown. The king has aligned himself with New Hope. What more could you want?
I just don't want to miss anything or trust the wrong person.
What do you mean?
There are rumors of Tolston spies infiltrating Albion.
He probably shouldn't tell Renna all this, but he couldn't shake the urge to open up to her.
I feel this weight on my shoulders, that I have to find the spies and what they want before they do something that I can't control.
Maybe it's just a rumor, she shrugged.
Tolston has recently frustrated some of our military plans. Nothing big, but small things like building a military fortress on the same border location where Albion had plans to build. Things that could be dismissed as coincidence, but also could be something more.
So, how do you know who to trust?
I don't trust anybody.
It was true. He didn't trust anyone outside his circle of friends and family. And now Renna. She whirled around, smiling. Maybe that boy is the spy. She pointed to a young boy practicing hand-to-hand combat across the field. Or that man. Or that man. Or that man. Her finger moved from one person to the next. Trev pushed her arm down. The spy could be you. Or you. She smiled, raising a brow in the process. Her playful expression made his stomach flip with butterflies.
Leave the spies to me. What you need to worry about right now is your aim.
My aim? Trev nodded at the shooting range, separated from the rest of the field by a fence. A young soldier working the desk bowed at Trev, handing him 2 small handguns. He turned to Renna. Do you know how to shoot? He started walking toward the line that faced the targets before she could answer. Renna followed behind, trying to keep pace. Of course not. It's not like we had guns just laying around at Wellenbreck Farm. Only soldiers are allowed to have guns. Her words trailed off as she watched him load bullets into the small black weapon. Trev finished his preparations and turned to face her, gun outstretched, waiting for her to take it. She stared back at him, unsure.
What are you afraid of?
He asked. Renna shuffled her feet. Oh, I don't know. Hurting someone, hurting myself, failing, looking like a fool, embarrassing you, embarrassing myself, and possibly upsetting my mom.
Renna, I didn't take you for a woman who cares what other people think.
She shrugged her shoulders.
Do you want to learn how to shoot a gun or not?
She nodded her head up and down.
Then try it, and stop worrying about what other people think.
Trev gently placed the gun in her hand and pointed to a small button on the left side above the handle.
This is the safety mechanism. Right now, the safety is on, so it won't fire even if you pull the trigger. When you push that button, the safety will release, and the gun will be ready to fire. Leave the safety on until we're ready to shoot."
"Safety first," she teased.
"Always," he said.
"Wow, it's really light." She lifted her hand up and down to feel the weight.
"Yeah, it is. The council approved gun technology upgrades to the ones they had before Desolation, to be safer and more reliable. These are also quieter, so there's no need for ear protection."
She nodded as if everything he said was deeply important. He spread his legs shoulder-width apart, putting his arms straight out in front of him, hands clasped together with the gun in between his fingers.
"This is the position your body should be in when you're ready to shoot."
Renna copied his stance. Trev's eyes scanned slowly up and down her figure.
"Your body looks good." He gave her a wicked smile.
Renna quickly lowered her arms. "Ezra Trevenna, are you a gentleman or not?"
"What?" He raised his hands in innocence. "I was talking about your form. I feel completely violated now." She gave him a warning look. "I promise." He smiled. "I'm all about business."
Her incriminating expression melted into a slow smile.
"Now go back into your stance," he said,
making some adjustments to her hand placement before he explained about sights and how to aim at the target. When he had given all the instructions, he said,
"Okay, let's see what you've got."
She released the safety and fitted her finger over the trigger. Her breath stilled as she pulled the lever, sending a bullet flying through the air. It pierced the bottom left corner of the target 10 yards away, not close to the bullseye at all. "I did it!" she squealed with delight, spinning to face him, the gun pointing in all directions as she turned. Trev scrambled to get his hands on the weapon.
"Whoa! What happened to safety first?"
"Oh, sorry." Her eyes and mouth went wide, like she was just as shocked as he was that she'd forgotten the rules. It was another adorable expression to add to his list. "I forgot."
"This time, let's see if you can hit the target."
"But I did hit the target."
Trev shook his head. "You hit the paper."
Renna lined up again and fired bullet after bullet. Some shots were way off, but some circled the center of the target. When there were no bullets left, she handed the gun back to him, this time with the safety on. "Let's see you do it now," she challenged. Trev reloaded the gun and fired one after another, with every single shot piercing the center of the bullseye. "Wow, you're amazing."
"I'm all right." He picked up the second gun and handed it to her. "Do you want to have a friendly competition?"
"Absolutely not. You would destroy me."
"What if I shot with only my left hand and moved my target 10 yards farther?"
"What does the winner get?"
"If I win, I get to dance with you once at the tournament festival."
Dancing was a normal thing. It would look bad if Trev didn't dance with his fiancée's stepsister. She folded her arms across her chest. "You said I was a terrible dancer."
"Well, someone has to teach you."
"And if I win?" she asked, pursing her lips together.
"What do you want?"
Renna thought for a moment before deciding. "More chocolate." Trev laughed.
"I should have known it would have something to do with food. Deal."
They shook on it. Trev turned and asked the young man behind the desk to move his target 10 yards farther than Renna's. Off-duty soldiers began to notice something exciting was happening, and it didn't take long for word to spread through the training field that Prince Ezra had challenged Renna to a target shooting match. A crowd of men started to gather around to watch. The bet was unfair, even if Trev did shoot with his left arm. He was one of the best gunmen in Albion, next to Drake. But that was the whole point. He counted on his skills to get him that dance with her. Never in his life had he been so grateful for all the long days he had put in practicing. She leaned in so only he could hear. "I feel nervous with all of these guys watching," he whispered back with a smile. "You should feel nervous. They're not here to watch me." "Well, in that case, I'll give them a show." Renna stepped up to fire. The bullet landed low on the target, but was well within the second ring. She grinned at the crowd of men applauding behind her. Trev raised his left arm, releasing his first bullet. Shooting with his opposite arm felt awkward, but he managed to hit the target closer than Renna had. She shot another that landed even closer than her first. The soldiers cheered even louder for her. She looked at him with raised eyebrows, daring him to match her shot. He couldn't back down from those green eyes. His bullet landed right next to hers. "It looks like we're even. Whoever has the best shot on this next one is the winner," he said. "Don't mess up." She pulled the trigger and was disappointed to see the mark in the upper right corner of the paper, not touching the actual target. It would be easy to finish her off now, and Trev wasn't going to hold back. He raised his arm, but just as he released the bullet, Renna's soft fingers tickled the back of his neck behind his ear, burning his skin with her simple touch. The bullet sailed through the air high, missing the paper target completely. The men laughed and cheered as Renna raised her arms in victory. Trev couldn't believe he had lost. He never lost, unless it was on purpose. Poor Prince Ezra. How embarrassing to lose to a woman, and in front of so many of your comrades, Renna said, her voice full of sarcasm. Trev lowered to one knee in front of her. "Renna Degray, I am your humble servant of chocolate." She threw her head back as a burst of contagious laughter bubbled out of her throat. Both her arms raised above her head in victory. He smiled, watching her until his stomach squeezed with frustration. She was not his, and she never could be. As they strode back to the palace, Renna gloated about every detail of her win. "Even though the gun was light, I worry my arm will be sore tomorrow from shooting so much," she said. "I could always rub it for you," Trev joked, stepping toward her, impeding her way. Renna's eyes dropped, and she stepped around, continuing forward. "Instead of chocolate, I should have said that you couldn't flirt with me anymore." He shook his head. "I wasn't flirting with you." She dipped her chin, giving him a pointed look. Was he flirting with her? He hadn't meant to, but whenever he was around Renna, the line between friends and more than friends blurred. "Okay, fine. I was flirting with you, but I didn't mean to." He matched her pace again. "Well, stop." She looked nervous, keeping her focus straight ahead, until she abruptly stopped and looked at him. "It's just—" She paused, indecision visible on her face. He knew what she wasn't saying, who she wasn't mentioning. Saren's kind face flashed through his mind, reminding him of her honesty, her vulnerability. He closed his eyes and tried to shake away his shame. "You're right. I won't flirt with you anymore." They continued walking. "But can we still be friends?" "Of course," she said too quickly. Trev turned to face her, but continued to walk backward. "Friends with no accidental flirting. I got it." He wondered if he really did get it. He stopped walking, making her nearly bump into him. "I'm glad we're still friends. I like having you as my friend." Her breath stilled at his nearness, making him smile. "You're still flirting with me," she said plainly. "You can't even go 1 second." He raised his eyebrows. That was not flirting. That was friendliness. Don't confuse friendliness for flirting, or my kindness will all go straight to your head." He shook his head, as if he found her impossible. Renna's mouth dropped open, letting out a puff of air. He smiled back at her before leaving. "Have a wonderful day, Miss Degray." Chapter 21. Trev. Trev waited at the large circular table in the High Ruler's room for his weekly meeting to start. The meeting consisted of the king and the 6 high rulers from each province in Albion, and the commander of the army, Fenton Prior. Trev and Drake attended whenever possible, preparing for their future roles if the upcoming election went according to plan. Alba Folly and Levi Carda, the 2 longest ruling high rulers, sat across the table from Trev, whispering. Their heads bent together like they were talking about something serious. But whatever it was, they clearly didn't feel inclined to include Trev. Trev studied the dark stain of the table in front of him. He thought about getting himself a cup of water, but the pitcher was on a side table across the room, closer to the 2 men. He didn't want it to look like he was eavesdropping on their conversation. "Tell me it isn't true," Drake said in a hushed voice, lowering his body down in the seat next to Trev. "I'm assuming you heard about the shooting competition between Renna and me," Trev responded coolly. "Yes," Drake snarled, "and I can't believe it." "Which part?" Trev asked. "The part where she beat me, or all of it?" Drake eyed the 2 men across from them, whispering so only Trev could hear. "You're supposed to spend time with Saren, your fiancée, not her sister." Drake rubbed his forehead in disgust. "It doesn't make Renna look good either." Trev leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. "I disagree. She looked very good." Renna had a way of looking good no matter what she was doing. "But that's exactly my point. You can't have everyone see you alone with Renna. You're terrible at hiding your feelings for her." Maxwell Dolman entered, followed by the king and Fenton Prior, forcing Drake to pause their conversation. "Never mind," he hissed. "We'll talk about this later." "Our men still haven't located the missing girls from Axville, and my patience is growing thin. King Adler must be stopped," King Carver barked, opening the meeting. "With all due respect, sir, we are unsure if King Adler had any knowledge of the Axville attack," Commander Prior said. "His hands are in everything," his father yelled as he stood abruptly and paced back and forth. Everyone watched in silence as he picked up the pitcher of water and slammed it against the wall. "Let's strike back," Levi Carda interjected. He was the high ruler over Axville and had an additional reason to be upset by the attack. "When word gets out all over Albion about what happened, the people will want justice for the taken daughters of Axville." "I'm afraid it's more complicated than that," the commander said. "During the election tour, Prince Ezra and Officer Vestry sent 2 men undercover to Tolston to gather intel specifically on weapons. Those 2 men returned yesterday." Trev sat up. "Why wasn't I told? This was my mission." His father waved him off. "You have more important things to worry about with the princess. Your men gave Fenton and me a full report." Trev exchanged an irritated look with Drake. He should have known his father would take over. "Were they successful?" Drake pressed. "Unfortunately, yes." Commander Prior gave the king a sharp look before continuing. "It's exactly as we feared. Tolston has been manufacturing sophisticated weapons. Our spies aren't exactly sure what the weapons are designed to do. They appear to be some sort of air missile." "What is King Adler thinking? Did he really think all the other countries wouldn't find out? Wouldn't try to stop him? He's directly violating the Essentials Treaty," Levi Carda said. "I don't think any other country could stop Adler at this point. His missiles give him the upper hand." Niles Ticking added. He was a newer high ruler, only 10 or so years older than Trev. Maxwell Dolman lowered his voice, adding, "Maybe it's time we take more drastic measures." "What do you have in mind?" King Carver asked. Maxwell looked at the other men around the table.
we should attack when they least expect, like during the wedding.
Trev laughed incredulously.
You can't be serious. We haven't even signed the marriage treaty yet, and you want to pull New Hope into an armed conflict on the wedding day? Use their military without even bothering to ask for their consent? Besides, Alba Folly added, according to the marriage treaty, New Hope has pledged their military backing for defense purposes only. Taking this step makes us the aggressors. This is defense, Levi Carta insisted. It's a justified reaction to Tolston's aggression. They crossed our borders and took our people hostage. Hitting them back now will deter future harassment. A full-on military engagement is not deterrence, Levi, Alba said, his face red. That's called war, and we need New Hope's consent to even think of declaring it. Without their support, Tolston will crush us. And if our spies are correct, Tolston could simply use their cache of illegal weapons to blow us off the map.
Another High Ruler, Joss Oviatt, inserted.
Even with New Hope's support, declaring outright war would be suicide.
King Carver gave a short, frustrated sigh and glanced around the table.
Do we have any better ideas?
Suddenly, a voice said simply,
Kill King Adler.
The room went silent as each High Ruler turned to stare at Maxwell Doman, who stared back with serene calmness. Trev broke the stunned silence first, enunciating slowly.
Are you out of your mind? Assassination, Alba choked. And just how do you expect us to do that? Impossible, Niles huffed across the room. Do you want to start another desolation?
Sebon Chalice spoke up. He was the one High Ruler that usually kept to himself. Maxwell answered plainly.
We can stage it to look like an assassination from agitators within Tolston. An inside job that can't be traced back to Albion.
The hungry gleam in his father's eyes knotted Trev's stomach. King Carver sat back down in his chair and gestured to the commander.
Fenton, what do you think? Could we pull this off?
Trev had to shut this down immediately.
We can't just kill the leader of another kingdom. It doesn't reflect what our country believes in. What we believe in. Albion believes what I tell them to believe, the king snapped back.
Trev shook his head. It wasn't the first time he doubted whether his father had the people of Albion's best interests at heart. Increasingly, it seemed like winning this twisted game against the king of Tolston was all his father cared about. Trev tried again.
Father, this could set a terrifying precedent. If we assassinate a world leader, what's to stop others from doing the same thing to us? To Maxwell's point, though, Commander Pryor interrupted, his eyes thoughtful. No one will see our hand in it if we can frame local insurgents. Albion will be safe.
Trev's eyes widened in disbelief.
Commander, are you honestly suggesting that we commit a murder and then allow innocent men and women to take the fall for it? They're hardly innocent if they're rebelling against their king.
Pryor sniffed. He turned to King Carver and continued.
To answer your question, Your Majesty, I believe it could be done with careful planning. You're wrong if you believe no one will ever find out.
Niles Ticking scoffed.
Father, this is madness.
Trev looked around the table at the other High Rulers, hoping to find other allies.
Do you all agree with this?
No, Alba said firmly, taking off his glasses and setting them on the papers in front of him.
Prince Ezra is right. This is not a can of worms we want to open. Even if we assassinate Adler, it solves nothing concerning the illegal weapons. There is still the possibility that the assassination starts a war. You act like we're the ones starting a war. Have you forgotten Tolston's attacks on us year after year?
The king's anger was starting to rise again.
Tolston's attack on Axville? I will no longer stand by and watch Adler have his way with our country. This war between us has been ongoing, and we will finish it.
Perhaps I spoke too hastily, Maxwell said, backpedaling. My anger got the better of me. Of course, we all want justice for Axville, but this isn't the way. He looked at Trev. I think the boy is right. There are consequences to this plan that I didn't think about. King Carver couldn't do anything unless he had the majority vote in the room, and he clearly wasn't going to get that.
Fine. We'll pretend this idea never existed. King Adler is not to be touched,
his father said to the group of men, but Trev didn't miss the intense look his father gave Fenton prior.
For now, we have sent a large number of men to Axville to assess the situation. We have also sent an official statement to King Adler, demanding the hostages be returned. We will wait for Adler's response before we make any further moves, Commander Pryor said as he looked at the men around the table.
The meeting was finished. Trev cursed under his breath when he saw Jonas coming down the hall. He was the last person he wanted to speak to right now.
Ezra.
Jonas always purposefully left out the prince part.
What do you want?
Trev said, unable to hide his dislike for the man.
We missed you at the tournament events today.
I had meetings.
That's a shame.
Jonas faked sadness.
I spent the day with Renna. She's such a lovely girl, don't you think?
Trev's face turned to stone, despite his best efforts.
How are things going with Saren?
Jonas asked.
Excellent.
Trev responded too quickly for it to be believable.
What's not to like about the princess? She's a little too uptight for my taste, but as far as arranged marriages go, I guess it's an okay choice for you. I myself like my women a little wilder. Renna, for example.
Jonas smirked.
She's exactly my type.
Great. Jonas suspected something between him and Renna.
Who knows? Maybe we'll end up being brothers-in-law.
Jonas's expression was smug.
I doubt Miss Degray would agree to marry you.
Perhaps not. Jonas laughed.
But at least she has a choice in who she marries. As do I.
Chapter 22. Trev. The next morning, Trev leaned against the arena fence, watching crowds of people file into the stands. Conversation and laughter filled the yard, while spectators waited for the final day of the tournament of games to begin. Trev looked up, and his heart stumbled. Renna walked toward him, her arms swinging casually at her sides. Her hair was spun around the top of her head in a bun, and she wore a pale pink dress that complemented her golden complexion. Was there any color that didn't look good on her? He glanced at Drake and Jonas across the arena from him, talking with a group of soldiers. They both watched Trev, as if they somehow knew how much his heart raced because of her. Trev wanted nothing more than to smile back at her, to comment on her wispy gracefulness. But Drake's words still hung in the back of his mind.
You are terrible at hiding your feelings for her.
Good morning, Prince Ezra, Renna said as she stopped in front of him. His eyes stayed focused on the crowd of people in front of him. If he didn't look at Renna, maybe his heart rate would go back to normal. And maybe he could get over his feelings for her. I wanted to thank you for the chocolates you left the other night, but I couldn't find you yesterday. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and he let his eyes meet hers.
You don't have to thank me. You won them fair enough.
Yes, I guess I did. She rested her hands on the fence post that lined the arena and leaned in closer. Trev could smell the citrus scent of her hair, but he tried to ignore it. I also received a note with the chocolates. Something very flirtatious from a man who promised not to flirt. From the corner of his eye, he could see Jonas walking toward them. I don't believe the note was from me. Right. The side of her mouth raised into a slight smile. How foolish of me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Jonas obnoxiously slung his arm around Renna's shoulder. Not at all. Renna shifted under his weight. I was just telling Prince Ezra that I can't believe the tournament is almost over. He missed some exciting competitions yesterday. Don't you think, Officer Doman? Yes, Ezra missed out on a lot yesterday, Jonas said, pulling Renna into him. Trev narrowed his gaze. The man was such a snake. He resisted the urge to punch him in the gut right then and there and watch him topple over to the ground. He could almost imagine how good it would feel. Renna looked uncomfortably between the two men. She started talking fast. Well, we're just down to the sword fighting and then the championship. Then some guy gets a kiss from Saren. Trev opened his mouth to speak, but Jonas cut in. Who says the winner will choose Saren? Renna scoffed. Everyone? Jonas turned his face toward her, so his lips were by her ear. I would choose you. Renna dropped her head nervously. Oh. It doesn't matter who you would choose, Trev said bitterly. You're not competing, remember? I'm always competing. You, of all people, should know that. Jonas shot a flinty smile at Trev, then grabbed his sword. I think I'll go enter right now. His mouth twisted downward in mocking pity. It's a shame they don't allow royalty to compete. I would have enjoyed beating you. Jonas winked at Renna before walking toward the fighting arena. Trev forced out a breath. Somehow, he had just unwittingly goaded Jonas into entering the competition. Renna couldn't believe Jonas had entered the competition. He walked into the ring like a warrior, unsheathed his sword, and crouched low, ready to fight. With each clash and clang of swords, her nerves worsened. She had seen sword fights like this in New Hope, but she had never cared about who won or lost before. Now, a part of her hoped Jonas would win. She found herself flinching and ducking right along with the competitors in the ring. She pressed her hand over her chest as if she could still her beating heart, and watched as Jonas defeated opponent after opponent until his arm was raised as the champion. He looked at Renna, his mouth lifted into a half smile, while his chest panted up and down with fatigue. It was flattering that Jonas was doing this for her, and the jealousy burning in Trev's eyes gave her more satisfaction than she dared to admit. It seemed like there was some sort of lover's triangle happening now that she hadn't even known existed. The crowd dispersed for lunch while the obstacle course was being set up. Renna found Jonas under a canopy just outside the arena. He rested on a bucket, drinking water as passers-by congratulated him on his wins. Nice work out there, Renna said. Did I impress you? I think you impressed everybody. She glanced in the direction of a group of girls, gawking at him. But I only wanted to impress you. Renna bit back her smile. Jonas didn't need any more encouragement. Officer Doman! A group of young soldiers called as they walked by. Which girl are you going to kiss after you win? He looked to Renna. Isn't it obvious? The boys looked her up and down, whistling. She looked away, trying to hide the red flames creeping up her face. You might not win, you know. I don't plan on losing. Jonas stood, raising his eyebrows in a way she was sure he had practiced in the mirror 100 times. He took a step toward her, making her body shiver with nerves. I'm looking forward to that kiss. He moved closer until his face was only inches from hers. His eyes swept across her face and down to her lips. Her breathing picked up dramatically, causing Jonas to smirk.
"And I can tell you're looking forward to it too."
He stepped back and walked away without another glance. Renna let out a breath and rolled her eyes. But as she watched his retreating back, she wondered if he was right. Did she actually want Jonas to kiss her? She followed Jonas to the obstacle course, and her mouth gaped open at its massive size. She hadn't expected anything like this. She had heard the obstacle course was another Albion tradition. They had been doing the same obstacle course for more than 50 years. Still, she had expected something ancient-looking, not a large, sophisticated sequence of events. The course began with a steep wooden wall with 4 ropes to climb up it. Then there were nets made out of rope to crawl through, high in the air, that led to a thin beam for balance. Large crates filled with hay were positioned below, in case a competitor fell. Across the beam were swinging sacks at different speeds meant to knock a person off. If they made it past all of that, they had to slide down a wall to a landing where suspended wooden logs hung above them. Competitors needed to use their bodies to swing and grab the next log until they made it to the other end. The final obstacle was a large rolling log with a pool of mud below it. Contestants had to make it across the unstable log to the finish line without falling in the mud. If they fell off at any point in the course, they would have to start over. The obstacle course was a race. Whoever finished first would be deemed the tournament champion. The crowd cheered as the first 3 contestants were announced, but when Jonas stepped out onto the sand, they erupted in a roar. It seemed as though the entire stadium was cheering for Jonas to win. Everyone except Trev. Renna glanced down the row at him. He leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees, his expression as hard as iron. The starting horn bellowed, sending each man leaping toward his rope, and Renna's heart to her throat. Jonas's upper strength gave him an early lead as he powerfully hoisted himself up the wall, but the other men weren't far behind. He reached the top first, hurling his body into the nets below. The next man over the wall dove into the nets just behind him, catching Jonas's leg to pull him back and tangle him up in a struggle. The audience booed as another contestant behind them took the lead. Renna found herself yelling out in a very unladylike way, booing in her deepest voice at the man, but her mouth snapped shut when her mother's nails dug into the side of her arm. Jonas untangled himself from the man and shoved away from him roughly, reaching the beam in second place. He walked quickly across the shaft, but had no chance to overthrow the leader yet. The crowd cheered as a swinging sack hit the leader's shoulder, knocking him enough that he lost his balance and fell off the course. Jonas paused, studying the swinging bags and their timing. He sprinted past the first 3, then paused in a safe pocket, waiting to get the timing of the next 3. After a few tense moments, Jonas found the rhythm and easily made it across, as another contestant was knocked to the ground. The crowd roared, and Jonas raised his arms in triumph, flashing a winning smile. He turned to where Renna sat and winked before grabbing the ladder. Renna's face flushed a hot red, and she had to look down for a quick second to gain her composure. Jonas leaped toward the first log. She couldn't help but notice how his biceps bulged and twisted under his sleeves as he dangled from the wood and swung his legs to propel him to the next log. Of course, she made the terrible decision to look in Trev's direction, and instantly regretted it. By the glaring way his eyes met hers, he could probably read her lustful thoughts. Jonas arrived at the final obstacle. The only thing standing between him and winning the tournament was the rolling log suspended over the mud. A few long, quick strides, and he was at the other end, arms raised in victory. It was unbelievable how he made the entire course look easy. Cheers rippled through the stadium. People were on their feet, clapping and yelling. Renna slowly stood, biting her lip out of anxiousness. This was bad. Or maybe it was good. After all, Renna needed something to help her get over Trev. How interesting that Officer Doman has won. Her mother studied Trev. Jealousy is a powerful emotion. Panic started to rise in Renna's chest. What do you mean? She tried to act unfazed by the whole event. Only that Officer Doman and the prince are not close. I assume his winning will cause an even bigger rift between them when he kisses Saren. Maybe Jonas doesn't plan on choosing Saren. Her words came out sharper than she wanted. Then why does Prince Ezra seem upset? Her mother nodded in the prince's direction. Renna looked down the row to see that Trev had called his assistant Crosby over and whispered something in his ear. Crosby nodded and delivered a message to the head of the tournament, a pudgy man with a beard, standing next to Jonas at the end of the course. Jonas shook his head back and forth with intense laughter as he listened to Crosby deliver his message. "Ladies and gentlemen," the head of the games yelled, "there has been a change to the tournament rules. This year, the winner of the obstacle course must face one last challenge before claiming the title of tournament champion." Confusion weaved through the rows of spectators, some calling out angrily. But the man continued, "For the last challenge, Officer Doman must defeat Prince Ezra in a wrestling match." The crowd went wild. The color drained from Renna's face. I thought it wasn't customary for royalty to participate in the tournament. Her mother leaned in. Like I said, jealousy is a powerful emotion. Trev. "What's this about?" Jonas spat over the yelling crowd. "Nothing. I just felt like changing things up this year," Trev said as he climbed the last step onto the platform and stood next to Jonas. He unbuttoned his shirt and kicked off his boots. "Are you scared of losing?" "This wouldn't have anything to do with the tournament prize, would it?" Jonas smiled knowingly as his eyes slid across the arena to where Renna sat in the stands. Trev gave him a steely glare, but didn't answer. Jonas chuckled. "You better be careful, Ezra. I won't let you win like Drake always does." Jonas pulled off his shirt and climbed up onto the log suspended over the mud, walking carefully to the far side so Trev could climb up. Trev handed his shirt to Crosby and clambered up behind him, the log swaying dangerously with his added weight. Jonas crouched down and laid a hand on the rough surface to steady himself. Then he straightened slowly as Trev gained his balance on the opposite end. I'm probably going crazy. He and Jonas were about to wrestle on an unstable, rolling log hanging over a crate of mud, and it had been his idea. Every wink and flashy smile from Jonas to Renna had led him to this moment. Then, thinking about Jonas choosing Renna for the kiss had pushed him over the edge. Trev couldn't let that happen. In a way, he was helping Renna, saving her from Jonas's games. At least, that's what he tried to tell himself. Both stood there, knees bent, waiting for the other to make his move. Jonas was bigger, but Trev had seen him fight before, and knew himself to be faster. Jonas swiped a hand toward him, upsetting the log's balance, but Trev batted his hand away. Both men adjusted their weight to find balance again on the moving log. Jonas shuffled toward him, locking his hands on Trev's shoulders. Trev tried to wiggle free, but ended up with his hands on Jonas's arms. The pair twisted and pulled, bent and strained, but neither fell. The log began to roll faster, and both men fought to keep their footing. Their arms dropped as they struggled to regain their balance. Then the battle started again. Jonas lunged low toward Trev's legs. He was more aggressive than usual, and the element of surprise almost knocked Trev completely off the log. He fell to his stomach, his arms wrapping around the wood to hold himself above the ground. His feet dangled dangerously close to the mud. So, this was how it would end. Trev would look like an idiot in front of everyone, and Jonas would kiss Renna. At that moment, his pride hurt more than his jealousy. He looked up at Jonas, his cocky smile giving him a new burst of determination. Trev couldn't let Jonas win. Without even thinking, Trev swung his leg up over the log, hitting Jonas hard in the shins and knocking him off balance. He waved his arms in quick circular motions, trying desperately not to fall. The log slowly shifted with Jonas's panicked movements. Trev clung to the log, muscles tired. He couldn't hang on much longer. Finally, the log spun just enough, causing Jonas to lose his footing. He dramatically fell back into the mud, sending splashes of the brown substance flying onto Trev's arms and face. The crowd jumped to their feet, cheering loudly for him. When the announcer called his name as the winner, Trev figured it was safe to let go. He slipped into the mud next to Jonas. The two men sat there in silence for a moment, flinging the sticky substance off their arms and hands. "I guess you won." Jonas reached out to shake Trev's hand. The gesture was more about saving face with the onlookers than about being a good sport. Still, it felt good. "Like you said, Jonas," Trev said, with narrowed eyes. "I won." Chapter 23. Trev. Bonfires lit the square in front of the palace that night for the Tournament of Champions celebration. The palace gates were open wide to invite the entire city, from the lowest worker to the king himself. Rows of tables sat at the center of the square, each lined with platters of fruit, sweetbreads, and cheeses. At the end of each table were barrels full of red punch. The steady beat from the musicians swirled through the courtyard, mixing with laughter. Trev hid at the edge of the party and watched the crowd, safely wrapped in shadows as he leaned against a stone pillar of the palace wall. Citizens danced, ate, and drank, appearing, at least for the moment, content with their king and country. Saren mingled through the guests, smiling at young children, shaking hands with their parents. She was the perfect hostess, working the crowd like a queen. Even though the people were clearly enjoying the festivities, the entire event was just political posturing on King Carver's part. It was all part of his master plan to impress the queen and princess, to show them how generously he treated his people, and how much they loved him for it in return. Trev scoffed as he thought back to the conversation he'd had with his father earlier, when he'd emerged from the mud as tournament champion. "That was brilliant," his father had said, actually clapping him on the shoulder as Crosby pulled him up and handed him a clean towel. "Thanks," Trev had said hesitantly. He couldn't remember the last time the king had seemed happy with him. "To see you take control of the situation with Jonas was excellent maneuvering. Jonas was the clear favorite with the people, and then you stepped in and put the attention back on yourself. Now the people see you as their strong, fearless champion. And tonight, you'll seal it with a fairy tale kiss between the royal lovers. I couldn't have planned it better myself." Then the king had tightened his grip on Trev's shoulder, squeezing it uncomfortably as he leaned close and whispered,
"You better be glad you didn't lose. You could have lost the election for us today."
I knew I could win. Trev had met his father's eyes squarely and shrugged him off, careful to make the movement look accidental as he passed the towel over his arms. Thinking back on the conversation now, Trev was alarmed by how cold and calculating his father could be. But was Trev much better? He'd had his own motives for entering the competition, and he wasn't proud of them. His reasons had nothing to do with Saren or the election, and everything to do with keeping Jonas away from Renna.
"The kiss will be the finale of the evening,"
his father had said. Trev wasn't looking forward to such a public display, but it was better than watching Jonas kiss Renna. Even when he wasn't trying, his eyes always found her, like a magnet to metal. She stood across the courtyard with a group of men, and, of course, Jonas was there, front and center. Each time Renna smiled up at him, Trev's stomach tensed. Surely she didn't see anything in him. But what if she did? He needed to warn her about him. This was about friendship. It had nothing to do with jealousy. A good friend would warn her about somebody like Jonas, how he used people to get ahead and then tossed them aside when their usefulness expired. Trev waited until she separated from the group to get a drink, then slowly made his way through the crowd to where she stood. It felt like forever since he'd had a decent conversation with her, since they'd joked on the training field. He casually moved to her side, careful to keep his eyes on the dancing in front of him, and not on Renna. "Miss Degray, are you enjoying the festival?" he asked. Renna lowered her cup, eyeing him. "Yes, thank you." Trev cleared his throat.
"I'm glad."
He noticed how her perfume lingered around him, and he secretly wondered what it would feel like to touch her.
"Nope, never mind. No touching and no thinking about touching."
"I'm not going to dance with you," she said plainly, keeping her eyes straight ahead.
"I would be offended if you did," he quipped back.
"Well, I'd be offended if you asked me." He raised his eyebrows at her.
"I'm not going to."
"Good," she said, raising her chin.
"Good."
He could see a playful gleam in her eyes, and the way she bit back a smile. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the people in front of them. "Are you enjoying the party?" Renna asked, nodding toward his hiding spot behind the pillar. "Because you looked strange over there, watching everyone from the shadows."
"I was spying."
He turned his head and widened his eyes for dramatic effect. Renna snorted, giving him a rush of satisfaction. He loved to make her laugh. "I've been thinking about the so-called spies," she said.
"Really?"
That surprised him, and he turned to face her. "Yes, really." She scrunched her nose at him. "Tolston spies wouldn't be able to get information about your military unless someone high up told them what the plans were. I don't think your problem is spies. I think your problem is an informer."
"An informer?"
Trev let that sink in a moment.
"You're right. I've been so blinded by everything else, but you are absolutely right. Thank you."
"You don't have to thank me. I could be wrong, you know."
"Well, if you're wrong and I make a fool of myself, I'll be sure to blame you."
He nudged her with his elbow.
"Oops."
No touching, no flirting. Trev quickly turned back to the crowd of dancing people in front of them. "I guess congratulations are in order," she said. "I'm sure winning the tournament will help you win the election."
"I didn't do it for the election. I did it for the kiss."
"Oh." Her shoulders sank a little bit.
"No, not for the kiss,"
Trev stammered, trying to explain.
I did it so Jonas wouldn't kiss you."
He stopped himself, and their eyes met. He took a deep breath and swallowed back his real answer, replacing it with what he ought to say. So he wouldn't kiss Saren. Renna turned her gaze to the dancing, nodding her head dramatically. Of course. Trev stared at her for a moment, definitely not memorizing every curve of her face. I don't know what the big deal is between you and Jonas, she said. Trev stiffened, reminded of the reason he was there. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I don't like Jonas. I can tell, she smirked. You two look like you want to kill each other all the time. Maybe I do want to kill him. He laughed it off, hoping she sensed he was joking. He's not that bad, she said, rolling her eyes. You've spent a couple of hours with him. You couldn't possibly know the depths of his evilness. Evilness? Her neck cocked back. Good grief, that sounds serious. Why are you defending him so much? His voice held irritation. He's been nice to me. Now it was Trev's turn to roll his eyes. None of that is genuine. He's using you. He's made you part of this stupid competition we have against each other. Her eyebrows raised. Is it impossible to believe that he might actually like me? Trust me, I am very aware of how likable you are. He couldn't hide the bitterness in his voice. But Jonas is trouble. I want you to stay away from him. Renna gave a sardonic laugh. You want me to stay away from him? You don't have a say in who I spend my time with. Renna, I'm trying to help you. I don't need your help, she snapped. Instead, worry about your fiancée and what she needs. His hand rubbed the back of his neck in frustration. That was his cue to leave. Renna. Renna's anger flared as Trev walked away. Who did he think he was telling her who she could and couldn't spend time with? He had no claim on her. He had no say. She took a deep breath and decided to go find Jonas. She needed his distraction. She had thought about Trev more than once today, of course, but felt surprised by how often she had also thought about Jonas, of his flattering smile and the easy way his chest muscles tightened and relaxed as he moved so confidently in the arena. Maybe she just liked thinking about attractive men, or maybe she had too much time on her hands to think. Either way, she couldn't deny that for the first time ever, she'd thought about Jonas in a romantic way. She definitely found him attractive, but did she really like him? Or did she just like making Trev jealous? The answer was complicated, and so was the fact that Jonas was challenging Trev for the crown. Renna didn't like aligning herself with the competition, but she wasn't going to marry Jonas. She just needed him to help pass the time in Albion. Trev wasn't available, and Jonas was. At least, he had been until now. Now, Jonas completely ignored her. It seemed like Jonas danced with every woman there except her. Renna stood in the crowd and watched as he offered his arm to a new girl each dance. And dance after dance, each girl smiled up at him like he lit the night. He walked toward Renna more than once, and her heart fluttered, expecting his wicked smile to fall on her. But each time, he reached for someone else and walked away without a single glance in her direction. She finally saw her chance as he broke from the dance floor to get a drink of water. Her stomach tingled with nerves as she thought about what to say. She wasn't good at flirting. Just as she reached to tap his arm, he suddenly turned, accidentally colliding their bodies into one another. They shuffled awkwardly side to side as they tried to get out of each other's way. Is this your way of trying to dance with me? Jonas raised an eyebrow. She clasped her hands in front of her and nervously rocked on her toes. I had to do something since you haven't asked me yet. So many women, so little time. He winked at her, but Renna flinched at his patronizing tone. She felt a coolness from him, like he suddenly found her presence completely uninteresting. It was jarring compared to his earlier flirtation. Hadn't he said he wanted to kiss her? Hoping to charm him into a better mood, Renna tried again, nudging him playfully. You were really impressive in the arena today. I thought you did great. You can't win them all, I suppose, he responded dryly, looking away from her. She blinked. But you did win. A lot. You swept all the preliminary rounds. Preliminary rounds, he scoffed. Those mean nothing. But don't worry. The next time I go head-to-head with Ezra, I plan on winning. Renna had no idea how to respond to that. She gazed up at him, his jaw set in a hard frown as he looked over the crowd, and wondered where this cold Jonas had come from. The night is almost over, and I'm looking for more than just a dance. He glanced over her figure with a casual, assessing eye, then raised an eyebrow and smirked. What are you offering? Renna swallowed. I'm only offering a dance. Is that all? He leaned closer and trailed a finger down her arm, leaving goosebumps in his wake. A dance is the beginning, Renna. What comes after? She stepped back, unnerved by the leering way he looked at her. I don't know. He straightened, his lips pursed together. Other girls can offer me more than that. Renna felt frozen to the spot, embarrassment washing over her. Something about this situation was totally unfair, but her thoughts buzzed so rapidly that she could hardly focus. Jonas winked at her again, but this time with an edge of mockery. I've wasted enough time today. Jenica appeared at his side, her blonde hair draped over one shoulder. She pressed her body close to his with a coy smile. Officer Doman. She curled her painted fingernails around his arm like a snake. I know you want to dance with me. Jonas looked down at her and smiled. He seemed interested enough in what she was offering. He glanced back at Renna and shrugged. Like I said, so many women. What's a guy to do? Then he let Jenica pull him away. Rejection. Renna felt it in the core of her heart. She was alone, small and insignificant. She folded her arms across her chest, wishing it wasn't the only means she had to hide herself. A waste of time. That's how Jonas thought of her. Where was the charming Jonas, who had flirted and smoldered and made himself available whenever she needed a distraction from Trev? She needed Jonas to keep her thoughts away from unavailable princes, to firm her resolve. She was using Jonas selfishly, but that seemed inconsequential now that Jenica was wrapped in his arms. Jenica pressed her body close and smiled up at Jonas through her lashes, seeming all too pleased to be in his arms. Tonight, Renna had needed Jonas for a specific purpose, and he had failed her. But that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that Trev had been right. The time came for the kiss. Trev and Saren stood across from each other at the front of the party. The tournament's headmaster raised Trev's arm victoriously, and the people cheered for their prince in appreciation. Renna looked at the cheering people, at her mother and King Carver standing to the side of the couple with satisfied smiles, at Jonas with Jenica draped across his arm. Her heart squeezed painfully. The moment couldn't get much worse. Trev bent his head and touched his lips to Saren's. lifting a hand to gently hold her face. It certainly could have been a longer kiss, but it also could have been much shorter. Their lips stayed together for what seemed like an eternity to Renna. The crowd loved it. Renna had to look away. Too many times she had wondered what it would feel like to kiss Trev. Now she could ask Saren. Trev dropped his hand, grazing the length of Saren's arm until his fingers interlocked with hers. His gentle caresses seemed real to Renna, real enough to break her heart over and over again. The couple raised their joined hands to the audience as if they had won a big prize. Or maybe they were the big prize. King Carver stepped forward and hushed the crowd with his hands. "This is an important day for Albion and New Hope, for the unifying of these two great countries and the unifying of a young prince and princess. When you elect Prince Ezra as king in a few months, this powerful couple will lead Albion into a new age." More cheers. "Now let's have more drinks and more dancing." Trev let go of Saren's hand and whispered something in her ear. She smiled at him shyly. Renna turned to leave. What was the point in staying? Chapter 24. The Informer. The dark alley stunk of garbage, but was secluded from Albana's main streets, making it the perfect meeting place. Any minute now, the Informer would hand off the letter to the Tolston spy, knowing that once this information left his hands, there was little he could do to stop the consequences of its contents. So far, all the information he had handed over to Tolston had been inconsequential. Where the Albion army planned to build a military fortress, what countries Albion was trading with, where the Albion army was stationed. But this was different. This information would finally give Tolston the excuse they needed to declare war against Albion. The shadows of night hid him until the skunk appeared, the man with the white and black hair. Did he like having a thick white stripe running through his long black hair? Did he know he looked like a skunk? These were questions he would never get answered. The man's shifty eyes and fierce expression said there would be no words between them. A simple passing of a letter, a nod of the head. The skunk opened the letter, reading it silently. He watched him read, tapping his toe on the dirt road below him. He hoped the skunk would hurry so he could leave this filthy alleyway. He didn't want the smell seeping into him. "This was all King Carver's idea?" he asked when he was done reading. "Isn't that what the letter says?" There was a tinge of satisfaction laced between his lies. "I just want to make sure I have the facts straight when I take this information back to King Adler. I haven't given you false information yet," he said, raising an eyebrow. The man looked around before speaking again. "We'll be in contact." Then he disappeared in the same direction he had come from. It was over. It would all be over soon. The thought brought a smile to his lips. Chapter 25. Renna. The front yard of the palace transformed overnight from the tournament festival into a field of games and entertainment. Activities like croquet, kickball, and tug-of-war were spread across the lawn. White chairs were placed throughout in semicircles with tables on the edges for refreshments. Today, the palace hosted children from the capital city. Renna liked this activity, a chance to run around with happy children and forget herself and her problems. It was precisely the kind of day she needed. Renna had woken up feeling depressed, like there was nothing to look forward to in her life. But she refused to let that feeling take over her day. She needed to forget about herself and all her stupid boy problems and just focus on the children. She waited at the steps of the palace for the children to arrive. Her mother was ahead of her with Cyprus and a group of noblewomen. Renna didn't feel like joining their conversation. She looked to her left and saw Saren's friends laughing with some soldiers and other prominent young men. Luckily, Jonas wasn't among them. Renna didn't know if she could stand seeing him after last night's rejection. "Good morning, Renna," Saren said, walking up to her side. Her lavender dress was more casual today. The cotton fabric hung just below her knees, and she wore athletic shoes to play in. "Good morning." Saren's genuine smile was a great reminder of why Renna needed to keep her distance from Trev. The two women stood in silence, until Renna couldn't stand it any longer and said something inappropriate. "I saw your kiss with the prince." "Nice one." "I think everyone did," Saren laughed. "I guess it's all part of the arranged marriage. Part of the job." "Is that what your relationship feels like to you? A job?" Renna tried to mask her hurt. Being with Trev wasn't a job or hard work. Everything between them felt easy and natural to her. Saren met Renna's eyes and sighed. "It's difficult to feel otherwise when every moment I have with him is a public relations stunt. We've hardly had time alone together." Renna nodded, hating the rush of relief she felt. Much as she hated to admit it, she needed things to go well between them. She needed Trev to fall madly in love with Saren, and she with him. It hurt, of course, but how else could Renna move on? "I suppose things are going well," Saren continued. "Ezra has a lot of wonderful qualities that make us a fine match. But in other ways, I wonder if we are too different." "How so?" "Oh, he's silly when I'm serious, that sort of thing. But maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe our differences are a good thing." Saren shrugged. "Perhaps we will complement each other." "Is that how it was with your parents?" Renna didn't have much experience with arranged marriages. Saren laughed half-heartedly. "I could pretend that my parents loved each other, but that would be a lie. They respectfully tolerated each other. I see that now that my father is with your mother. He loves Queen Marielle very much." "I see it too," Renna admitted. "I don't think my mother loved my father the way she loves Bryant." A familiar pang of heartache pulsed inside her heart as she thought back to her father, desperately trying to win her mother's love. "And your father?" Saren asked suddenly. "Do you think he ever loved your mother?" "I think he did. He was kind to my mother and patient." Renna swallowed her emotion. "I think he loved her as much as she allowed him to." Saren smiled ruefully. "Then I suppose we should feel grateful that our parents finally found love with each other." Grateful? Renna had never thought of it that way. They lapsed into silence, watching a few servants in the field below battle a breeze as they set up a shade tent. Saren was quiet for a moment, then said matter-of-factly, "I know my marriage isn't about love, but I still worry that I'll end up like your father and my mother, married to someone who will never love me back." Then, with detached emotion, she added, "The prince might even love someone else." Renna's chest constricted. Did Saren suspect something? "I'm sure Prince Ezra isn't like that." Saren shrugged. "I wouldn't know if he is or isn't. I barely know anything about him. But I hope you're right." The palace door opened behind them, and they both turned. Trev emerged, wearing fitted black athletic pants and a blue t-shirt that made his eyes pop more than usual. Saren greeted him with a full smile. "Good morning, ladies," he said, glancing briefly at Renna before kissing Saren's cheek. Then he turned his attention on everywhere else but Renna. He was obviously trying to avoid her after the way they had left things last night. The gates down the driveway opened up in front of them, letting 6 palace transporters in. Little heads popped out the open windows as the children tried to get a better view of the palace. Against her better judgment, Renna stole a glance at Trev. He waved at the vehicles, showing his charming, boyish grin. He was cute, obnoxiously and excruciatingly cute. Trev. Bringing school children to the palace was another brilliant idea from somebody on his father's staff. Let the public see how excellent Princess Saren and Prince Ezra are with children. Real life at the palace wasn't really like this. Inside, men were brainstorming ways to attack the world's most threatening kingdom, while Trev was outside playing kickball. He hated missing those meetings. His father was pushing for revenge on Tolston. Trev needed to be there to talk some sense into him, but he didn't have a choice. He was the host for the children's field trip. Somehow, Trev found himself in the middle of a game of tag. The kids loved trying to get him as he darted in and out, dodging little hands. Saren stood timidly on the sidelines, smiling and laughing at his antics. He was keenly aware of Renna across the lawn watching him as well, but he avoided her. Was she still mad at him for warning her about Jonas? He hated the way they had left things, but there was nothing he could do about it now. Now, his duty was to Saren. "When I say go," he told a group of kids huddled around him, "I want everyone to run to Princess Saren and tickle her." They nodded in excitement. "Ready? Go!" The children shrieked and burst toward her. Saren squealed with wide eyes. She tried to jog away, but Trev was faster and quickly caught her around the waist. "Tickle her!" he yelled. The children descended in a mess of little bodies, fingers, and giggles. Trev let go of Saren and managed to wriggle out of the children's grasp as they focused on the princess. Saren dropped to her knees and tried to shield herself with her arms, laughing and begging for mercy. The children only tickled harder. After a few seconds, Saren pointed desperately to Renna, who stood 20 feet from them, watching the spectacle. "It's Miss Degray's turn," she said. "Go get Miss Degray." Renna's eyes flew wide open. She started to back away, shaking her head comically. Laughing, the children broke away from Saren and charged toward Renna, tackling her until they all toppled to the ground. Renna laughed from the bottom of the pile. "Oh dear," Saren chuckled, still on her knees. "You better go call them off." Trev hesitated. He had purposely avoided Renna all morning. He offered his hand to help Saren stand. "I'm sure she doesn't need our help." "Those kids will never release her. And it's my fault," Saren laughed, accepting his hand. She rose gracefully, then reached down to beat a few blades of grass from her skirt. "Go help her." Trev nodded, reluctantly making his way to the pile of kids. All right. Give Miss Degray a break." The children groaned, but dutifully scattered, leaving Renna sprawled out on the grass, her face flushed, her hair mussed, and a bright smile on her lips. She looked up at him, her green eyes glimmering in their playful way. "I think they won." "It looks like it," was all Trev dared to say. He held his hand out to help her up, knowing that when her skin touched his, everything inside him would feel it. Their fingers touched, and their eyes locked, the spark between them bursting to life. "You're good with them," she said through heavy breaths as she stood, not pulling her hand away immediately. "I don't know about that," Trev shrugged. He let his fingers slowly slide over her palm as he released it. He stared at her for one long moment, unsure what to say, but wanting to say so much. He wanted to tell her he was sorry for upsetting her last night. He wanted to explain that the thought of her with Jonas tore him up inside. He wanted her to understand that she was the best thing that had ever happened to him, and the worst. Renna broke the silence first. "I'm sorry I snapped at you last night." "No." He shook his head apologetically. "I shouldn't have gotten involved in your personal life." "True," Renna said, "but you were right about Jonas. He was just using me." Trev couldn't hide his smile. "Oh, don't look so happy about it." Renna rolled her eyes. "I'm not." But his laugh gave him away. A little boy missing his 2 front teeth appeared at Renna's side and tugged her arm, breaking the moment. "Come play with me, Miss Renna," he begged. "Coulter!" Renna smiled at the scrawny boy. "Have you met Prince Ezra yet?" "No, I don't care about the prince," the boy said, still tugging on Renna's arm as he looked up at Trev. "I just want to play with you." Trev raised his eyebrows in amusement. "I know how you feel. I just want to play with Miss Renna, too." Renna dropped her eyes, alerting him to the fact that he shouldn't have said that. He tried to change the subject. "Where do you live, Coulter?" "My mama and papa live by the market square. They sell squash and zucchini and sometimes tomatoes if they aren't bad." "When I was your age, my mama and papa sold vegetables too," Renna said, bending down so she matched his height. Coulter's eyes lit up. "They must have sold a lot of vegetables, because now you live at the palace." Renna laughed. "I don't live here. I'm just visiting." "Like me." Coulter beamed. "Just like you." Renna tousled his long brown hair. "Do you wish you lived here?" the boy asked. She shook her head, glancing up at Trev. "I don't belong here." Trev hated the truth in her words. Coulter scrunched his nose. "Mama says I don't belong here either. I'm too dirty." Renna frowned. "You look clean to me." "My teacher scrubbed me clean so I could come, but Mama says it was a waste of time." Trev caught the concerned look in Renna's eyes. "Can we play now?" Coulter tugged on her arm again. "Yes." Renna smiled back at him and let the boy's small strength pull her away across the field to another game. Trev's eyes followed her retreating back as he breathed out one long, deep sigh. Tearing his gaze from Renna, Trev turned to his right, and his eyes locked with Queen Marielle's. She sat under a shade tent, methodically waving a small fan back and forth in front of her face to keep cool. But her eyes watched him. Trev inclined his head respectfully, though his stomach twisted. How long had she been watching him? He thought back through his actions all morning. He had been with Saren, played with Saren, until the brief moment she had asked him to help Renna. He hadn't done anything wrong. At least, not today. But the Queen's gaze felt heavy with suspicion just the same. He needed to find Saren. With little searching, Trev found her kneeling under a tree, braiding a little girl's hair who looked no more than 7 or 8 years old. Her gray school dress was too big, hanging over her thin body, and crisscrossed legs like a blanket. "It's Prince Ezra," the little girl squirmed excitedly as Trev approached. She tried to bow her head, but with her brown hair already in Saren's hands, she couldn't move much. "Hello." He swept into a gallant bow. "What's your name?" "Nalissi." "What a beautiful name." "That's exactly what I thought." Saren smiled at him. "I told Nalissi that I would do her hair like a princess today." "Aren't I lucky?" Nalissi beamed. "Very lucky." Trev looked past the girl to see if Queen Marielle was still watching him. She was. He plopped down on the grass behind Saren. "Well, if Princess Saren gets to do your hair, then I should be able to do Princess Saren's hair." Saren turned her dark eyes toward him. "I don't know if I can trust you. A princess must always look her best." "Oh, please let Prince Ezra do your hair," Nalisi pleaded. Saren leaned into the little girl. How can I resist you? I suppose it's all right then. Trev started combing his fingers through Saren's hair, noticing how the smooth strands were like silk against his fingers. The whole scene with Saren and the little girl surprised him. He hadn't pictured her playing with children. She seemed too refined for that. Am I invited to your wedding? Nalisi asked. Saren smiled at Trev, then answered, I don't think so, but I promise we'll wave to you from the palace balcony afterward. Trev twisted Saren's hair, as if he knew what he was doing. The wedding is in 3 weeks. Can you believe it? He tried to ignore the sick feeling in his stomach. It definitely feels surreal. Everyone has been talking about it for 10 years. Now it's finally happening. He let out a breath, hoping it didn't sound as heavy as he felt. I know what you mean. I suppose we'll be busy the next few months with the election approaching. My advisors say we're going on a few city tours to promote the alliance. That's the plan. If it's okay with you, of course. Trev had never asked Saren what she wanted to do after they were married. It's okay with me, Nalisi chirped, clapping her hands in front of her. Saren reached forward and nudged the small girl. If it is okay with Nalisi, then it's okay with me. I'm happy to do whatever is necessary for the election. He bit his lip. You know, there's a chance I won't win, even with you by my side. Jonas is extremely popular. Saren worked a braid through Nalisi's hair. I know. My father prepared me for that possibility. What does your father think if I lose? I'm guessing that would make me a disappointing choice in husband for his only daughter. It would be a bit of a shock, I'm sure. But if you lost, we would go back to New Hope, establish a presence there, and then you or I could run for king or queen when my father's reign is up. Trev didn't like that plan. How would he ever get over Renna if he had to live so near her? Saren continued, clearly oblivious to the battle raging inside him. The more I get to know you, the more I'm convinced that you will win Albion's election. Jonas has some popularity, but he doesn't have my country backing him. Trev released the hair twist, letting Saren's black hair fall onto her back. That's what my father says. King Carver, Nalisi interjected, picking up bits and pieces of their conversation. I believe in you, Saren said, and I will stand by you. I'll help you win the election, and together, we'll rule the kingdom honorably. He appreciated Saren's loyalty and unwavering support, but it came with a fresh dose of guilt centered around Renna. On paper, it all seemed so perfect, so easy, but nothing about Trev's situation felt easy. He spent the next hour with Saren and Nalisi, talking about silly things, laughing and playing, until the transporters arrived to take the children back into the city. Saren waved at the little arms and hands stretching out from the windows, until they all disappeared down the royal drive and out the gates. That was fun, she said, as they walked back across the lawn toward the palace, servants already bustling around them to collapse tents and gather up lawn games. Usually I'm not fun in settings like these. Trev shook his head. I thought you did great. Saren hesitated, like she was trying to find the right words. Sometimes I worry so much about being dignified that I don't connect well with people. I try so hard to be a princess that I forget to be a person. I think everyone struggles to be themselves in front of others. You don't seem to, and neither does Renna. She's always herself. You're very similar in that way, and I sometimes wonder if you would have been better suited marrying someone with a personality like hers. Trev's stomach dropped. How was he supposed to respond to that? Renna and I do get along well. She's easy to talk to, so we've become friends. At least, he was trying to put her in the friend category. He wasn't making much progress.
But if our friendship makes you uncomfortable, I can— What? Try harder? Lock her in her room? Put a blindfold on whenever she was near, so he didn't notice the nuances of her facial expressions? There was no right answer. I can avoid her, he said finally. I think. That won't be necessary. She pursed her lips together into a slight smile. Renna is harmless. He was starting to think she didn't know Renna that well, because she definitely wasn't harmless. She was harming his thoughts, his sleep, his work, pretty much every aspect of his life. Saren straightened. I just hope that I can complement your life in the way you need me to. Trev tried to offer a reassuring smile. I hope to do the same for you. Saren nodded before changing the subject. Any word about the missing girls from Axville? The concern in her eyes was apparent. Trev shook his head. Nothing yet. We sent a letter to King Adler last week, but it's still too soon to have received his response. I don't want to go to war with Tolston. I just want to resolve this peacefully. She gave him a reassuring smile. I'm sure it will all work out. They reached the palace courtyard, and Saren grabbed his hand, lacing her fingers through his. Besides the fake kiss, they had never touched this intimately before. Trev wanted to like the way her hand fit in his. He wanted to like the feel of her skin against his. He wanted to feel something, but the gesture felt forced. Is this how the rest of his life would feel?